Yes, back in effect, y'all. I just wanted to say, excuse me for not showing up to the live. Um, yeah, I was actually getting some serious Z's, and apparently that's exactly what I needed. But in light of that, I actually missed my live yesterday, so I just wanted to apologize for that to everybody. Because I didn't even leave warning. That's not good. And also, you know what? I've been on this thing lately where it's not lately, but I've been thinking about this for a minute. How an apology could be hard to come by these days. You know, it seems we live in this time where folks are too big to apologize. And, I don't get that one. I think it's a pretty bad habit. So that reminded me that I need to actually apologize to my listeners for not showing up, for being more than late, for not giving warning. Because I do appreciate your time and the time you spend over here with me going over these topics. And so in light of that, hopefully me apologizing can make it easier for somebody else to apologize. We're all human. And we all deserve an apology when we've been wronged, even if it's slighted in the smallest sense of the term. But this was a very important stream I wanted to do, given the times that we live in. And it always seems to culminate in the media every few years with the Israeli Palestinian conflict. And as far as I could tell you, for most of my life, I'm like 52 years old now. For most of my life, this issue has been ongoing. It seems to disappear, quiet down for a moment. Then it seems to bubble up again with some rockets and some, skirmishes here and there. And, but it never seems to get solved, And in light of that, it's kind of like a political conversation piece, I would say, where that takes up a lot of time, takes up a lot of attention. I mean, the Israeli Palestinian conflict takes up more time, we could say, than any other conflict globally, in terms of media attention, in terms of, governments taking action, governments being outraged. It takes up a lot of times in our hearts and minds. And so for that reason, it's worth having a little talk just to figure out, what does it mean for Black people? I mean, what does the Israeli Palestinian conflict mean for Black folk? And I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. I'm not saying it means anything. I'm just asking the question. And usually if I ask a question, there's good grounds to expect a lot of different views. Otherwise I wouldn't ask it. I've heard people argue both sides of this. I've heard people argue or get heavily invested in the Palestinian argument, and I've heard people get heavily invested in the Israeli argument, and in more ways than one. What's up, Wab Funk? Yeah, Wab Funk says, given the current state of affairs, let me put this up here. Given the current state of affairs in that region, this might be a good time to visit my old blog spot for context. Yes, my views have changed somewhat, but the stone cold facts are there. Okay, Wab, yo, send me the link, bro, to the article. And yeah, it's a good time to review. I mean, there's a lot of information out there regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and it doesn't. I think this is the last issue that doesn't have loads of media, in fact, and attention. I mean, Nelson Mandela has equated it to being apartheid, which a lot of people agree with. I also agree with that. The situations of the Palestinian people, the daily lives, which is not what's going on when the wars are happening or the fighting is happening. Just the regular, normalized life, the good times seems to be like apartheid circumstances. Yeah, and okay, Wab Funk says, for black folk, this is not a fight. We don't have a dog in it. It's best to stay out of it. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it seems like it is. I mean, I would agree with that. It's probably best to stay out of it. And it's sad, though. It's sad because we're talking about how people treat each other, and it's sad that people would feel that they're forced to stay out of it. But politically speaking, I mean, we don't really have a dog in this fight, politically speaking, I mean, that's my view of it. Now, morally speaking, ethically speaking, I definitely think we have a dog in the fight, given some of the history of the conflict, and also given the fact that we're talking about human beings, war, how people treat each other, what's okay, what's not. And we also talking about geopolitical conflicts. We're talking about who provides weapons to who stands up for who, and who stands up for others, And so in that kind of way, we still kind of tied into it politically, even if we don't want to be tied into it. I mean, as far as African Americans go, and as far as black people in any Western country, our tax dollars go to Israel quite often. I mean, and some of our tax dollars go to humanitarian initiatives in Palestine, right? Some governments support the humanitarian, but I mean, largely our tax dollars go to funding the weapons in Israel, that Israel uses. So even if we want to be out of it and we say we don't have a dog in the fight, actually somehow we're involved, sadly we're involved somehow. But we're involved to the degree that I made a comment earlier today on my Facebook page, yesterday, about human rights being upheld by some, being seen by some, acknowledged by some, and others not at all acknowledged deliberately. And I got a response from another brother, and I could tell by his conflict, by his response, his response was, how come people never say this when they attack Africa? And I just thought, like, wow, this brother thinks I'm talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And I wasn't, actually. I was talking about the state of people of African descent in Europe. If you know anything about that, that's what I was talking about. But that gives you an example of how invested people are in this Israeli Palestinian conflict, to where you could be talking about something else regarding human and civil rights, and folks are going to think you're talking about right now. They're going to think you're talking about the Israeli Palestinian conflict. Um, it's similar to what people know about racism in Europe. Um, little is known about Black people, um, and it's the same thing as far as conflicts and the attention that conflicts get in Africa. Like, little is also spread in the media about these conflicts. What's behind the conflicts? I would say the one exception to this rule is almost African Americans. It's almost the plight of African Americans, and I'm not saying that that's that's African Americans' fault, or that African Americans should be ashamed of that, or that African Americans should not embrace completely bringing attention to their cause and their plight. But what I'm saying is that when you look at the diaspora globally, it's so ironic that it's almost the exact opposite. So little is known about Black people globally, even when it comes to wars. Like, let's compare like what's going on in Congo right now. Like, who knows what's behind the Congo conflict? I mean, Congolese people don't make weapons. There's a lot of people dying. I mean, how many people died in the Congo in the last? Let me take a look at that. How many people died in the Congo in the last 5 years, even? Let's say. Let me look that up. Let me see here. All right, let me go over to Google. I mean, this was going on all during the conflict with Israel and Palestine. 5.4 million people had died from 1998 to 2007. And it was almost, I mean, did you see CNN, ABC, NBC, India, even the Indian news? I mean, you would watch India. India is really on top of this Middle East conflicts right now. But when you really look at the numbers, there's more people dying in Africa from these wars. That's a whole lot of people. And I'm talking about that you don't hear about. Look at that. You don't hear about this. Where is this at? This right here? Let me move this over. I'm sorry. How often do we hear people talking about this? Like, that's a lot. I mean, just to pull those numbers up so nonchalantly, that's a hell of a lot of numbers. Look, this is the entire population of Israel and Palestine. I don't even know what the population. Let me just take a look at that. Okay, 9 million. Sorry, that's half the population of Israel. That's over half the population of Israel. Population of Palestine. Population of Palestine is 4. Okay, so this is more than the population of Palestine, and it's half the population of Israel. And this Palestinian conflict has been going, and Israeli conflict has been ongoing past this. These numbers, 5.4 million that died, that was just in the Congo in 1998 to 2007. And they estimate to 45,000 more victims being added to the death toll every month. Let's look at this. Okay, this article, this is an old article, but let's move to a more recent article. Let's see here if we can find one. I'm sure. Here we go. I mean, Council of Foreign Relations. So we don't know what biases are here. I'm not sure, but let me check this out. Look at this. Since 1996, conflict in Eastern DRC has led to approximately 6 million deaths. First Congo War, 1996 to 1997, began in the wake of 1994 Rwandan genocide. Right, so this is in the wake. You know what? Let's go back for a second here. Let me see. How many people die in the Congo each month? Look at this. Humanitarian crisis in the Congo remains the world's deadliest. More than 31. You see that? The world's deadliest. You see that? That's the world's deadliest. So it does kind of beg the question. It's not to be mean towards Israelis or Palestinians, but it's just to acknowledge the fact that far less media attention is given to the worst crises, humanitarian crises, which happens to be in Africa. It happens to be in Africa. Not wishing it to be, it just happens to be. Let me see what Wabfunk got to say here. I say, make hay while the sun shines. I reckon we as Black folk need to reset, reevaluate, get rid of the chafe in our own communities and surge forward in a smarter way. It's time to build again. Especially while geopolitics is kicking their asses internally. Even the old French Legion is officially retreating out of African colonies. Well, that begs another question, you know. I mean, it is interesting how that conflict seems to be on the side. I mean, not conflict, but that expulsion of the French seems to be, as they cite, for humanitarian reasons. Like they say the French has contributed to problems and prolonged issues rather than help resolve problems in that region. And most of those countries are saying the French has been basically ripping them off through neo-colonial practices, giving contracts to, on one hand, they have the French, I call it the French CD, but I guess it's called the French dollar, the Western Sudan nations, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they all shared the French dollar. At the same time, the French administrated much of their governmental, a lot of their governmental things because of that dollar. And because of that, also, a lot of the contracts were going primarily to French companies, making the bidding process kind of a weak one, to favor France instead of the open market. But but back to this. Look, what does it mean for Black people? The war in the Israeli Palestinian conflict. I mean, what does it mean when over 6 million people in the Congo have died? 31,000 die every month in the Congo, and which this is actually the worst conflict on earth in terms of deaths. Like, why does the media not cover it? I mean, and yet, we could see media, Western media pivots instantly to the Israeli Palestinian conflict, which, by the way, has been going on longer than this conflict, yet no resolution in sight. Yeah. So I just asked the question, what does it mean for Black folk? Yeah, once again, I missed my scheduled broadcast for yesterday. I was getting some serious sleep, and yeah, sometimes you need that. But thankfully, I'm off for a week. I got a clear schedule to handle some other things, outside of the thing that is paying my bills, and I'm grateful for that also. So I'm back on it. But what do y'all think? I mean, okay, Wab, I heard you. I get you. I agree with that too, man. But what do the rest of you all think? I mean, isn't it a little peculiar how the major media outlets have not been covering this? I mean, let's be honest. By the end of this month, it won't be 31,000 people dying in the Israeli Palestinian conflict. It won't be. But it will be in the DR Congo. That's a regular thing. That's been ongoing for decades now. The 6 million mark of the deaths, that was in the 90s. That already reached 6 million in the 90s. This is between 31,000 and 45,000 deaths monthly has been the average after the 90s, right? So, yeah, it's just interesting to ponder. And right now, we can pivot over and see what's up with see if these numbers match up for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Let's see here. Let me flip it up for a second here. Take this one off. That one off. I mean, they're calling this a war. They're calling it a war, Israeli conflict. In the Congo, is it even called a war? Is it even called a war in the Congo? I'm curious about that. Let's see here what they got. Okay, we're not gonna. Let's see if we can pick one that's kind of in the middle. Oh, as a matter of fact, let me pick one from Israel, from the Indians, just to illustrate something. Let's choose this one. India claims to be an unbiased, the news outlets claim to be unbiased. But as we know, all news has leaned some kind of way. So here we go.
Meanwhile, China is emerging as a key player in West Asia, has avoided naming any aggressor in its statement on the conflict. It has called on both sides to end hostilities. However, the statement by Foreign Ministry did mention that the only solution is implementing a two-state solution and establishing an independent state of Palestine. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has called Israel's response to Hamas's attack disproportionate. Speaking in the parliament, he said that Israel's retaliatory actions were the reflex of an organization and not a state.
Suyunu, elektriğini, giriş çıkışlarını kesip altyapısını çökerterek camisinden kilisesine tüm ibadethanelerini, okullarını yıkarak insanların en temel insani ihtiyaçlarına erişmesini engelleyerek içinde sivillerin yaşadığı binaları bombalarla yerle yeksan ederek velhasıl her türlü utanç verici yöntemle yürütülen bir çatışma savaş değil, katliamdır.
Jordan's King Abdullah also said on Wednesday that no peace was possible in the region without a two-state solution. The Jordan King has since the start of the latest conflict been engaged in a flurry of diplomatic efforts with Western leaders urging for de-escalation. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who is embarked on a visit to Israel, will travel to Jordan afterwards. Listen to what Jordan's king had to say on the ongoing war.
إنما تشهده الأراضي الفلسطينية حاليا من تسعيد خطير وعمل عنف وعدوان ما هي إلا دليل يؤكد مجددا أن منطقتنا لن تنعم بالأمن والاستقرار دون تحقيق السلام العادل والشامل على أساس.
Meanwhile, NATO's secretary extended support to Israel by saying that it has the right to defend itself against attacks. However, he added that he expects the response to be proportionate.
Israel has the right to defend itself, and they have suffered horrendous terrorist attack over the weekend with many civilians killed. And Israel has the right to defend itself against these types of terrorist attacks. Then I also expect that, of course, when we see Israeli responses, it will be proportionate, and it is important as this conflict continues to do whatever is possible to prevent the loss of innocent civilian lives.
Previous conflicts between Hamas and Israel have ended through mediation by powers with a keen interest in West Asian peace. It's a time of tense diplomacy, the casualties on both sides, Hamas killing hundreds as well as taking hostages, and Israel hitting back with deadly force complicates any mediation.
You know what? I mean, given the amount of media attention on this topic, Israel, I would argue that Africans are not really seen as human. I would argue that because look at how much interest the world has. I mean, do you know how hard it is to get China, the EU, right? And these other leaders to come out and make public statements, which are political in nature. They have meaning. They have meaning. Do you know how hard that is to actually get? And yet they got it instantly. Both sides have gotten this instantly. Political acknowledgement. But the situation in the Congo, damn. I mean, we don't even hear a word. We don't hear a word from China. We don't hear a word from the EU. I mean, what are those numbers? 31,000 deaths a month. Between 31,000 and 45,000 a month regularly in the Congo. Let's go back for a second. Let me just go backwards here just to review that data. Then we can go back to this. How many people die in the Congo? Okay, let me see. How long has the Congo war been going on? Since 1996, this is right, but it comes on the back of the Rwandan conflict, right? So in a way, you could, but it's good to capsulize these conflicts, even though they're neighbors and the conflicts build over from one into the other. Um, it's still good to capsulize it because these numbers that we've been getting, they're capsulized numbers. 31,000. Look, how many people die in die in the Congo daily. Look, right. Oh, these are civilians. Okay, but this is not even this is not hold on, let me go back for a second. Right. Okay, monthly. Here we go. Monthly. This is how many die monthly. This is nowhere near the amount of people that will die in the Israeli Palestinian conflict. And yet you hear almost nothing about it. There's no call from China for a two-state solution, even though China is copying the US's policy on that, two-state solution. There's no call from China. There's no call from this is not a hard-pressing political issue for many people in the world, what's going on in the Congo. But what is going on in Israel and Palestine is a hard pressing political issue, but nowhere near the same amount of deaths as the Congo. Hey Andrea, how you doing? Thank you for checking up on me too. Yeah, I made it after some good rest. But look at these numbers. 31,000 a month die in the Congo. Nowhere near. This is the regular. This is since 1996. The numbers were even higher, 45,000 a month, right? In a total, just in I believe it's way over something like 6 million just in this conflict. Just in this conflict, right? Which fell on the back of the previous conflict in Rwanda. It spilled over into the Congo, from Rwanda to the Congo. Same ethnic groups pretty much involved, but capsulating these numbers. This 31,000 is just talking about the Congo. It's got nothing to do with the prior one in Rwanda, right? Now, this is the humanitarian crisis in DR Congo remains the world's deadliest. The world's deadliest. Yet, we don't hear the same outrage. There is simply not the same outrage that we're hearing with the Israeli Palestinian conflict. Nowhere near the same outrage. Hence, what does that tell you about Africa's value, African people's value, African people's political value on the world stage? What does that tell you? I know what it tells me. It tells me nothing, zero. It tells me African people's political value, even if their life, see, because politics and life don't always match up. Just because your life has political value, it still doesn't mean you're really shit. Your life has any value, but it means to others, they're able to argue your life, argue the importance of a resolution somehow on the world stage. And Palestine and Israel, they have that. In the Congo situation, zero. There's like the political life of an African person, it's almost zero. There's almost no media coverage. Let's check it out here. Let's check it out here. Let me see here. And take the caps off too. Sometimes that's not so good. All right. It's called the African World War. I mean, look. African World War. All right. Let's just take a look. This is not, keep in mind, Look, if we just it's very important. Keep in mind when you type this up, look at the news agencies that come up. This is not CNN. Look, this ain't even. Look, this same Indian network that's covering the Israeli Palestinian conflict, their shit popped up in the feed, and this ain't even about the Congo. So that should show you. Look at that. There is almost nothing. Congolese war. Let me respell it. Congolese war. There is almost zero from any. You see the difference? You see the difference in that? There is zero attention to this war. Let's just see what they got to say about it.
Despite being one of the deadliest conflicts in recent times, the Congo Wars aren't a topic that's discussed very often in history class. At the turn of the century, while much of the Western world was focused on other news like NATO's bombing of Yugoslavia or the 9/11 attacks, sub-Saharan Africa was in the middle of the biggest war of the continent's history. Through a tangled mess of alliances, nations, one after another, were pulled into the conflict, which ultimately resulted in the deaths of over 5 million people, making it one of history's bloodiest wars and earning it the nickname Africa's World War. Today, we're going to shed some light on the First and Second Congo Wars, one of the darkest periods of modern history. A story of war filled with corruption, greed, child soldiers, and the age-old battle for natural resources. The conflicts we'll be covering today officially began in the mid-1990s, but as always, the seeds of the violence were planted much, much earlier. The European colonization of Africa is pretty widely known to have been violent and oppressive, but out of all the regions that were exploited for their people and resources, the Congo may have had it the worst. Situated right in the center of Africa and essentially dripping with every resource you can imagine, the Congo Basin was an imperialist's dream. Beginning in 1885, the area was called the Congo Free State and was privately owned by one man, King Leopold II of Belgium. And that's right, the country wasn't owned by the country of Belgium, it was literally the personal property of the king himself. For about 20 years, the Congolese people were subject to brutal exploitation, slavery, torture, and mass killings. His personal army forced the locals to gather monthly quotas of rubber, ivory, and other goods that he would export for profit. The details of the atrocities he committed are publicly better suited to their own detailed video, but suffice it to say, it's estimated that as many as 10 million people died under his rule from disease, starvation, and mass murder, possibly slashing the population of the Congo in half. In 1908, under pressure from the international community, Leopold II sold the region to Belgium, where it remained the Belgian Congo. Under Belgian rule, things improved a little bit, but that's not saying much considering how ridiculously low Leopold II has set the bar for running a colony. The Congolese were still under imperial rule, with much of the same forced labor and exploitation as before, just not quite on the same scale of genocide that had been seen in the decades previous. That all changed in 1960, when the Congo suddenly gained its independence from Belgium during the rapid decolonization period, and it was now called the Republic of the Congo, not to be confused with its northwestern neighbor, which was also called the Republic of the Congo. It's confusing, and they even had nicknames to distinguish them, like Congo Leopoldville and Congo Brazzaville, but that's neither here nor there because the name didn't stick around for very long. The first elected Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, had a vision to transform the newly independent Congo into a stable, self-sufficient nation. He was quite an inspiration, and Malcolm X even said he was the greatest black man who ever walked the African continent. He didn't fear anybody. But almost immediately after gaining independence, the Congo was thrown right back into instability. The problem was that even though there had been a huge push for the end of colonial rule, tribalism, ethnic nationalism, and widespread lack of education plunged the country straight into civil war just weeks after Belgium officially left. To be fair, Belgium essentially left overnight, leaving the country completely unprepared to govern itself after so many years. In this civil war, opposing factions rose up and fought each other in a period known as the Congo Crisis. This also allowed the Cold War superpowers at the time to choose a side and flood the area with weapons to support their ideologies, turning the Civil War into a proxy war. Let's be honest, it was the 1960s. The US and the Soviet Union were involved in just...
Now, isn't the Israeli Palestinian conflict a proxy war conflict, a conflict created by proxies. I mean, from my knowledge, it is. But the only problem is that it's way more attention politically given to that conflict, like it's special in the world, when the war in the Congo right now, and has been for some point in time, is the world's worst conflict. Yet there's zero media attention. But let's go.
Just about everything. During the crisis, Lumumba was assassinated by a Western-backed group, probably because he was appealing to the Soviets for assistance, proving that even though colonization had officially ended, international meddling wouldn't disappear so quickly. Then in 1965, Lumumba's successor was overthrown in a coup d'etat organized by the Congo military. This successful coup marked the unofficial end of the crisis, as much of the fighting died out, and it placed a new man in charge of the Congo, Joseph Desiré Mobutu. Mobutu's full name, Mobutu Sese Seko Kuku Ngbendu wa Zabangu, apologies for my pronunciation, translates to the warrior who leaves a trail of fire in his path. And he was certainly going to leave a trail of fire in the Congo, because as you'll soon see, he wasn't really a super great guy. In 1971, he renamed the country Zaire, and during his time in power, the country finally began to develop. A national TV station was set up, buildings and roads became a priority, and education even got some funding. He promoted a sense of Congo pride and even changed the names of cities away from their colonial roots, such as the capital, which he changed from Leopoldville to Kinshasa. And to get the country into the international spotlight, he hosted several sporting events, the most famous of which, by far, was the Rumble in the Jungle, a heavyweight boxing match between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, which became one of the most watched television broadcasts of the 1970s. But as far as good things to say about Mobutu, that's pretty much the end of the list. At the beginning of his presidency, he had declared a state of exception and announced that in order to rebuild the country after the Congo crisis, he would need to momentarily hold all of the power of government for 5 years to keep everything stable. Even after those 5 years were up, though, he continued to do all that he could to consolidate power and keep himself in charge. He claimed that his political ideology was neither left nor right nor even center. But this basically boils down to the fact that he only legalized a single political party, his, and he squashed any opposition. Oh, and there was also corruption. Of course there was. Lots and lots of corruption. Throughout his time in power, he embezzled billions of dollars from national profits and government funds and used them to fuel his cronies' businesses, shopping sprees in Europe, or even flights on the luxurious Concorde. Because of Mobutu's strong anti-Soviet stance, Zaire received a lot of economic aid from the US and Western Europe, but he just turned this into a new source of income and even halted his own country's growth to ensure a steady stream of international aid, most of which went straight into his filthy pockets. Ruling with an iron fist isn't a great way to gain favor with your people, and stealing from the national treasury every weekend to fund your golfing trips is a quick way to hit record high inflation and bring about serious economic problems. By the 1990s, these issues were adding up, and Mobutu's time as the absolute leader of Zaire was running out. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and the United States no longer saw communism as an existential threat to the planet. This meant that Zaire, who had been essentially propped up to keep the Soviets out of Central Africa, didn't serve much of a purpose to Western alliances anymore, and economic aid began to just fizzle out. Now, this wouldn't be so much of a problem if the millions and millions of dollars that the West had already given Zaire were put into anything useful, but as we already mentioned, with Mobutu in charge, that just wasn't the case. After the aid began to shrink, the economy began to steadily drop, diving deeper and deeper into billions of dollars in debt. But still, Mobutu held his position of power and refused to move. It was going to take an outside force to shake up Zaire. Just to the east lay the nation that would become the catalyst for the war, Rwanda. In 1994, ethnic tensions in Rwanda reached a breaking point between the Rwandan Hutu and the Rwandan Tutsi people, and what followed was a genocide of between 500,000 and 1 million Tutsi. Again, just like with Leopold's brutal reign in the Congo, we just can't do this topic justice in a single video, but we'll sum up the very important parts for for our story. Under the leadership of Paul Kagame, the Rwandan Patriotic Front succeeded in overthrowing the Hutu government after shooting down the previous president's plane. Hundreds of thousands of Tutsi had already fled to Zaire during the conflict, and after Kagame rose to power in Rwanda, vowing to take revenge on the Hutu, hundreds of thousands of Hutu fled across the border as well. Eastern cities in Zaire became massive refugee camps and housed nearly 1 million people that had fled Rwanda, with many of them camped out near the city of Goma. But Kagame wasn't going to let his enemies get away so easily. He was determined to hold the Hutu accountable for their atrocities in Rwanda, but Zaire wouldn't allow him to move his army across the border to hunt them down. Kagame knew that he couldn't risk using his army to officially invade Zaire over this, so instead he founded the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Congo, or AFDL for short. The AFDL was a militia that would carry out Kagame's dirty work in Zaire by exacting revenge on the Hutus that had found refuge there after escaping Rwanda. But that wasn't all the AFDL would achieve. Because so much of Zaire was fed up with Mobutu at this point, he was essentially a dictator, the idea of a revolution was popular among a lot of people, especially in the eastern Congo, and the AFDL quickly drew in support, not just as an anti-Hutu squad, but also as a general domestic uprising against Mobutu. The AFDL was led by Laurent Desire Kabila, a man who had been waging war in eastern Zaire for decades at this point. He was a Marxist and idolized Mao Zedong, and he wanted nothing more than to take down the mighty Mobutu. Under his leadership, the AFDL began engaging with Zairean forces in 1996, kicking off what's usually referred to as the First Congo War. The AFDL made short work of Mobutu's forces in the east and quickly captured a lot of the border villages and cities, making sure to execute any and all Hutus in the process. Though the AFDL was initially meant to be made up from only Tutsi and local Zairans, it also had regular members of the Rwandan army among its ranks. Mobutu soon realized that he had no chance against the AFDL and had little influence in the eastern portions of Zaire, so he began hiring foreign mercenaries, many of whom were veterans of the Yugoslav wars or soldiers from Chad, all of whom were experienced fighters. At the same time, Mobutu was also receiving aid from China, Israel, and France. France even wanted to directly intervene with their own military, but the US convinced them not to, probably because the US was funding the rebels. Kuwait supposedly sent Zaire $64 million to spend on military hardware, but later denied doing so. So it seemed like Mobutu had quite a lot of international support, and with all this aid, he was now ready to combat the growing rebellion. But before he could muster his forces for a counter-offensive against the AFDL, another country entered the war in 1997. Angola. Sitting to the southwest of Zaire, Angola was eager to help with taking down Mobutu because he had been funding UNITA, a rebel group that was fighting the Angolan government. Along with Angola, Eritrea sent an entire battalion to fight the rebels, and several African countries sent military aid, all with their own reasons for wanting to topple Mobutu, including Uganda, Tanzania, and South Africa. With so much firepower and support from nearby countries, Kabila and the AFDL launched their...
And where do these countries get their weapons? I mean, that's the interesting part, you know. Where do these countries get their weapons from? You know, because none of them pretty much make any weapons. None of them. You know, it is, wow.
Their offensive towards the capital, Kinshasa, in March 1997, with a two-pronged attack beginning in the east. Mobutu's forces were disorganized, and many deserted from their ranks, so the AFDL met little resistance on their path. Along their way to the capital, they slaughtered civilians, they burned villages, they massacred anyone they deemed against their cause, killing an estimated 60,000 people. Throughout the entire march along the Congo River, which lasted a couple of months, the international community repeatedly called for a diplomatic solution to the war, and AFDL representatives even attended the meetings, but they only did it to avoid more criticism after their inevitable.
You know, it's interesting to hear that the international community called for this. But what about the media? What about the media? See, in this Israeli, I'm not saying this is bad, but the media seems to be heavily invested in Israel and the Palestinian conflict. The media showed up for the story. In the Congo, even to this day, the media is completely absent. No private media is reporting on what's going on in the Congo, and that's the difference. You would expect to one degree or another for nations to be involved on the UN level, because let's be honest, a lot of people, including the media, is not really following the UN. unless it's about particular countries, you know. That's Western media for you, and media in general. They don't tend to follow these stories. Major media companies tend, I hate to say it, but tend to be following corporations and not actual stories, real stories, you know, where the cost of life has equal value.
Victory. They never had any intention
Because
to negotiate. Despite lacking
they were media, if they were doing it based on the value of life being equal, all corporate media would be covering this story right now. CNN, NBC, and the rest. This story would be the most important story, and not just Western media. This would be the most important story on earth. What's going on in the Congo would be, if media was doing its job. I mean, seriously, you know.
in traditional logistics and food supplies, the AFDL and their Eritrean battalion managed to march all the way to Kinshasa and meet up with the Angolan forces and take control of the capital. On May the 16th, 1997, Mobutu fled to Morocco, where he died later that year. Zaire's government had officially been overthrown. The revolution had been a success, but at a cost of an estimated 250,000 lives and hundreds of thousands of refugees. Kabila was elected the new president of Zaire, the first to be democratically elected since Mobutu took power decades earlier. One of his first acts as leader was to change the name of the country to the Democratic Republic of Congo, or DRC, the name which the country still holds to this day. He immediately ordered a violent crackdown on the entire nation to restore order, but that was easier said than done. Not long after the newly named DRC had stood on its own 2 feet.
For the people that's just joining, we're talking about the comparison between Israel and Palestinian conflict and how much attention that conflict gets from the world, whether it's on the UN level, whether it's in corporate media level like CNN, or global media, versus what's going on in the Congo with the war there, given the fact that the Congo has been dubbed the world's worst conflict. I mean, currently, ongoing, you could say the mama of conflicts, of world conflicts. So that's the topic. And what's your thoughts on that?
It was headed down the path of war once again. Kabila was somewhat popular when he was first elected, but his popularity steadily dropped in the months following his election. He had promised to bring the DRC into a new era of peace and stability, but his government was disappointingly similar to Mobutu's. When he reformed parliament and changed up the structure of the government, he not only placed a lot of his friends in parliament, but also made sure to centralize more power to his own presidential seat. Go figure, the warlord from the jungle was a little bit corrupt. What do you know? The economy continued to sink like the Titanic, and ethnic tensions were arising once again in the eastern part of the country. Basically, a lot of the same problems that plagued Mobutu's Zaire were still around in the new DRC, just with Kabila at the head. Much of the population began to see him less as the president of the DRC and more as a puppet of the foreign powers that put him there. Indeed, there were still foreign soldiers in the capital and several Ugandan and Rwandan military officials holding positions in the DRC, and the Congolese didn't like that one bit. In 1998, Kabila, under pressure from his people and stuck between a rock and a hard place, ordered all foreign military to get out of the Congo. Within 24 hours, all foreign soldiers and officers were loaded onto planes and flown to their home countries, including a man named James Kabarebe, a Rwandan who had previously been Kabila's chief of staff. Kabila was hoping that this move would assert his own rule over his people and show his willingness to be independent, but all it did was turn his foreign allies against him and stoke the flames of rebellion that were still raging in the jungle. As the Rwandan soldiers left the DRC, Kabila was already facing more problems. An entire Congolese brigade, mostly made up of Tutsis, announced their defection and took control of the eastern city of Goma, calling themselves the Rally of Congolese Democracy, or RCD. Rwanda instantly offered them military support, and by mid-August 1998, the RCD was a formidable militia with serious weapons and numbers. They began raiding and occupying nearby cities such as Uvira and Bukavu, and as usual, they slaughtered hundreds in the process. At the same time, Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi marched across the Congo border with their own armies occupying huge swaths of territory in the northeast. This was the beginning of the Second Congo War, and it would make the first one look like a schoolyard fistfight in comparison. Rwanda claimed that much of the territory in eastern Congo was actually historically Rwandan, and that Kabila was actively committing a genocide against the Rwandan Tutsis in the region, forcing their hand to intervene and liberate them. If that sounds familiar, it's probably because it's shockingly similar to what Vladimir Putin said about parts of Ukraine. This kind of rhetoric is historically perfect for stirring up your country to go to war. It's still debated to this day whether or not the Rwandan government was sincerely concerned about their people, or if they were just using it as an excuse to annex territory that they kind of wanted. Regardless of their intent, their armies were marching deeper and deeper into Congo every single day. In a desperate move, Kabila then appealed to the Hutu living in the DRC, turning them into an ally with the Tutsi as their common enemy. Intense combat began erupting all over the country as Congolese forces and Hutu clashed with the rebels and invaders and the rest of Africa.
Yeah, I'm doing well, a bit tired. Just for people that are just joining, we're talking about the amount of attention that from global institutions like the UN, which is justified to some extent. Any attention for anybody is justified on the UN level, but we're talking about the comparison that states give the Palestinian, or the attention that states give the Palestinian-Israeli conflict versus, for example, the war in the Congo, which is ongoing, which has been ongoing. And is dubbed the world's worst conflict. And we're asking questions like, how invested is major media, Western or otherwise, in this conflict, as they are to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? And do the numbers match up? Is the value of life in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, are their lives valued more than the people of the conflict when we're talking about major media and state interests, different states having interests, making comments publicly, calling for an end of a conflict, just attention all around. And what are folks' thoughts on that? So anybody want to hop up and express their views, feel free.
A scramble to bring a diplomatic solution to the table, but there was just no chance. Later, Kabila began to turn public sentiment against the Tutsi, and there was chaos in Kinshasa as hundreds of them were beaten or lynched in the streets. It only got worse when a radio message was broadcast throughout the country urging people to fight the Tutsi, saying people must bring a machete, a spear, an arrow, a hoe, spades, rakes, nails, truncheons, electric irons, barbed wire, stones, and the like, in order, dear listeners, to kill the Rwandan Tutsis. If anything, what Rwanda had initially said about Tutsi genocide was only coming true. The RCD and their foreign allies went on their first major offensive of the war just days after it began, when they commenced Operation Katona, overseen by James Kaberbe, the man that Kabila had fired only weeks earlier. In a daring move, Kaberbe and a group of Rwandan soldiers took control of the Goma International Airport and hijacked 4 passenger jets, 2 Boeing 707s and 2 Boeing 727s. The pilots were then held at gunpoint and forced to fly to Katona, a town southwest of Kinshasa, all the way on the other side of the country. The moment the planes hit the tarmac, the Rwandan soldiers deployed the air stairs and jumped off the plane while it was still taxiing. The Congolese forces that were supposed to be defending the airport were overrun within 30 minutes, and many of them even accepted a quick bribe to join Rwanda's side. The 4 planes made repeated flights back and forth between Katona and Goma, bringing more equipment, troops, and even Type 62 Chinese light tanks. The total force at Katona, consisting now of Rwandan, Ugandan, and DRC defectors, began to launch attacks on nearby cities. In just a few days, they captured major oil refineries and the towns of Banana and Boma, marching deeper inland. On August 4, 1998, the invading force captured the city of Matadi, the Congo's most important seaport, and then seized the Igna dams, 2 hydroelectric dams that power the capital, Kinshasa. After the dams were put out of commission, Kinshasa went into a total power outage, bringing the population into even more panic and threatening to disconnect Kabila from escape. Luckily for Kabila, he had a friend waiting to join his side in the conflict: Zimbabwe. Kabila had been speaking with Zimbabwe about military assistance since before the war even began, and true to their word, they showed up to fight. By August 22nd, Zimbabwe's military in the DRC consisted of over 800 troops, several aircraft, armored vehicles, and over a dozen helicopters. The air support especially proved vital in defending Kinshasa, as the advancing Rwandan tanks were completely unprepared to deal with fighter jets. The only anti-air weapons they had were vehicle-mounted anti-air guns, but they lacked training and experience to use them effectively against quick fighter jets. At one point, a Zimbabwe Air Force helicopter spotted a column of tanks just 30 kilometers south of the capital, and after coordinating with nearby fighter pilots, several of the tanks were destroyed and the rest were captured by DRC ground troops. Around the same time that Zimbabwe joined the war, Angola, who had helped put Kabila in power, also pledged their support, and 2,500 Angolan soldiers quickly moved across the border and retook the airfield at Kitona, meaning that Kabebe and his forces had no way to fly back to safety if things went south. As the Angolan forces retook villages and towns, they looted them in an even more vicious manner than the Rwandans had, subjecting the locals to brutality when they were expecting to be liberated. Kabebe was now cut off from his airfield and surrounded on several sides by the DRC, Zimbabwe, and Angola, but he still had around 15,000 men, and he decided to continue the ruthless push towards the capital. At the end of August, Kabebe and his men made it to the outskirts of Kinshasa and waged an intense battle to take the airfield on the edge of the city. They tried bombing it, charging it, and even disguising themselves as defectors, but they made little progress and were only able to take partial control of the airport. On the second day of fighting, Kabila's forces launched a huge counterattack, pushing the Rwandans away from Kinshasa and further south, largely thanks to Zimbabwe airstrikes that ran sortie after sortie for hours on end. 2 days of trench warfare followed before Kabebe finally decided to retreat, fleeing into the dense jungle. But now Kabebe was faced with an even bigger problem. To the north of his men lay the Congo River, which he couldn't cross or use because he didn't have any boats. To his west lay Kitona, which the Angolans were now defending, and to his east lay hundreds of miles of dense jungle. In a desperate attempt to escape, he and his men continued to march south, heading for Angola. While the Angolans were busy in the Congo retaking the Ingler dams, Kabebe and his remaining battered troops crossed the border and headed for an airfield outside the Angolan city, Maquila de Zombo. After joining up with some allied rebels in the region, UNITA, they seized the airfield and waited for Rwandan cargo planes to airlift them back to safety. But once the Rwandan cargo planes landed, they were faced with another issue. The runway wasn't built for heavy cargo planes, and it was far too short to use for takeoff. So, for the next couple of months, Kabebe and his men got to work extending the runway, all while somehow fending off repeated Angolan attacks, one of which consisted of over 20 armored vehicles. Miraculously, this worked, and by December the runway was completed, and all remaining Rwandans and Ugandans were flown back to their home countries. This marked the end of Operation Kitona, but the war raged on elsewhere. After Operation Kitona had been successfully thwarted, the DRC and their allies turned their attention to the battles raging in the east. This is the point where more and more African nations began sending troops to fight for their interests in the Congo. So let's recap who's fighting for what, because it's all a bit complicated. On the invading side, we have Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi, as well as their Congolese militia groups, the Rwandan-backed RCD and the Ugandan-backed MLC. Yeah, they each back their own group despite supposedly being on the same side of the conflict. And let's not forget UNITA, the anti-Angolan forces. Meanwhile, on the defending team, we started off with the Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola, Zimbabwe, and local Hutu forces that were now allied with Kabila. But once the war started heating up, several more players joined the map. Namibia, Chad, and Sudan, all with their own political or financial reasons for supporting DRC. Also allied with Kabila were several militias scattered throughout the opposing countries. This absolute mess of complicated alliances is the reason that the second...
And again, who is selling them the weapons? Because none of these countries that he mentioned make weapons. None of these countries make their own weapons. So how are these, and for who are these countries joining this conflict, and what is their moral obligation? It's insane, but this stuff has been ongoing, and it's still going on right now. You'll be surprised how many nations are involved in conflict in the Congo right now, not on the news. It didn't make CNN, didn't make NBC. It is not on the news, any major news network in any country in the world. Pretty much, it's not being covered. Not the nations that make the weapons. They are pretty much silencing, have taken a silence approach to the war in the Congo. And this war is dubbed the worst war of all time. And on top of that, in terms of lives, it 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 outnumbers the Palestinian Israeli conflict in the thousands. I mean, it dwarfs it. It dwarfs it. We're talking about 31 to 41,000 a month right now, deaths. Right now.
DRC. Also allied with Kabila were several militias scattered throughout the opposing countries. This absolute mess of complicated alliances is the reason that the Second Congo War is sometimes referred to as the African World War, as it is rather reminiscent of Europe's Great War that pulled so many countries into the fray, with even more supporting their allies from the sidelines. Throughout 1999, the fighting was held at a relative stalemate along the front lines in the eastern DRC, with no major territorial gains or large-scale operations by either side. This doesn't mean that the bloodshed was any less significant, though. In fact, quite the opposite. Throughout the entire conflict zone, villages were razed and looted, and civilians were slaughtered remorselessly. One of the most heinous aspects of the war at this point, and the most shocking to the rest of the world, was the use of child soldiers by both sides. They're known in Congo as Kadogos, a Swahili word that means little ones. At least 30,000 Kadogos were hired or conscripted throughout the Second Congo War, some as young as 12 years old. As leaders around the world scrambled to find a solution to the conflict, a ceasefire was miraculously agreed upon. In July 1999, each of the warring nations signed the Lusaka ceasefire agreements, which stated that all military operations would cease within 24 hours, prisoners of war would be released, and the United Nations would place observers in the area to make sure the ceasefire was being obeyed. Funnily enough, though, Chad didn't sign the agreement because they'd already withdrawn from the conflict just a few weeks after entering it. Their forces were accused of so many war crimes from the moment they crossed the border that both international and local pressure had just forced them to return home. But as you may have guessed, ending such a complex war wasn't going to be so easy as signing a few bits of paper. In the months after the agreement was signed, every side accused the other of breaking the ceasefire and retaliated often. So essentially, there were still battles being fought all over the front lines, and the measly 90 UN observers were far too small of a force to have any effect on the hundreds of thousands at war. Not to mention the RCD, the Rwandan-backed militia in the Congo, were splitting into rivaling factions who were now fighting each other as well as their traditional enemies. Things got even more complicated in August 1999 when Rwandan and Ugandan soldiers opened fire on each other in the city of Kisangani. Tensions between the two nations had been rising for a while, but this was the first time there'd been in official combat with each other. There was now a three-way war, every nation for himself. The former allies battled intensely for a few weeks across Kisangani, with both sides even using heavy weapons such as artillery, but eventually they signed a ceasefire later that month. Now, this probably won't be much of a surprise anymore, but that ceasefire also didn't accomplish very much. Rwanda and Uganda kept up the hostilities, but at least on a smaller scale for the moment. In November, Kabila claimed that his army, thanks to military aid from his allies, was now fully trained, equipped, and ready to start a massive new operation to liberate the occupied territories of the eastern Congo. In response, several factions of rebels gathered to march to Kinshasa, but they were successfully repelled by government forces before reaching the capital, and Kabila's operation ended with no noticeable difference in the front lines. As the year 2000 began, the UN started sending more and more peacekeeping troops, with a total force of 5,537 eventually stationed in the Congo. But they still struggled to have any semblance of control over so many warring factions. Throughout the rest of 2000, heavy fighting resumed between Rwanda and Uganda, and the DRC government made several attempts to push into rebel territory, but to no avail. With governments distracted and police forces essentially non-existent, it was like an all-you-can-eat buffet for terrorist groups such as the Christian extremist organization LRA, who murdered, burned, and looted wherever they pleased, with virtually no one to stop them. People were dying all over the country. Entire villages were starving to death as their farms burned, and thousands of women became victims of sexual violence. Throughout all of this, every organization you can imagine did their best to negotiate peace, but all to no avail. Much of this was even the fault of Kabila, who refused to let UN troops into the government-controlled areas, while simultaneously launching new offensives despite the ceasefire. The war seemed to be doomed to an endless bloody stalemate. But then something rocked the entire political climate. On January the 16th, 2001, Kabila was assassinated, shot 4 times with a revolver in the abdomen by his own child soldier bodyguard. After his death, the Congolese parliament voted unanimously on the next president, Kabila's son, Joseph. Joseph Kabila would soon prove to be much more willing to negotiate than his father. Just a few weeks after his election, he flew to the United States and met with Rwanda's President Paul Kagame, and the two agreed on a new UN de-escalation plan. In February 2001, Rwanda and Uganda began to pull their armies back away from the front lines, but continued to battle as the rebels they had been supporting began to turn on them. By 2002, the Sun City Agreement was signed, and remarkably, it put an end to much of the conflict. Some rebel groups even agreed to the ceasefire, and others slowly reduced their overall involvement. Depending on how you define a war, the Second Congo War could be considered an ongoing conflict, as several regions of the Congo are still incredibly dangerous, and fighting continues to this day, 2 decades later. Between 1998 and 2008, over 350,000 people were killed as a result of violence, and an estimated 5.4 million people died from starvation or disease when the villages were wiped off the map, making it the deadliest war in the history of the African continent and among the deadliest in human history. Decades of corruption and violence have left their mark on the DRC. According to the Human Development Index, the Democratic Republic of Congo is ranked 175 out of 189 countries. 23% of the adult population is illiterate, and an estimated 50 million Congolese don't have regular access to clean drinking water, despite the country having more than half of the total freshwater reserves of Africa. And it turns out that Joseph Kabila, though a much more level-headed politician than his father, was still pretty corrupt, and though inflation had gotten more under control, much of the public funding and international aid in the Congo was still being funneled straight to politicians' pockets instead of to schools, roads, and hospitals. But on the bright side, there are signs of improvement in the region. In the 2018 general elections, Felix Tshisekedi replaced Joseph Kabila in the first peaceful transition of power since the country's independence from Belgium in 1960. The natural resources, especially copper and cobalt, give the DRC perhaps the richest natural reserves in Africa, and Chinese investment into their infrastructure could be a good chance to rebuild certain parts of society. We'll see down the road how the deal with China turns out. But for now, it seems to be just what the DRC needs. Today, the armed conflict between various rebel factions continues in the eastern provinces of the DRC, though on a much smaller scale than before, and the number of child soldiers has shrunk every year since the fighting began. For the sake of the 89 million people that live there, let's hope that the Second Congo War was the last of its kind, and that the DRC can finally escape corruption, instability, and the ghost of the brutal imperialism that started it all. So this video has been all about a very long war. If you'd like to watch the exact opposite of that, we got a video.
Yeah, actually, that is a pretty informative video. They covered a lot of different parts to the conflict in the Congo, which is still ongoing, ironically. But let's go further and take a look at a few things here. Let me see. Let me just adjust something real quick for you all while we bring up some more information here. Let me see here. Two seconds, y'all.
Stays alone.
This is reported in 2012 by Amnesty International. The main arms suppliers in the DRC include China, Egypt, France, South Africa, Ukraine, and the US. In the majority of cases examined, transfers have been allowed by supplier states in spite of the substantial risk. Let me turn this down a little bit. That's exactly what's going on here. Yeah, according to Amnesty International, in the majority of cases examined, transfers have been allowed by supplier states in spite of the substantial risk. The weapons are likely to be used for serious human rights abuses or war crimes in the DRC. Hubert, what's up, bro? You good?
Yeah.
Yes.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, man. I've been watching all the news on the Israeli Palestinian conflict, so I'm up to date. Basically. Yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much up to date. I know who's behind it. No, I'm saying it seems to be similar culprits. But what are your thoughts, brother? I mean, do you think what goes on in the conflict, in terms of numbers, life, in terms of the value of human life, do you think that tragedy in the Congo has been covered with the same respect for life, let's say, in the Israeli Palestinian conflict?
Not at all. And from what I know about it, they say it's the costliest war in terms of lives lost since World War II, because World War II was the granddaddy of them all, or whatever, when it comes to how many people died in that, like 50 some odd million or something, maybe more. I could be mistaken, but
right.
They say that the war in the Congo is the deadliest war since World War II. And yeah, hardly gets any press because they don't want to talk about, just like you said, the people that are actually behind it, because it's a bunch of extremely poor people with a whole bunch of very expensive weapons.
Right.
They don't really want to get into all that.
No. Yeah. It's I agree, brother. That's what popped in my head. I mean, ironically enough, I made a comment on my Facebook page today. I don't know if you saw it, but I made a comment and I no, it was yesterday. You probably saw it, and I said, regarding human rights, I'm paraphrasing. Um, some people's human rights are acknowledged while others deliberately are not. And I realized, I didn't realize this because I thought I was talking about black folk in Europe and their human rights in opposed to others, right? And then it occurred to me when I got a comment from a brother today. He was like, "You never hear them say that when they attack Africa." And it occurred to me right then, aha, he must think I'm talking about the Israeli Palestinian conflict. But that is how real the news coverage is. That's how,
Yeah,
because I must be talking about that, right?
and it's wisdom. That's how you know it's wisdom in what you're saying too, when people can get it conflated like that. But it's like that kind of reaction, and that's my point.
Yeah, that was the point. That was the point, actually. I mean, that's I mean, I'm happy to get the thought because it was, I guess, the brother was making a real point, but it was like I was talking about something else. I was talking about black folks' human rights in Europe, but this is how big the Israeli Palestinian conflict is in terms of how much space it takes in people's minds globally. And that's due to the news media and the states, the value that different states have put on that conflict, how relevant it is. I mean, it truly has the world at its beckoning, right?
It's the same thing with Ukraine. I remember some news reports that I was watching online where they like put them all together. They compiled all these scenes of reporters and news anchors that was straight up saying that basically this was more important to them because the people who are victims here have blue eyes and blonde hair and stuff like that. They were straight up saying
Right.
that stuff.
You paraphrasing, but yes, they were saying that kind of thing because there's the cultural context, which is often cited. It's cited, but then again, who makes up cultural context? Who defines what cultural context is? Right? They were basically saying, in their mind, right then and there, they were saying they look, sound,
They look
and
like
have
me.
a close. They look like me, so that's cultural. Right? Exactly. But here I am. I speak English. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how many Africans speak French? Right? How many Africans speak Spanish? How many speak English?
More black people speak French than France does.
I mean, we're more Christian than the Christians, damn near, right?
Yeah.
We're more Christian. Yeah. We're more even Islamic than the Islamists. You could say we're more. We're everybody. We're everybody, man. But yet
the thing that when people look to Israel and Palestine or at the Palestinians and they're like, that ain't got nothing to do with me over here, over there, whatever.
Right.
I don't even think it's an issue of people just don't see it. It being how they're screwing themselves with that kind of point of view. I don't even think it's an issue if they don't see it. I think they just don't care as long as it's not happening to them personally. Because even that person that was on the live the other day, when we was like, but there's black people over in Palestine too, and it was like basically not my kind of black. They ain't from where I'm from. So right. It's that same thing again of like Spider-Man origin story, basically. When he first got his powers, he wanted to use it just to have fun, to get recognition, and he was trying to do the wrestling thing and whatnot, just having fun. And he saw a crime in progress that he could have stopped, but he chose not to stop it. Like that ain't none of my business. It ain't got nothing to do with me. That kind of energy. And then
Right.
later on, the same burglar ended up
Killing his
murdering his
grandmother
uncle.
or grandfather or
His-
something like that, right?
yeah,
Or
his
uncle, right? Yeah,
uncle,
exactly.
Uncle Ben. Yeah.
And that's what inspired
Um,
him to become Spider-Man.
yeah. And hey, folks, I mean, we're seeing that this is an old lesson, really, but you saw it recently also in more recent times with like Sinetta
Hey,
talking
so
about how that girl ain't related to me no more and whatnot, so he didn't really care, blah blah blah. And then another
right.
girl ends up getting raped. It doesn't make sense to look at things that way. Your enemies are
Yeah, you know what
willing
it is?
to unite and organize, while
And
you're always
communicate.
finding every excuse to just remain scattered and shattered and not having anything to do with each other.
Yeah, they're willing to communicate. Other people are willing to communicate, and where, well, some other people, but maybe one of the triggers or reactions that we have is to shut down communication. That don't matter to me. They not like me. They're not, this and that. But it's like, hey, but guess what? How much of your tax dollars have gone to this conflict, right? And how later will this conflict catch up to you? Because we're all interconnected somehow, and so in other words, we're not willing. A lot of us are having problems. I won't say we're not willing because that's just a blanket statement, but many of us are having problems knowing how to communicate and knowing how to connect the dots. Maybe a lot of us aren't even connecting the dots at all. So that's enabling us to just put out a blanket thing. Like for me, I know Palestinians. I know some Palestinians, many Palestinians, and you can't help but to identify with the suffering going on there, just on a human level. That would be insane to not identify with that on a human level. That would be insane because no one would want to live there. Nobody would want to live like that, right? Except a person that's willing to die for their freedom. Only that person would go to that extreme, right? But also, there's plenty of Israelis that travel, and I also wouldn't want to be in their situation because I know this is not the way to get peace. I know myself. I know what's going on there. It's my opinion, of course, but as deep as I feel about like how I wouldn't want to be Palestinian and go through that, it's also like, damn, I'm also crazy enough to not even want to be Israeli because I know what's going on is not going to bring peace. It's just not going to do that. That's the last thing that is going to bring, right? So why is it so? I can know that at the same time to know that at the same time that I know that I'm not Israeli and I'm not Palestinian, but I could still identify with it and I could still connect it to other things. Like one of the things that I just realized today, right? Just in reading these notes, reading some of the articles, damn, I didn't even know Ukraine was somehow they're selling weapons in the Congo. Did you know that?
Not surprised.
I mean,
I
that's
didn't know,
post.
but not surprised.
Yeah, that's post this conflict, right, with Russia. I mean, prior to the conflict with Russia. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I mean, and I'm not just trying to single them out or anything because there's a lot of nations. And another factoid, right? I didn't know. Damn, Eritrea sent troops into the Congo into the first Congolese war. Did you know that?
I just know it's a lot of countries involved. Your Rwanda and Zimbabwe been involved. All kind of African countries been involved in that.
I mean, and I'm like, where the hell they get them weapons from? Where did they get the money, the resources, the time to invest that? I'm not saying that it was wrong. I'm not saying it was right, but it's just like, whoa, that shows you how interconnected people are, right? But, and even having said all of that, we could all admit, shit, man, that what's going on in the Congo definitely does not get anywhere as near the attention globally that the Israeli Palestinian conflict gets. And I think that's a starting place to communicate. I don't think, that's different. Making that statement is different from saying, I don't care. Or, what does that have to do with me? That has everything to do with you. Because if this is a pattern, and if this is a pattern that has emerged in the globe, I think we could safely say that, and we could look at that pattern across the globe. We could say, how invested is Chinese media outlets, private or otherwise, invested in talking about the Congo? Are they just as invested as Western news agencies are? Because Western news agencies are not invested. So what would that mean? What does that mean for Black folk? I mean, what do you think it means, bro?
I was just trying to keep a thought in my head while I'm listening to
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. You can revert back.
I'm just thinking that you often hear about that the Haitians defeated France and got their freedom from slavery. But it was more than that. They defeated France, Spain, and England. Those three different nations were working together to try to keep them down there and be defeated. And the only reason why they were able to was because all the people there in Haiti, because they weren't Haitians yet, but they were willing to finally put aside all of their little petty differences because their shared oppression was the most important thing. And they saw that their enemies, again, were willing to work. It doesn't make sense that you see that the villains of the story are willing to work with each other, but the good guys can't get it together. That's so weird. The villains have better communication skills and whatnot.
Right.
They have a healthier relationship with each other so that they can work and get goals accomplished. But the good guys are having problems with stuff like that.
Well, having said that, like in my last question, it was about that. I agree too. That's where that's the overall question, that we're facing right now as a people. But check this out. Also, having said that, talking about the media, right, and the global media's response to the Congo versus Palestine or Israel, that conflict. Where's the African Union been on the Congolese conflict?
A lot of them are involved in it.
I mean,
a lot of them are involved in it.
A lot of them are involved in it, right? So, yeah, and I think that should be an eye opener, like to a lot of people. Like, the more people you have involved in it, the less media coverage you're gonna get. Like, because if I'm involved in something, I'm not gonna be talking about it. Hey, y'all, I'm down there in the Congo. Look at what's going on. But like, that's a good barometer. Because it's like there's a lot of nations that aren't like, hey, y'all, I'm down there in the Congo. Look at, or they're not like, hey, y'all, look what's going on in the Congo. Because to me, that would suggest they're either directly or indirectly benefiting from the conflict. So why bring attention to it? And yeah, man. I think on the human rights scale, we definitely losing. African people are definitely losing that battle on the human rights scale, like in terms of how we and others view our lives on the human scale. It seems like we're not making that case. We don't see it or feel it. We don't embody it, that all people's I need to go to the what do the human rights say? What is the human rights charter? What's the first thing it says? What is it? Rights charter is all humans are. Yeah, here we go. I'm sorry. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Yeah, that's Article 1. I'm sorry. And right. Article 1, they are endowed with reasons and conscience and should act towards one another in spirit or brotherhood. Article 2, everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political, or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of political, jurisdictional, or international status of a country or territory to which persons belong, whether it be independent, trust, non-self-governing, or under any other limitation of sovereignty. Article 3, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. Yeah, bro. I
Full
don't
of
know,
crap.
man.
It's no different than some of the stuff, the lofty ideals written down on in certain American documents too, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence and whatnot. Sounds real nice, but they ain't really applying it. It makes me think about some years back. I know it was over a decade ago when they had the issue of the Somalians patrolling their coasts, and they of course distorted the story, made them look like a bunch of evil villains, made a whole movie out of it and everything. But Somalia is a completely broken down state, and they were doing their best to try to just patrol their own waters because you had a whole bunch of different nations. Like they and like people talked about, why didn't they take it to the United Nations? They did 2 times, but nobody did anything because a lot of those people in the United Nations, the nations that they represent, were involved in the crimes that were being committed there in the waters off Somalia, where they were doing a bunch of illegal fishing in their waters. There was toxic waste dumping going on in their waters, and it wasn't just a thing. This is why they were stopping all the ships and whatnot, because it wasn't just a thing of ships were coming through with big old placards that said toxic waste.
Right.
They would come in all kind of ships, including ships that were like labeled to be like humanitarian aid and whatnot, but they were there to dump toxic waste. So, but yeah, they tried to take it to the UN, but the UN was involved in it.
No, but, what'd you say?
I said they tried to take it to the UN. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, I didn't hear the last part. You said they tried to take it to the UN, but what? But
yeah, they tried to take it to the UN twice, and the problem was that there were people in the UN representing nations that were involved in the toxic waste dumping and the illegal, and then so on and so forth. Exactly.
Which is the conundrum ultimately of the UN. Essentially, the member states that make up the UN.
That's literally a case of, remember how Malcolm X said that you're supposed to take your criminal to court, not take your case to the criminal.
Right. Right. Exactly. And that's basically what has been the criticism of the that is basically what the criticism is of the UN body, that it's often not hearing the greater victim's side versus the perpetrator, the powerful perpetrator, essentially. The weaker you are in capitalism, the poorer you are in capitalism, the less your chances are of having those equal human rights validated or acknowledged. Yeah, man, it's too much. But yeah, man. So what we hearing right now? Oh, okay. Here's Andrea. She's Andrea. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I'm doing well.
Good morning. Yeah, you
Oh,
getting there.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Sometimes
Yeah.
I forget to sleep, and then when I do sleep, it's like, wow, I slept really good. How did that happen?
I've been asleep for 20 hours. Didn't even know it. Uh-huh.
Exactly, exactly.
But no, to you guys, with your what's your name today? What's his name? What's your name today?
Yeah, what's his name today?
My name is Hubert.
Hubert. To what you guys are saying about the UN. So why then would the US follow the UN and about reparations when they're doing all this other dirt? If they're not coming to the aid of the people like they're supposed to, like the Somalians and stuff, like why would the US listen to them? Huh?
Well, that's
when it comes to reparations.
Yeah,
The U.S. doesn't.
that's the
That's the question. I know they don't, but why would they? Why would they listen to them if they got their hands in the kitty too, and they're not providing and helping? Why would the U.S. listen to them?
if countries don't hold the U.S., if they don't have punitive, if they don't take some sort of punitive action, other nation states against the U.S., and this includes African nation states, by the way, if they do not take punitive actions on the UN level against the United States, then the United States doesn't really have any particular reason to pay reparations before, let's say, Denmark does. You see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Some other nation that was involved in the slave trade does. So it is a conundrum. It's that exact same conundrum. It's the same conundrum, you know?
Yeah, I'm wondering too why the Hebrew Israelites ain't running over there to fight the battle. Why they ain't over there? Why they didn't run?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why they
That's
still?
a whole
Why?
nother. That's
Yeah.
embarrassing.
They would just.
That's embarrassing. You're trying to
They would
embarrass
just-
us now, Andrea. Well, why?
Why you ain't over
They
there?
would just-
They fighting with your people.
They would just get treated like crap by the side they're trying to fight for.
Yeah,
Simple as that,
that's what I'm
'cause they-
saying. Why?
There's
Oh,
some
I'm
Hebrew
just understanding your question now.
living over there in Israel.
Oh,
Some from Ethiopia, some that came from America way back in the day, and they get treated like crap
Yeah.
by the Israelis.
I'm sorry, Andrea. You were saying how come the Hebrew Israelites, the Black Hebrew Israelites,
Yeah.
over there in Israel fighting
Why?
right now?
Yeah, even
that-
those here in America, how come they didn't hop on the next plane and go over there to try to help out? I mean, that's their people, that's their country. Why they ain't over there since they claim that's where they're gonna wind up at? Why don't they go and fight so they can get their land?
That's
Yeah.
true.
And so instead of being over here being a bunch of pedophiles, why ain't they running over there? You know? I'm just saying, they got a cause. You know,
Yeah, nah,
and
they
I notice they ain't running none of them. Anytime there's some kind of civil, unrest over there, they ain't running over there. Oh, we're gonna get our land back. This is a good time. No, they don't run. They stay right here in America. Wait till the dust settles.
Israelis be having like Klan rallies in the streets against the black population in Israel.
Yeah. Like, yeah, we appreciate you coming over and helping, but now you need to get your ass back, go back to America or where you came from. Yeah.
You know, by the way, there was at one time some there. That's an interesting. As a matter of fact, that's so true. Let's see here. Black Hebrew Israelites in Israel.
They're there. They're still there.
There was, yeah, here they go. They showed up. I mean, but I don't know if they have a gun in their hand. But I don't know if they're attacking Hamas or if
and they came from America. I'm talking about the ones who live here who keep hollering. You know, they the ones, we the ones. Did they run over there to help?
Notice how you could always type that term up and they know exactly who you're talking about. They know exactly. They're not confusing you. They're not talking about Ethiopians and shit.
Nope.
They know who you're talking about. Them Americans.
These folks are from back in the day. Like I said, from folks from out of Chicago and stuff. They're from way back in the day.
Yes, they made it over there, but then there was a bunch of scandals, that came up. One with their nationality, ironically, but also I think the FBI was looking for some of these people for crimes. Not to blanket all of them, but I'd be willing to bet that if you click on a few of these names, you would find some FBI scandal some kind of things they were saying that, I've looked into this a while ago, but then I just I dropped it. But this is the faith-based conversation here. They've been there. They've been going there for a long time. Status in Israel. It is unclear whether Israel was always the end goal for the community or whether Ben Ami received another vision. Oh my God! In 1969, when the community was in Liberia, telling them to take the community to its real promised land, Israel. The African Hebrew Israelite community believes that this ambiguity does not lessen its desire to establish a home in Israel. The group aimed to immigrate to Israel under the Israel law of return.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do the first one first.
But yeah, all this is all about them believing that Bible says that's who those people say they are. And, they ain't gonna go out there, they believe that, it says you bless them, not bless you, you curse them, I'll curse you. They believe that. Even though I was gonna talk to Abraham, but they believe that applies to all them people, except for the black Hebrews.
Let me ask you this, Andrea. How many, and also Hubert, how many do you all think that this conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians is ever going to end in our lifetime?
That came on. I don't think so.
Okay.
It could, or it could not. But I know that the only way it's going to end most likely is with them just wiping out Palestinians.
Mm. Yeah,
because nobody's coming to help.
Turn that up. This one didn't come. Turn that on again. Sorry, you guys.
Coming to help. It's okay. No, nobody's coming to help. That's become very obvious. And I even myself wonder if the lip service and the minimal arms, organizing by Hamas or whoever it is really designed to deliver some sort of help, or if it's designed to make sure help never comes, like just to keep it ignited, just to keep it, I wonder myself, is the whole idea to just get rid of Israel and Palestine, like altogether, like just get rid of it?
Sounds like a possibility.
Or because to me, it just seems like, there's almost no way Palestinians can fight their way out of this physically without their own neighbors.
They won't even let them leave.
Yeah, without their own neighbors saying stop this. Like right now, their own neighbors aren't even, like Egypt's not saying stop it. There's nobody coming out that's anywhere saying we are going to war over this Palestinian. It's Hamas, and Hamas is supposedly funded by Iran. Iran is not a neighbor of Israel. Iran is not a neighbor of Palestine. Don't you think it's kind of a weird situation? Like, it's a conundrum. It doesn't say much. It doesn't seem much pressure on it. That's one of my thoughts, though.
They don't want to have to the U.S. because that's who's behind it. And a lot of them folks are just already allied with the U.S. whether it's admitted or not. It's like all them terrorists that they have over there, and that all those, like they claim that the Arabs, the Islamic Arabs and whatnot, they claim that they all hate Jews in Israel, but they never do anything to them. The Islamic Arabs are always like the terrorists. They're always just fighting other Islamic peoples. You never hear about the what do they call ISIS or the ones before them, Al Qaeda and whatnot. You never hear about them attacking Israel. They were always going after just other Islamic peoples.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
go ahead, Andrea. Yep.
I just wonder why that particular scripture where it talks about, he tells Abraham, I'll bless them that bless you, I'll curse them. Why doesn't that apply to the Black Hebrew Israelites? Why? Why doesn't it apply to them? Right? They'll take the scripture that says that they're cursed, right? They'll take that one for some odd reason, but they don't want to take the other. You claim you're a descendant of Abraham, right? But yet at the same time, you want to put yourself under a curse instead of being those, like the people over there who believe that they are, and they're walking in what they believe that they are, and they're getting all these billions of dollars every year from America. And Black Hebrew Israelites ain't getting a damn thing. But ain't you from the same group of people? I don't understand that part.
You raised another excellent point, just so people know who Andrea is speaking about. Because the words don't give it context. It's more like these pictures right here do. But it's true, Andrea. They getting their money.
Yeah.
Israel's getting the other Israel's money.
Yeah.
It's true. And these guys don't seem to want none of that money.
Like, where you at, Terrell? Real answer that question for me. Where you at, bruh? Come on out here and answer that question. Why y'all want to stick to that curse, but you don't want to look at the blessing that God said he promised Abraham? I'm just confused. I'm confused.
Are they even suing anybody for this money?
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes.
And anything? Yeah. I don't know. But
yeah. It's good. Yeah. I'm just, those thoughts kind of cross my mind every time I hear that. I'm like, okay, they gone to war, and there's going to be billions of dollars that Americans going to give to them again. They ain't got to worry about nothing. They ain't even got to put any money in the war. They got so much money from America that it ain't their money they spend it,
Mm-hmm.
Because America gonna give them some more. And I don't think they really believe that scripture to be true, honestly. I just think they use that as an excuse to continue doing the dirty that we are known to do.
But it would be interesting to hear a statement from the Black Hebrew Israelites in America, actually. Like, we don't really even know like where they stand in this conflict. Maybe they're like we don't give a damn, let them all die. Maybe that's their take on it, or maybe they're actually for Israel, or maybe they're for, but with no statement, we would never know.
Never.
We will never actually really know. And yeah.
I guess they consider them the Esau. I guess they would consider them the Esau Jews or something. But them damn Esau, if you consider them Esau, they getting your blessing. Now, I'm just saying, it just makes no sense. They talk a big game, but all they want to do is come over here and be a bunch of pedophiles. But they don't want to go out there. They don't want to go out and stake their claim to what they say is rightfully theirs. Well, you can't be cursed and blessed at the same time, because even the Bible says blessings and cursing shouldn't come out the same mouth. But yet you want to curse your own people. You want to talk bad about, Africa. Africans, they're not my brother. You want to do all that. But them ones who you claim that you're supposed to be over are reaping the benefits of what you claim is yours. You guys are a bunch of liars, and the truth ain't in you. Not an ounce of it.
And it would be interesting to hear them speak about it. Although I don't think they will. I don't think there's anything they can say that would make any sense.
Nope. I agree.
Maybe there's something. No, I don't know.
They'd have to come up with some stuff, some real good stuff, because it just makes no sense to me.
But Andrea, let me ask you this, because I just want to get a sense of what people think here. Do you, in your lifetime, how much would you say that the Israeli Palestinian conflict has been a political norm in your lifetime?
Yes.
Okay.
Constant. It's a constant, battle over a little strip of land. Constant. That again, them damn Hebrews claim is theirs. A little piece of land. Little piece.
Right.
All them folks can't live on that little piece of land. It's crazy. Yeah, but it's been going on for a long time. This ain't new. It ain't new. And yet people, the end times are coming here. The end time for those people over there. Yeah.
Right.
Innocent people dying behind some bogus bullshit. It's just insane. Insane.
Why do you think it's bogus? Just out of curiosity, just to hear your point.
Because they keep creating these false reasons to keep going into conflict. And I just think it's just a ploy to keep getting free money, especially for Israel. That they ain't got it. They just sit back on their laurels. Nobody's trying to, you know. I would say that the Palestinians are probably trying to hold them to an account that everybody else doesn't want to hold them to. So, you know, it's easy. Like they quit holler, you know, you're an anti-Semite. But as soon as you tell them that you're doing something wrong, you're an anti-Semite. Israel knows they ain't supposed to be doing what they're doing over there. But yet they want, because we dummies here in America who believe that they are those people who the Bible talks about, you know, oh, you shouldn't be saying that. You're talking against God's people. Well, I ain't seen a godly thing out of them yet. Yeah. So, you know, we don't know who really started it. That's what we get told, right? We don't know who really started. We don't know whether Israel did something behind the scenes. We don't know. All we hear is the outcry now. Oh my God, look what they're doing. It's a war and all. You know, well.
Right. Yeah, and nobody's ever going to get down to who started it.
Ever.
You know, like, you know,
it's not in their interest to do that.
The people who started it was the people who came there in 1947 or whatever. They weren't having them wars before that.
Oh, right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, but isn't it true that people are going to argue, like, even that dynamic? Isn't it true that people are going to argue both sides of that conflict, both sides of that question there, even with who came? I mean, because we can scientifically, yeah, that's correct. Like, we know they arrived that date. Physically, we know that was a political discussion that took place, or most of us should know. 1947, right? What year was that again?
Yeah, 1947, 48.
Yeah, 1947, something like that, right? Now, so we know that conversation went on with the migrant, as far as the migrants, people fleeing the Nazis around the world, right? Wanted to somehow settle in Israel or Palestine and create a homeland because of that conflict, right? Isn't that about right? Isn't that? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
That's the idea, right?
A group of people had a genocide being committed against them, and you had people from all over the world that came together and took them out of that situation and brought them to that land where they're now committing genocide against the people who were already there.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And this is, we're dealing with about oddly something like 26 million people here in question. Like, how many people are we talking about? We're talking about, presently, the population of Israel is, including the Palestinians. Wouldn't that be like 25 million altogether? I think. No, that's less, man. I think we're talking about less than 20 million here. We're talking about more closer to 15 million.
Population of Israel, they say, is 9.3 million, and the population of Palestine is like 2.3 million, so about 11 million and change.
Okay, and then the diaspora would be due to Palestinians largely, and that's like another couple million outside. I think there's more outside than there are inside of Palestine. So, yeah, I guess you could say 15 million. I don't know, more give or take, right? But this conflict right here. Let's see here. What are the numbers on it? Let me just go over to how much aid has Israel received? How much foreign aid? How much foreign aid? Received.
Andrea, what you eating? Sound like you're eating a juicy, succulent fruit of some sort.
I'm not eating anything. I'm out in my yard pulling weeds out of my yard.
Yeah, see.
We finally got some cool weather, so I got to get out here while it's nice and cool.
She don't want to share. That's what she
I'm not
told me.
eating. I'm not eating. You hear the wind blowing. I'm not eating anything.
All right, let me say military aid. I don't know. I don't know if that matters. How much foreign military? I want it all typed in together, all put together. Okay, here we go. From the U.S., 264 billion in foreign aid from the U.S. since 1946. Okay, that's not from everybody. That's just the U.S.
Just
right?
the U.S.
Hmm.
Yeah,
They're making that information
but they don't have
hard
money
to
for
come by.
us. Huh? But
Oh,
they
let me
don't
see.
have
Shaka,
money
what's
for
up? Shaka and David, yeah,
reparations.
and Donnie. Okay, Shaka and David, let me see here. Shaka says 6 million Jews in Israel. Okay, so maybe 9 million is the diaspora altogether. 6 million in the U.S. No, we're not talking about Jews, brother. We're talking about Israelis. Sorry. Yeah, that's true though. It's a good distinction to make because one is the religion, the other is Israelis, which are citizens, people that live in Israel or have a claim to the state. Let me see here. From what I read concerning the situation, the prime minister is ultra conservative and far right. The Israeli population doesn't want new leadership. Yeah, I've heard something to that effect also, Beverly, that no guns and Iron Dome ain't working out. Yeah, they got guns though, brother. I do not think guns is prohibited in Israel. In fact, I think every citizen might even have a gun in their home. Every home's got a gun, bro, in Israel. But the Iron Dome is not working. That's for sure. But 264 billion. That's from 1946 to 2023. Wow.
Yeah, but
That's
we don't have money to pay reparations to Black Americans. Yeah, we don't have any
no,
money.
no.
We're broke.
Yeah.
Broke.
And this is to a small population too, by the way. This is I mean, how many? This is like 2-3 generations. 1940. That's like grandkids would be born around right now. That's like 3 generations. But nonetheless, we're talking about $1 billion each generation, and we're
Yep.
not including. This is not including the what is that the inflation.
Yeah.
The inflation would definitely put this up closer to $1 trillion or above, maybe 2 trillion. Because I mean, come on, easily, maybe even more than 2 trillion. Because what? I mean, we're talking about since 1946, inflation. Let me see something. U.S. inflation chart since 1946. Let's see what they say. I mean, the inflation has got to be like ridiculous because, I mean, oh well, here we go. Damn. Yeah, this is inflation. Let me put. Hold on. This is from the Federal Reserve System. Let me make this bigger, and I'm gonna switch it over here to the so everybody can see it. Let me see something. Can y'all see this one? Yeah. Okay. So if I go down, here's the chart. Let me make the chart bigger. 1970. Hold on. Market U.S. Treasury. Now let's go back. What is the timeline? Well, the timeline. Oh, it can't even fit all this. It can't even do the math. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me go back to another one. I'm sorry about that. It actually can't do the math on this. I just tried to get it to. Let me go back. Isn't this it right here? Okay, let me do it this way then. Yeah, maybe that's it. All right. All right, let me try a different chart. I'm sorry. Cuz it needs to be clear, and it's not clear on this one. Let me see. U.S. inflation chart. Let me just say U.S. inflation chart. $19.47. Now I'm going to go to this. See what it says. 1946 to 2023. They don't have a. Here we go. Okay. By year. This is better, I presume. Can you all hear me?
Can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Come on. Let me see here. Is this? I'm not getting a graphic view though. Let me see. Where is the graphic view? Am I just? Well, what am I? Let me see. All time balance. Oh, I know what I got to do. I got to say graphic. U.S. inflation calculator. All righty. So this looks a little better. So 19. Okay. Okay. This has got the whole year, right? January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Yep. Okay. So let's go to 1947. $18.1. Wait, am I doing something? Table of inflation rates percent. Oh, I see. Hold on. This is not right. Something's not right here. What am I doing wrong? Hubert, what am I doing wrong here, bro?
You.
I'm not getting the right rates here.
I mean, it's. I think that's a harder thing to figure out because you'd have to do like per year how much money they were given, and then do the inflation for that year, and then with each year and so on. I don't know if you're gonna be able to just find like the right chart or graphic to just give you the total inflation.
I had to word it differently. Here we go. The value of $1. That's a different. That's what this is. Inflation calculator. $1 in the 1800s was worth $24 today. Exactly. This is more the conversation. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get at. It's true. You can word it right. It's so important to word it correctly. But let's say start year 1947. 1947. Now let's calculate it. 1947 to 2023. $1 in 1947 is the equivalent in purchasing power to $13.77. Okay, so right. And we're not really going to get a clear number because obviously now we got to go year by year when we're talking about the amount of U.S. aid Israel has gotten. But it's clear that 13, just the amount that they got, 13.7. And let me do something else. We'd have to go year by year, but let me just say from 1990. Oh, we can't compute. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's what it was. Sorry. 1990. And this is over double. The dollar had an inflated sugar. Right. So it's over double. It's 2.5 from the 90s, from 1990, the inflation rate. Okay. Yeah, so we dealing with reparation numbers though for African Americans. That's clear. You know, that's definitely clear. 100 and that's trillion from 1990, and if you go back another 50 some odd years, then obviously you're talking about even more, right? But again, the numbers have to be factored out, but it's good enough to be a comparable number. I mean, let me ask you this, Andrea. How relevant is what has been going on in the Congo with conflicts in Africa, or even let's say what's going on in the expulsion of the French in Western Sudan? How relevant is that to African Americans? How relevant do you think that should be, or is it relevant at all?
I think I think when we look at, if we're going to consider ourselves, African American, even though some Black Americans don't consider themselves such and so, I think we should look at all that and how it impacts, down the road, how it's going to impact our children and children's children and so forth and so on. Because
Yeah, your internet broke up on the last part of your comment, Andrea.
how it is, I mean, you can just look at it. They don't care. They don't care how they treat. They haven't cared. They use that Bible to justify their actions especially against people of color. Or I'm gonna say, forget the people of color, against Black people, because even the laws here in America are written to disparage Black people. It's not for anybody else. It's for us. So.
And Hubert, what do you think about that? I mean, how relevant?
What was the question?
How relevant? Yeah, go ahead.
You'd have to find out. I would say, if people don't care about the lives, at least, then you'd have to find out about what all the U.S. gets from that region of the world. It's like I said. That's why I gotta find that old audio lecture that I had about entitled "Why Come Back to Africa," where they're discussing what all America gets from these different African nations, what all that stuff goes into in your daily lives, your computers, and your cell phones, and all kind of stuff that they're getting from the raw materials out of Africa, and what would happen if you lost access to that stuff. How would it actually affect the country? How would it affect the economy, the military, all of that?
Yeah,
it's a real good.
Yeah, because it is it kind of being as though there's the diaspora kind of across the world, it affects us in a different way, and it seems like African Americans overall, we're in a situation where our nation is the most powerful country on earth, clearly, right? But again, we are struggling to exist within that nation.
Yeah, powerful and prosperous. I mean, just powerful and prosperous.
Powerful and prosperous, right? It's projected to make even more next year, exactly, and in the next 10 years and beyond is projected, and and we find ourselves at the same time struggling to exist, right, within that same country, and in a way, our politics seem to be like one that is disjointed from most of the world at this point. We don't seem to be having any much conversation about what's going on in other parts of the world. I think for me, and I'm not saying that about African Americans, but also even the diaspora in general. So I'm only asking because I'm having a hard time being able to distinguish how much of it is fear based, how much of it is subjugation based, and then how much of it is pure political based, like consciousness. Like, I'm aware of what's going on in other parts of the world, but I'm an American, and that's it. Because the reason why I ask it that way is because if you look into Europe in the diaspora, you don't hear a lot of these conversations going on at all, but it not publicly, especially not in Denmark, right? But you at the same time, I have a hard time believing that it's for reasons of being disjointed. Like, you can make an argument that African Americans the ethnic group have been in the Americas for centuries now. So therefore their politic, their way of life, their view of things may be a little different. But that argument is not the same argument being made in Europe. Ironically, even though to some degree they have always been Africans in Europe for the same reasons that African Americans ended up in America, but the percentage is not comparable. The percentages are not comparable. And so most of the population is more recent, 1 or 2 generations on large, right? So I would expect the politic to be a little different. So that's the reason why I'm asking. I don't know if I was being too long-winded with the question, but do you think it's out of being disjointed, or do you think it's out of being like purely aware, politically aware in terms of African Americans, like the lack of conversation or the lack of care about what seems to be going on? I mean, and I say that because the brother we were talking about, the brother said, what's going on in Israel and Palestine doesn't concern me, right? What's going on in Ukraine doesn't concern me. But we already said Ukraine, they were selling weapons in the Congo prior to the Russian conflict. The U.S. Israel gets African Americans tax dollars. Israel gets African diaspora tax dollars from every European nation that supports Israel in these conflicts, or weapon-wise, or even outside of the conflicts, just humanitarian aid or other types of aid. So shouldn't we be like having that conversation?
I mean, for the most part, black folks don't.
Stop taking. You need to do birth control, and you do all that stuff. They're like, okay, so you don't want to control your birth rate in your on this continent. We're going to starve you to death. I mean, yes, we should be. We should be looking at all that, because they do the same thing here in America. It's the same stuff. We get all the bad water, but then they want to blame the people for, how they're living. Well, you got all this lead in the water. You got all this stuff going on, and you don't think that's going to affect people's behavior? We should be talking about it globally. Put aside all your religion and your politics. This is affecting us around the world. It's not just here in America, and it's not just, in Africa. It's global. And we should all lay aside all of those differences that came to us from other people and come together and talk and shoot. I don't know much how things are going to be affected outside of talking about it, but if something has to be done. I mean, and what that is, I don't know. But yes, we should be having this discussion, because it does affect everybody. And it is our tax dollars that every time you turn around, somebody else is in trouble, and they're taking their goods from Africa to be able to do the things that they do. America wouldn't be as powerful as it is if they weren't the big bullies on the block, right? We got the weapons, we got this, we got that, so we can come to your land and take your shit when we want to, right? But then we're supposed to be these Christian people at the same time, but then you're practicing how you execute that Christian theology you're barbaric. You're far from what you claim to be, right? So, all that stuff has to be laid aside. We can't keep holding on to this stuff in lieu of survival of Black people.
If there was any, like, if there was if you compare the expulsion of the French, right, in the Western Sahara, and the war in the Congo, right, or the leftovers of the war in the Congo, the smaller conflicts that are still ongoing there in the East, right? Which one would you say should be of greater concern in terms of news value for African diaspora?
what's going on in the Congo.
Okay.
I mean, to me that's like a no-brainer. When there is when the numbers of how many people die compared to others is so you know just way beyond the pale. Ain't no conversation to be had. That conversation needs to be talked about what's going on over there. Again, they always want to paint us as if we're these children that can't take care of ourselves, but yet you empower everybody else to take care of themselves. You're not. America in particular, I can't speak for any other country. America in particular empowers other nations to be able to fight against their enemies. But when it comes to us, unless we give up something to get it, we ain't getting a damn thing from them.
Right. What you think about that, Hubert? You think it's one has more value than the other right now, or do you think they both do?
I mean, probably at the end of the day, they both do.
Okay, I hear you, Andrea. Yeah.
I mean,
But go ahead, Hubert.
more lives have been lost in the Congo, so that's always gonna just make
in terms
that
of the
more
death
pressing.
toll and the loss of life. Yeah, the Congo wins. But yeah, okay.
And they're not gonna, America is not gonna talk about that because they know they got skin in the game, right?
Well, check this out. I think they're both valuable in terms of news, but for different reasons. I think what's going on in the Western, I think it's the same story actually, in a sense, in terms of Western media or global media attention. Like, it doesn't seem to be a lot of focus, because obviously if you kick out the French and these countries are saying they want to reform their economies, they want to become a regional group in themselves, right? Because obviously they won't have the French dollar anymore. They won't be working with that, so they have to make different allies for trade and military security, things like that. They're basically going to become a block. They're going to become a block of groups of states, that are more so working together. But to me, it seems like that would be a big news story also, just because of the aspirations that it could have for Africa. I mean, to me, it seems like that. Now, but for different reasons. Like I said, the Congo, for other reasons, the just extreme, vast amounts of loss of life that have gone on there, that should be, and compared to what's going on in Israel, that dwarfs the Palestinian conflict by 100 scale, the suffering. But in terms of what's going on in the Western Sudan, I also believe it's like very quiet. It's very quiet. It almost seems like most of the media attention came at the ousting of the French, and then that's kind of like, that's it. Where's the media? Like no follow-up stories. So what's going on now?
And they're not going to follow up because that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You let them then just get you out their country. That's embarrassing. They're not going to keep talking about that.
Right. I find it very peculiar. And I'm more interested in what's going on and oh, by the way, these are neighboring countries. These are the neighboring regions. It's not like the Congo is far from Western Sahara. They're neighbors too. Actually, they're actually neighboring countries. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. It seems like, for me, I'm interested in knowing what's going on in the Western Sahara, particularly because at first, for me, the big story was, wow, they're kicking out the presidents. The elections, they're not going to have, or the elected officials are being ousted now. So at first I was like, whoa, this is not going to be nice. Like, democracy, everybody gets a vote. that ensures that everybody's getting a vote. But now, some months down the line, I haven't heard any bad stories. Like, I haven't heard anything about the government's now, turning against its people, beating people in the street, forcing people to shut up. I haven't heard anything about any oppression. I mean, that's typically what you would hear from like states that don't. So maybe the story is that these new leaders are not tyrants. They're not Marxists. They're not, those that would be associated with, stopping the speech.
Yes, on that one, only time will tell, right? I mean,
right.
We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but time will reveal that.
Yeah,
sooner or later.
Time will. Yeah, that's true. And that is also something people need to be cautious about establishing. But I would be curious. Let me see something. Let me just for good measure. Let me see something here. Let me go back to let me see. Current situation in Burkina Faso, for example, because this is the youngest leader. And I think he may be the youngest African leader currently. But I want to get let me see, is this Burkina Faso latest news? Okay. You know what? Now you see this. Okay, let me just say international news, Burkina Faso. And I find it okay. Here we go. These are the there's the Guardian. There's obviously three. Look, there's two French media outlets. There's a Euronews. I don't know where they're from. There's the Independent. Look, there's the BBC. Okay, let me start off with the BBC just to see what date I was published. Because to me, it seems like they would have news coming out of here every day. Look, this is October 9th. So that's not too long ago. Burkina Faso, that's just a few days ago. Commander linked to failed coup killed. Burkina Faso commander linked to failed coup. Burkina Faso security forces have killed a fugitive commander wanted for his role in last month's reported coup attempt. What? Ismail Tahabugu was implicated in the plot and had been on the run after being summoned by the military prosecutor for questioning. He was among military officers accused of taking part in the failed coup against Captain. Okay, so this is a coup against the new leader. That's what they're talking about. Okay, I got it. So, damn, there was a coup, huh? A coup attempt. A coup against a coup. Okay. I don't, for me, this is not a lot of news. I'm not seeing a whole lot of news, but let me just check this one out here just to see something. This was September 28th. Says coup attempt foiled, right? This is about the coup. I mean, actually, that's damn near. I hope this ain't about the coup. Let me see here. Is this about the coup? Let me see. Yeah. Plane carrying two evacuees from Niger lands in Paris. Okay. Okay, that's about the evacuees. Is this one? Let me see here. I mean, I would just think that they would have some. Maybe it's because the news media have been kicked out. Maybe. Yeah, but yeah, and they don't want international media inside right now. But yeah,
because what it seems like to me is like the younger generation is tired of this old mindset, right? Mm-hmm. That's happening here. They're telling these. I was watching a video clip the other day. These young folks say, "We coming. We don't like what you're doing." and we're gonna get you up out of here. They don't like all this stuff. It's just ridiculous. All this oppression and stuff that they keep trying to put on people for the sake of gain, for greedy, because you're greedy. You know, you don't care about your constituents. All you care about is being in office for forever until you die in office, like Dianne Feinstein did. It's just ridiculous. What you got to be 90 years old still? Stop. Like, stop it. Let the people come up who need to take over, who are really going to be leading this country down the road. You know. But anyway,
I'm curious about
crazy.
This. Okay, let me go back. Let me just do one more thing here. Have Western media been kicked out of Burkina Faso? Crackdown on foreign media. Nah, I mean,
Surprise, really?
This is 23. Yeah, that's true. So they have suspended some French. Well, I wonder how. Okay, they've suspended some French media. Okay, people gather to show their support for Burkina Faso's new military leader, Ibrahim Traore, and demand the departure of the French ambassador. But did they do that? Did they do the media also, or is that just the media voluntarily doing this? Burkina Faso junta-led government on Monday suspended French news outlet, right? Okay, Jeune Afrique print online operations in the country, accusing it of seeking to discredit the military. Okay, well, so that's one. Okay, so that's not French media. That's one French outlet, right? That's one French outlet. He blamed a new and misleading article titled "Tensions Persist in Burkina Faso Army" and published. Okay, so they're accusing him of trying to create a split in the people or in the army ranks. Let me see here. Federalists. Let me see this. Oh no, this is September. Okay, hold on. Right, this is RF1, and this pretty much I'm guessing is going to say the same thing. But right, it's the same outlet, Juan. So, you know, I don't know. I think the media is playing a big role in this stuff, bigger role, especially. I mean, there's no way in hell. I'm sorry to say this, but there's no way that the Israeli Palestinian conflict can garnish so much attention. What is the value? Okay, let's just say that it does on its own. Would you think that it's about the people of Israel or Palestine or something else? I mean,
something else.
It's got to be something else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't see, you know, it's like when all of these things happen, the media doesn't just outright, not the media, like there's one media, but I've never seen media just all of a sudden organize as one, you know, one across the world. The whole world is interested in what's going on in Israel and Palestine. And my thoughts are, I don't know, I'm a little distrusting. What do you think about that, Hubert? Is it about the people or something else, bro?
It's just about their interests in that part of the world. That's all.
The money.
If it was Palestine that was on the winning end of that, they wouldn't be covering it the way that. You know, I talked about before how, you know, the identity of whiteness conjured up in the middle of chattel slavery, how it's something that says that, you know, these people who classify themselves as white are more important than everybody else, superior, get to treat everybody else if they want to, and so on and so forth. The idea of Jewishness, the identity of Jewishness, functions the same way, because that's their whole premise for coming there in the first place, is to say that they're God's chosen people, that's their land by God's decree and whatnot, and that's why they're there doing what they're doing and being backed up by a bunch of people with an identity that's very similar to theirs. So I think I mean, that's just their kinsmen, and they have certain interests, you know, in the raw materials and what in that area.
Do you think it's more cultural, sharing cultural values more than it's the money? Oh yeah. You know, I mean, hell no. Hell no. I mean, so, go ahead. Go ahead. Say that again.
'Cause there's been some cases sometimes where I've seen that money meant more than anything when it comes to those folks. There's been other times where I saw that the ideology meant more to them even than money, to the point where they'll even screw themselves. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right, it's hard. Yeah. Go. Because the reason why I asked that is because, or maybe that's not the way to ask it, because it doesn't have to be one. It doesn't have to be one
Or the other.
one dimensional. The concept of money. It doesn't have to come out in a one dimensional way. Like, for example, Donald Trump, how he speaks about it is different than how Biden speaks about it. Right? I mean, but it could both be about money. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but I mean, come on. I mean, do you really
Could be a little bit of both.
It could be a little of both also, right? It could be mixed up a little bit, right? But I myself, I've never seen a superpower take the side of people. Like, I'm sorry, I'm American myself, and I'm not anti-American, right? But I myself have a very hard time believing that what politicians say is true. And when they go out on the stage and they start talking about cultural heritage and the history and blah, 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 and all of these things, and they can do that for one group of people and back it up with billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, and then not do that for the next, based on the same set of histories, same set of values, right? Pretty much. And even a deeper need to rectify and back up, right? When I see the flip-flop there so much, to be so extreme, I can't for 1 second believe that that this shit is about human life. I can't. I myself think, sadly, I mean, just given history, what I know about history, I can't help but to think that, no, this is about money, and that the United States really, in reality, just like China, just like Russia, 5 million more people, 10 million more people dying. What has that ever meant to the world? I mean, the world keeps going, right? The world, and isn't that the goal of any country, for them to keep going, regardless of what happens to somebody else? Isn't that the ultimate goal? I mean, I hate to put it out there like that, but I just mean, like, I mean, if I put it to you this way, if control over Israel meant the death of everyone in Israel, Palestinian or Jew, if you were to gain control of that, how many nations would say no to that control and put the lives of those people first before? You see what I mean? If those two things were juxtaposed, like, if you couldn't have both, if you couldn't have the lives of all those people at the same time you have control, which one do you think folks would, foreign nations would choose?
To choose to protect or whatever, take care of.
Protect the civilian population, or to have control over that region? Which one do you think would be more valuable to another state, to a foreign state, to a.
I mean, I I I think the importance for them of Israel in that region just has to do with, like, you know how America has military bases in all these different countries. It's I kind of look at Israel a little bit like that, like they're trying to build up a ready military force right there to be able to just deal with any of them countries that they need to deal with when it comes to getting that oil.
Okay.
Like having a strategic partner militarily in that region like that. That's
Yeah, it kind of goes without saying, right? In
yeah.
other words, like American interests are for survival of America, of the U.S. That comes first, and so and it's also the same with most nations on Earth. With other nations, I mean, is there another nation on Earth whose constitution speaks different?
whose constitution speaks different.
Yeah, to that notion, like they all pretty much say we're here for the survival of our people, right?
Oh,
To defend our nation. That's the first thing at any
yeah,
cost, pretty much, right?
yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah.
it's a shame because everyone can see that Israel just wants that whole area. They want that whole land to themselves. And you don't see like a group of these European countries along with America and whatnot getting together and offering the Palestinians somewhere else to go, somewhere else where they can be, so that like, aside from shooting rockets and killing people and whatnot or whatever, just so that they can be somewhere where they can control their own water, their own food, their own electricity, so on and so forth. They're not even being offered that, because for the United States and these other countries to make that offer, they'd have to admit that there's something going on the regular that's terribly wrong and bad and evil and whatnot. They don't want to have to admit that the Israelis are committing genocide. And that's what that would be if they made that offer. So literally the whole thing is to just watch it happen, but just don't talk about it. Don't report on it. They really plan to just watch these people get slowly exterminated. That's the plan. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's basically the plan right now. Do you see these numbers? Let me see something here if you can see them. You see this? Data are concurrent in US dollars. Burkina Faso external debt for 2021 was 10 trillion. Is that right? 296 billion, 765 million, $810. Of
It's 10
5.53.
billion.
Is this 10 billion or 10 trillion?
Billion.
That's 10 billion? Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's no zero. Yeah, that's true. Sorry. 10 billion. I'm sorry. 200 and 10 billion, 296,765. You sure about that? Let me see something here. Just to make sure here.
That would be amazing if they owed trillions.
Well, I mean, that would be amazing. Look at this. I think it's billions. I think you're right. I just wanted to make sure since you corrected me that I was seeing this right. Look at this. This is from 2010 to 2021. Okay. You know what? What the U.S. Wow.
It's all fake.
Wow.
It's all fake.
This is fake.
because
This is fake,
because
right?
they don't include debt that they owe. It's so crazy to me how we came out of slavery and colonization owing them, and not the
And
other way
debt.
around. You know, I mean, that's
No, brother.
crazy.
Look at this. No, brother. Look at this. This is 900 million. No. Oh, you're right. That's billions. You're right. 10.3 billion. Okay. Sorry about that. I almost lost my mind here. These numbers, zeros are like getting shocked. But you're right. You know, it is obviously fake debt. No way in hell anyone could justify Burkina Faso or any African colonized nation this. There's no way in hell. You know, the amount of money they got from being colonized, the French, it just makes no sense. I mean, they're the ones that's supposed to be paying that back, you know, and yet Burkina Faso's in this. They bring this to the table, like, here's your debt. Here's your debt for being enslaved to us and colonized. See how much we done for you. Here's your debt. It's like, it's so crazy. But if you look at those numbers, it's interesting because now that's making me wonder how much Africa is in debt. How much is Africa in debt? Because I want to look at look at this. In 2020, public debt in Africa reached 1.8 trillion. Why is it? Okay. Now let me see. Who else is? Okay. That's not considering, I mean, 1.8 trillion. Well, this is a fraction of overall outstanding debt of developing countries. Africa's debt has increased by 183% since 2010, a rate roughly 4 times higher than its growth rate, GDP in dollar terms.
All fake.
It's all fake.
All fake, because there's absolutely no discussion about the debt that Europeans owe to Black people. It's all fake.
Yep. And when you look at this 1.8 trillion, I mean, I'm sorry, because I want somebody to say I'm wrong. I don't, you know, I want someone to say I'm wrong with this, but that 1.8 trillion, doesn't it also sound like the 160 billion in foreign aid loan to Israel? The same number almost. If you add debt to it, I mean, no, if you add inflation to it, it sounds. I mean, I'm not good at numbers like this. You know, these are big numbers. But 100, it sounds. It literally, yeah, it sounds like that to me. It's this. I mean, imagine all those weapons, all that aid. That's basically that's like what the one little country. And they say this is from 2010. That's why I'm mentioning the inflation. 183 increased by 183%, because a lot of that 163 billion given to military aid to Israel, that's not even from 2010. Because that number starts at 147. Yeah, 1947 to 2023. To me, well, we all know this is just these numbers. That's a small amount of people. I'm just curious if these numbers add up. Let me see. How many? That's all of Africa. Africa's population. I mean, you can't really break it up like this, but I think in terms of aid, you can. 1.26 billion people. 1.26 billion people. Yeah.
There's that. Well, 2016. There's like 1.4 billion people in Africa now.
Yeah, that's grown since 2016. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm reminded of that old video from it's a TED Talk with this lady named Malens out of Sierra Leone, and she was talking about one of the things she was talking about was all of the raw materials that European nations extract out of the country, but they don't get it at market rate. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The stuff that they're plundering out of Africa, they're getting for damn near nothing. So what about
Yep.
for all of that stuff? It's totally
Yep,
made up.
I've seen that one too. Yep, I've seen that one too.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me
Have
see.
you
This is a
have you
house.
seen that one, B. Bennett? Have you seen that TED Talk?
No, I didn't. Let me see something. Should I go to that? What is this? TED Talks.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
What's the title of it
Let
again?
me see. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Okay, let me see something here. I
Hang
was
on.
just
And there's other stuff out there, other videos out there where they're saying they have to keep Africa poor.
Yeah.
send it to me.
Yeah.
Say something here. Yeah. Okay, no worries. Let me see here.
I sent it in the chat.
In the chat? Okay, let me see here. No. Oh, you did? You put it in the public chat. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me can you put it in the back chat too? Because I can't copy that one.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah. This is interesting. Okay, so if I copy this one. Do you think people in the West, when they look at the situation, or do you think people in the West compare or see any correlation between the progress that Africa makes as a continent versus the well-being of African diaspora in the diaspora? Do you think
The stupid
average
people,
person?
even the stupid people among them, know that the reason why they are where they are is because of what they've done to us and continue to do. Even the stupid among them know. It ain't rocket science. They know.
Right. So okay. So that means, generally speaking, if Africa can fix its thing, anti-black racism also gets fixed, or discrimination, inequality also gets fixed.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
All
let
that
me
stuff
see.
that they put out there to try to make it seem like black people are behind because we're just too stupid and just a whole bunch of negative stuff. That's for us. That's them trying to Jedi mind trick us into believing that stuff about ourselves. They know the real.
And so these groups like Black Hebrew Israelites, More Science Temple, all of these groups, they play into that, essentially. They play into the concept of, instilling a lack of confidence in Africa and supporting that concept that if Africa rises, so does the situation for its diaspora globally. They fight. They basically are the antagonist, or what?
Yeah, because notice how the word woke, that when the word woke first came out, that was about us waking up to who we are, right? Right? Now it's taking on a whole nother meaning. Because they don't want they want it to be something so broad of a concept that with us being woke, but they're showing truly who they're targeting, because when they say that, they keep talking about Black people. We're going to shut down your fraternities. We're going to shut down your sororities. We're going to put these laws in place where you can't do. It goes right back to us, even though they want to make it a broader discussion. It's the same stuff
That
over and over again.
that
Go ahead.
phenomenon is also part of why every few years Black people are finding a new name for themselves, because any type of name we have, words that are associated with us, titled whatever, white folks always do their best to try to make it something negative, and then we get a bad taste in our mouth for it and want to disassociate ourselves from it. So they did
Yep.
that with woke. They did that with Black Lives Matter.
Yep.
When you had Ahmaud Arbery was jogging and he gets killed and whatnot, they turned the word jogger into a euphemism for nigger. They do it with anything associated with us. You know, one of the things that they love to say when Black Panther came out, they did the thing. One of the things that they love to tease us about is Black people talking about their past before slavery, that we came from kings and queens and so on and so forth. So their favorite phrase is "we was kangs" and whatnot. So I expect that with the Marvel movies where you have the character Kang now. I'm already expecting that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to, it's interesting how that's juxtaposed. The woke is juxtaposed against, the emergence of Africa right now in a timely fashion. It just showed up like at the same time. Woke almost means like I don't give a fuck. Excuse me. It's like, like it is.
It basically
It's really
like
out
they do with the names the same thing that a lot of these conscious folks do with your name if they don't like you.
there.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. That is exactly what and that's very interesting observation, brother. Very interesting. Say that one more time. Just
They
to
do
make
the
sure
same
everybody
thing
heard that.
with any names or titles associated with us. White supremacists, white racists do the same thing with those names and titles that a lot of these conscious folks do with people's names and titles that they don't like. That's why they turned, Hotep, however you want to pronounce it, into a bad thing. So
Yes. Yes. And people jumped on it too. To Hotep now is something to be laughed at, to be demonized when it only means peace. Right? But now it's responsible for all of the degenerates in the Black community. All of
Yep.
this, now Hotep, something that just means peace, that's real to African people. That is so, and all the other pseudo groups they can't prove, the pseudo beliefs they can't prove, but Hotepism will be the one thing that is real. Hotep, that actually is a real African term, that will be equated to the degenerate fringe. Let's keep on. Let's play it. Let me play some of this now. Let's see. Whew.
I am Malens, and I come from the richest country in the world. It is located in the richest continent in the world, in the west of the richest continent. My country is called Sierra Leone. On the surface, we are blessed with infinite beauty and abundance of flora and fauna, producing the most exquisite harvest of coffee, cocoa, fruits, vegetables, and caoutchouc. You name it, we've got it. We also have diverse wildlife and vast marine resources, and waterfalls and rivers that run into the most beautiful beaches. The land is golden, literally, a true paradise. Which, of course, is inhabited by the most beautiful souls. cultural heritage. In fact, Sierra Leone had the first sub-Saharan university. Prior to that, there was one in the Kingdom of Timbuktu, which was the first university in the world, succeeding the great Gnostic schools of Egypt and Osiris. On a deeper level, we are blessed with the real treasures, the kings and queens of this world desire.
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4 chords. These. Check it out.
And can you feel the love tonight?
Same chords.
And I find myself in times.
This was the largest alluvial diamond ever found. It weighs almost 1,000 carats, 969 to be precise. This beauty was found by an old lady in her backyard about 2 years ago, 125 carats. Some people mine gold in their backyards. That's quite common. Besides gold and diamonds, we have about 20 precious minerals that have been discovered as of today. We recently...
Look, people are listening real closely too. Look at that.
Started extracting huge petroleum reserves that have been discovered. We have platinum, ilmenite to make titanium, rutile to coat jets, iron ore, the largest iron ore deposits in Africa, the 3rd largest in the world. Tantalite, also known as coltan, used in your mobile phones and computers. Bauxite for aluminum production. Zinc, chrome ore, copper, coal, phosphates, potassium, salt, lead, granite, asbestos, nickel, zircon. Furthermore, we have exquisite timber like mahogany and teak. And we have the most beautiful stamps in the world. Of course, the West needs Africa's resources most desperately to power airplanes, cell phones, computers, and engines. And the gold and diamonds, of course, a status symbol to determine their powers by their core and to give value to their currencies. One thing that keeps me puzzled, despite having studied finance and economics at the world's best universities, the following question remains unanswered. Why is it that 5,000 units of our currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves? It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way, since alternative resources are scarce out here. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically destabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems, and all that backed by huge PR campaigns, leaving the entire world under the impression that Africa is poor and dying and merely surviving on the mercy of the West. Well done, Oxfam, UNICEF, Red Cross, Life.
You know, that points to what we were just talking about, like how people perceive the value of life, you know. When you compare it to like the attention that the Israeli Palestinian conflict gets in comparison to, you know, life in Africa with these wars, the death toll, you know, for these same minerals, for these same things, even more important things, you know, just the value we all put on it, you know. Media campaign does that. And if you notice, it doesn't seem to be a lot of media going on about, it wasn't a lot of media going on about the Congo. And it doesn't seem to be a lot of media going on about Africa in general in terms of, you know, worthy news, daily news. I mean, not the same way the Israeli Palestinian conflict is covered.
Aid, and all the other organizations that continuously run multi-million-dollar advertisement campaigns depicting charity porn to sustain that image of Africa globally. Ad campaigns paid for by innocent people under the impression to help with their donations. While one hand gives under the flashing lights of cameras, the other takes in the shadows.
If you don't know how to make chords, this is it. Congratulations. The chords are already made for you.
We all know the dollar is worthless, while the euro is merely charged with German intellect and technology, and maybe some Italian pasta. How can one expect donations from nations that have so little? It's super sweet of you to come with your colored paper in exchange for our gold and diamonds. But instead, you should come empty-handed, filled with integrity and honor. We want to share with you our wealth and invite you to share with us. The perception is that a healthy and striving Africa would not disperse its resources as freely and cheaply, which is logical. Of course, it would instead sell its resources at world market prices, which in turn would destabilize and weaken Western economies, established on the post-colonial free meal system. Last year, the IMF reports that 6 out of 10 of the world's fastest growing economies are in Africa, measured by their GDP growth. The French Treasury, for example, is receiving about $500 billion year in, year out. Foreign exchange reserves from African countries based on colonial debt they forced them to pay. Former French President Jacques Chirac stated in an interview recently that we have to be honest and acknowledge that a big part of the money in our banks comes precisely from the exploitation of the African continent. In 2008, he stated that without Africa, France will slide down in the rank of a third world power. This is what happens in the human world, the world we have created. Have you ever wondered how things work in nature? One would assume that in evolution the fittest survives. However, in nature, any species that is overhunting, overexploiting the resources they depend on as nourishment, natural selection would sooner or later take the predator out, because it offsets the balance. Now that I shared my perspective with you, I would like to share my initiatives with you. Natural selection would sooner or later take the predator out. Now that I shared my perspective with you, I would like to share my initiatives with you. As a Sierra Leonean, I'm a diamond expert. I find them in the rough. What nature created from the darkest substance, under the influence of heat and pressure, transforms into the strongest, most brilliant rocks. These rocks have the consistency to stem an entire nation. These will be our future leaders. Please meet the Phalange Creative Collective I formed with 21 street kids that were orphaned and displaced as a result of the Sierra Leonean Civil War and ended up living in the street as early as age 3, growing up as outlaws of society.
Anim Timothy, ogi gangster name na Ephim. My name is Patrick Christian Kago.
My name is Alusanjaro.
Samosi.
None shall escape the visions that I see. No soul to save. Best believe.
I lost my mother and father during the civil war in Sierra Leone. I was brought up by my grandmother in the village.
At the age of 5 years of age. Yeah. So this time my mother had treat me. Even put poison for me. And I chop for it.
The visions that
In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. This is not my story and my life.
I would have the man who formed the home base. Yes, I would not the first man who begin local home base. Stay other guys started the Kaisai home base. And home base is it now. The team, all man, fearful of the team.
the visions that I
You get the hard way, you get the soft way. The soft way na for good thief. The hard way na for good tooth, not of course. Tooth for people or it will dirty for people.
If you're not strong na the streets, you go die before time. Or either you come out bad before time.
2001 when I come on the streets, I did do them bad, I did thief, I did job phone, I did do all them bad life. Till 2010, you can shoot my lens.
From the street, he take me to school, he go put me in school. I dey live fine now. Then me own thing what I want to do in the future. I want to study law. I get that determination, they always. So I want to become a lawyer, me future than the.
best believe. My breath must break.
The future plan, see what I able to do for help me own family. Because I don't decide say I want to go to school, I will be international businessman.
So me some of me company the way they live their wayward life there. I wish them back would change like me. For let them go they left them style here. And then they imagine say all the rough style here not fine for mortal man. Mortal man I post away for the reason and wish for better future in this world.
Den nye kraftfulde varmeapparat opvarmer et hvert rum på
These guys are my biggest inspiration. Destiny brought us together. I met them by a chance encounter in 2010. 2011, they all started living with me, 21 in number. Wonderful things happen when creatives meet with mutual respect. How did we go about it? Creativity. That same creativity that ensured their survival under the most adverse circumstances in the streets is channeled into outlets such as art, music, film, and fashion. They made the impossible possible. From Lion Base in Sierra Leone to luxury fashion stores in Paris, New York, and Berlin. This is what we created single-handedly, without a single cent in donations, without running water, without electricity. Most of them not being able to read and write at the time when I met them. And now, some of them studying law, engineering, being filmmakers, and so on. This is made with pure energy, inspiration, and love in Freetown. With creativity and passion as the sole ingredient, we participate in a global market of international competition and find our way into the world's most exclusive department stores, onto the bodies of the world's fashion icons, and into the most distinguished art collections and exhibitions in Berlin, Paris, New York, Miami. A proven concept that produced self-sufficient individuals financing their own education into lawyers, engineers, filmmakers, and artists within only 3 years. Concept based on mutual respect and sharing, a blueprint that can be replicated anywhere, under any circumstances. I only had the vision and the insight to recognize diamonds in the rough, and was determined to prove to the world that the absence of donation produces quality in a self-sufficient manner. I believe charity merely creates inferiority and dependency. I want to serve as a bridge between two worlds I call home, to facilitate a fair exchange between two contrasting worlds that become powerful once balance is reinstalled. It's not about charity, it's about charity. Today I invite you to change your perspective. Own your visions of a brighter world. Never see lack. See abundance, always, everywhere. And watch the universe conspire. Don't focus on problems, but on the solution. Remember, our perception of any given situation is the only thing that determines the outcome. I am a lens. I am German, too. Change your channel. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, this was 8 years ago. This was 8 years ago, and you know, it's a reminder, you know, in a lot of ways that life is going on in a lot of different life continues in a lot of different levels and standards, you could say, but how simple some of the changes could be resolved if people wanted them to be. Yeah, but you know, something that she said, something, and also something about how she's speaking, you know, I hear a lot of doubt in her voice. Like, I wonder 8 years later what her thoughts would be on the same topic. Like, is she more inspired than ever? What has she learned, you know, since that time? In 8 years, what has she actually learned? What's her view of the world? Has the world changed since this TED speech? You know, or I don't know, what is this called? A speech? Is it, Andrea? Is that called a speech? I'm forgetting some of my English. I'm sorry. Presentation. I'm about English. I'm sorry. But since she did the presentation, you know, I'm just curious about if they've changed at all, you know.
Yeah, I think there's another one out there where it's changed somewhat. I know that group of young men, I don't think were with her anymore. But yes, I think there's another one out there. I have to go out there and find it, but I'm not able to do that right now because I'm still out in my yard. But yeah,
Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me go see. Let me see something here. That was I agree with her. And actually that was is this Germ is this a this was Malence Bart Williams? Malence Bart Williams. Okay.
Malance. Uh-huh.
I wonder if she's African American.
She's I think it's either her, I don't remember which parent. I think it's her dad who's from Sierra Leone and then her mother was German or something like that.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Williams. I wonder with that last name, Williams, because that's not a German last name. That's not is that a Sierra Leone? That's not French. It's not,
Yeah. I don't know if I don't remember if she ever got married or anything like that because I just saw those. She's got a couple of videos out there. So, but
it's
yeah.
It's a lot of African Americans in Germany or descent, children of African Americans, you could say, in Germany. That's why I asked the question. But nonetheless, this one, okay, that was 8 years ago now. Africa is not. This one is 1 month ago. But did you say and was that a TED Talks?
I don't think so. I think somebody was interviewing her.
I got you.
So I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay. So it could be one of these. Speaks about ownership and mining on CNBC. Okay. Let me see something here. Let me go to this one. She said there's something here about mining that she talked about.
Don't.
Let me cut this off here. This guy's ownership and mining. That's from 5 years ago. Now let me see here.
Started yesterday, and a platform was formed for conversations between key players in South Africa's mining industry and the youth to enhance the participation of young people and their ownership in the mining industry. Joining us now in studio to discuss how ethical ownership in mining is a critical element to explore is Malance Bart Williams, founder and creative director of Forlorn Shore. Good to have you with us today, and thank you so much for making time.
Thank you for having me.
I recall speaking to one of the co-founders of the Youth in Mining debate and event on Monday, and I actually said it actually sounds like a bit of an oxymoron, youth and mining, given that the two have never really interlinked. But I understand that you have new observations and ideas with regard to how we can get youth participating in the ownership landscape here.
I feel it's my first time in South Africa, and I feel whereas ethical mining is usually addressed from a very different angle when it comes more down to environmental issues, human resource issues, and so on here in South Africa. However, I feel ownership needs to be redefined, because in other areas of the world, it's a different status quo. I feel this needs to be readdressed first and foremost, because how is it possible that Africans, and I define Africans as people of this continent and so on, because your father, grandfather come and steal the land and settle here, that for me doesn't define an African. I feel, how is it possible that Africans make up 95% of the workforce, however, only 5% is owned by Africans in South Africa. So I feel ownership needs to be readdressed, and needs to be readdressed properly also from a government angle, because in 2015, the target was 26% were supposed to be owned by Africans, Black Africans. I need to emphasize, because I understand this functions
There's a broad-based approach here as well in South Africa.
Only 20% of companies met that target. So what is 20% out of 26? That's 5% of the overall pie. And this is a ridiculously insignificant number.
So how do we fix it? Because the government might come forward and say, well, we have procedures like preferential procurement. We have BBBE. Yes, some of them not affiliated with positive outcomes that have been established, but from the outsider's view looking in, do you have recommendations and suggestions that we could implement?
Revoke the licenses. That was supposed to be the consequence. If companies don't meet that quota, it annihilates the contract. And
what about the economic consequences that causes?
Well, sometimes it's like that. When you want to reestablish a different status quo, it's not going to be all cozy. So people have to be prepared for that. It will have economic consequences, but ultimately it's a win-win situation. When you realize the potential that will be gained through that, then whatever consequence will come with it has to be faced. It's temporary, but I feel ownership needs to really be addressed radically. It can't be a negotiation. This is not up for debate.
How do we do this in a manner which will ensure that the assets will sit in hands that are capable of running these organizations? Because we've previously seen it in other governments like Zambia, where mines were state-run for a number of years, but that led to some inefficiencies in the long term.
I disagree. Otherwise, Nigeria wouldn't lead you in economy in Africa. I feel people like to paint the picture that maybe Black Africans don't have the expertise to run these things. That is fine. Then maybe it's not efficiently run, but that's a problem that they should then solve among themselves.
But my argument is that exactly skills transference, education levels, encouraging these Black youth to participate on the education front in order to be significant leaders in the future.
I feel they will be motivated to participate because when they feel that they can actually really enjoy a piece of the pie, then there is a different motivation. Wouldn't you be highly motivated to seek out an education in a field that has a perspective future? I would. And I believe here, I just came from the university. You have extremely skilled and educated people here. Extremely. I was so positively surprised. And that is actually why I feel this country is hopeful. And due to guys like them.
By them, I think you're referring to my next guest, who we'll get in conversation with in just a moment. Mpho, who joins us as a representative to talk further about the education and employment opportunities on the show. But Malins, thank you so much for your time today. Certainly hope that you do return to South Africa with a different landscape in the future. That was Malins Bart Williams, founder and creative director of Follow Show.
She's gonna be in a lot of trouble. She keeps talking like that. What do you think about that, Andrea? She seems very bright and very progressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's the truth, the whole truth and nothing but, right? I mean, it's amazing. Like, again, so like when we talk about reparations and all this other kind of stuff, people keep trying to make it sound like we're so damn stupid that Black folks are just stupid when it comes to money. Right. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. And here we go again, somebody saying the exact same thing. Well, it's going to cause, a problem with the economy. Well, you damn straight you didn't think about it when it was causing a problem with our economy, but now because it's coming to yours, it's going to be an issue. I mean, Stop it. I mean, but they just think we're so damn stupid and that we're just going to go along with the stuff that comes out of their mouth. And when you have the ability to come back and say, oh, no, I don't agree with you. Oh my God, I can't believe somebody said that. It's not rocket science.
No,
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry.
When you keep taking from people, and then you want to say that this makes you a superpower, this makes you more intelligent. No, you take it by force. You didn't take it because you earned it. You took it because you took it by force. That's a whole nother issue. So you can't even compare intelligence with brutal force. It's not the same. It's not the same. And so they keep coming with all these talking points to make it sound like, we're smarter than you. And that's why we think it's okay for us to steal your stuff and brutally take over your country and, sleight of hands. We'll come over here and the guys, like she said, charity porn from from Goodwill and all these other, you guys, they know what they're doing. It's the same old stuff, just a different day, same stuff. And and we're not that stupid. Like I told you before, like the company I was with, we got into a serious got laid off for, we got not got laid, we got furloughed 3 weeks, no pay, came back in January with a 10% pay cut. I had to ask the CEO, what the hell happened? What happened? So you don't have to have a degree in, economy and economics and accounting to figure this out. This is not that complicated. Well, we thought we were going to get this big company is going to come on. I'm like, how do you think you're going to get a big dog and you're just a puppy? How? You guys are coming from these large corporations and you're coming down to a startup and you ain't got sense enough to know you can't do that. I'm like, this is my recommendation to you. If we can't live off the money we have in the bank, save us the headache of coming back here next year and just shut the company down, because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like I said, all you don't have to do is add, subtract, multiply, and divide. All these derivatives that y'all try to put in there confuse you. And now we're in this state of confusion because y'all don't know what the hell y'all are doing.
Yeah,
so
she made the point of saying that, all things are expected, but what you gain out of it is even greater. What you get from reforms is even more. What do you think about that, Hubert?
Well, I was just thinking, this is what folks just heard with Malentz is exactly why America never has any money to solve any problems. But when it comes to war, when it comes to the military, spare no expense, because they know that they're not willing to stop what they're doing. And they know eventually there's going to be a coalition around the world of the militaries of all these different countries that's going to come for America. They know that's how they're going to go out. So they're just building up their military as much as possible.
That's just in the front.
Survive that fight or whatever. That's the sickness right there. Instead of just stopping all the evil, because you already have more than you can ever hope to have.
Yeah, you've already won. Essentially, in terms of the race on Earth. You've already been the winner of that, right? So now that you've won, now what?
That's why they try so hard to stop any other countries from getting nuclear weapons. They try to always stop countries from building up their economies, building up their militaries and whatnot, because they plan on doing what they're doing forever.
Let me ask you this. When I listened to her speech, the TED speech, the TED Talk speech, I heard something just kind of in her voice. There was something in her voice, and I could be wrong, but there was something in her voice that told me, although what she was saying, she actually did witness, she did do the test, she did go to Sierra Leone, she tested how things could be different. And in her theorem, she was correct. The outcome was different. These children were successful. These different things happened. But her voice didn't seem to match up with her being correct. The tone of her voice.
Her voice was haunting.
It was haunting.
It was haunting to those folks.
Yeah.
She could have came a whole other way, and how they normally would look at it, that's just an angry black woman or something like that. But she came with this little tiny, just sweet sounding voice, and the things that she was saying though,
it was almost like she was correct, but let's get her ass out of here. Clap and just get her on to the next one, please. Let's never, and I've seen it was like a silence, because sometimes when someone says something that's so correct, you don't see people go after them like, hey, fuck her, man, get her ass out of here. How wrong is she? Because that would bring more attention to people. That would bring more attention. More people would be like, oh, what'd she say? I didn't hear that. Well, let me see. What'd she say? But this one was kind of like, hey, she said it. Clap, get it over with, and that's it. But to me, her voice sounded like she didn't have any fucking confidence that the world would change whatsoever, even though her theory was correct. It was also haunting to me too. It was also haunting to me, man. In a healthy kind of way, to be honest with you, because I'd rather be around someone that has some stable, sobering, qualified thoughts than anything else. To be honest with you, man, it's yeah.
That's part of the reason why it's so haunting, because cries don't matter to these people. And in fact, the crying that Black folks have done, pleading and whatnot with them, they enjoy that type of stuff.
Yeah,
that's like porn for them.
Yeah,
but the way that she came, where she was just straightforward to you, but yet in such a way where you cannot call her aggressive or anything like that.
Right.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Yeah, they didn't like that she cursed their ass out. Actually, that was at all. Well, disqualifier for that.
Told them straight up that basically what y'all are doing, y'all keep on doing it, and y'all are going to be made to go extinct.
Yeah.
Told them that.
Yep. In fact, I'm going to take some sound bites and keep some of those sound bites from her up inside of this StreamYard. And, so if my StreamYard goes down, or y'all see me disappear, y'all will know why. Taking some sound bites from the wrong lady. All right, Andre.
Yeah. I mean, but she did a nice nasty. That's what she did. And they couldn't do anything but sit there and take it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think are there any suggestions? Is there another person that of African descent that's given a chilling, sobering speech lately on? Well, we heard the UN, we heard the Malian president, he gave one. We heard this sister, and both of these speeches, they're very relevant to the times, like very present day, and focused, on Africa, focused on the diaspora. Is there any other that you think might go overlooked? Because I'm just saying, we're on the not to take away from the Palestinian Israeli conflict, but that is going to go on. We know that's going to go on. That conflict is not going to stop.
Nope.
There's not going to be any agreement whatsoever that will show any type of permanency. It's just, I don't know. You disagree, Hubert. I don't think so. I don't have any rational reason to suspect. But since I pretty much agree it's going to go on, is there something else that goes overlooked while that's happening? While the Israeli Palestinian conflict is going to rage on for the next couple of weeks? Any other pertinent African or Black speakers that are speaking about today, what's going on in Africa, or what should be poignant of interest to the diaspora?
I can't remember another TED Talk as chilling as that one, but I am currently in the process of uploading that interview I told you about between Mbana Kantako and Dears Miles, because it is so relevant to what we're talking about.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. How long does that take?
Hopefully not too long, because it's telling me that the processing is going to take up to an hour, but hopefully it won't be that long. Okay.
Ironically, my internet is fantastic today. I'm on wireless. I'm not even using the fiber net, and you could see I could run the whole StreamYard flawlessly.
Because it's not even a matter of the Wi-Fi, because I've already uploaded it to YouTube, but it's some processing that YouTube has to do.
Right. I got you. Oh, right. It's got to Oh, that's fast then. That shouldn't take any time. The converting usually is pretty fast. Let me see here. I mean, I'm trying to think of one other here. She was definitely, matter of fact, hold on. Before we go off of her, let me just double check here. Let me see something. I'll look at in Outlook on the African. Oh, okay. Oh, she speaks French. Okay. You know what? Maybe Williams is a Sierra Leone name. Maybe that is.
Maybe she got married to somebody with the name Williams. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. That's true too. Yeah, you're right. Quit interviews. I'm really. What about are Africans citizens of the world? I have to say no. I mean, and then I'll say yeah. I'll start off by saying no, and then I'm going to say yeah. We should be. We're on Earth, but the world means you can kind of wander it and experience it freely. You know, I don't know. So I have to doubt it. I say no, it's not happening, man. But let's see what this sister has to say. Wait a second. 2 seconds. Let me see how.
And
Okay.
What browser are you using?
I'm using Chrome. I use Chrome for StreamYard. You know, if you don't use Chrome for StreamYard, I put it to you this way: don't use Microsoft Edge for StreamYard yet. Chrome has like all the what do you call it, drivers and things like that StreamYard would want to use.
I was gonna say, if you ever get tired of the ads, there's all kind of add-ons that Google Chrome has.
Oh, really?
That flips you right through that. You don't get no ads.
Oh, how do I do that?
I look at the add-ons, but there's all kind of add-ons that Chrome has. Like when you know the you ain't got to do it right now, but the that little button underneath the X at the top where it's just like 3 lines, 3 horizontal lines. When you click on that and you go down some, you see add-ons and themes, and all it is to just search for ad blockers.
I don't see add-ons and themes. Help.
You don't see that?
No add-ons.
New tab, new window, new private window. You don't see all that stuff?
Yeah, I see new incognito window, history. I see bookmarks, extensions.
Try that. That's a whole for add-ons and such. Is there a search?
Yeah.
Yeah, look up ad block. ADBLOCK.
Ad lock?
Ad block.
Oh, okay.
One word.
Ad block. Yeah. Oh, what is it not in developer mode? No, I don't see that. No. Load unpacked extensions update. Nope. I don't see it at all.
Hang on. Extensions, manage extensions, visit Chrome Web Store.
Yeah, I have that one. Let me see here. That's true. I have that one. Let me see. Extensions, visit Chrome Web Store. Yeah, that's probably how they want to do it, actually.
And then there's a search there.
Ad block.
Yeah, you'll bring up like 3. There's 3 of them or whatever. You can always
Oscar ad block for Twitch, Genius Pro.
I always just choose the most popular one.
Okay, that's the ad block for Twitch.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Let's see if that works, man.
It blocks stuff on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch.
Disable, enable. Okay, I want turn on, off blocking messages. Yeah, I want that block too. All right, so that's it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if that shit works. Let's see here. Now let's see what sisters. It's only 5 minutes. It's only 5 minutes.
Now you're not gonna see any effect now because you'd have to restart your browser. But go ahead and play.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Now let me see here. It says are African citizens of the world by Uta Odepo, right?
Man, that's a lot.
Huh?
That's a lot of O's.
Yeah, it must be Uta
I guess
Odepo.
so.
Yeah, because it can't be Ota. It's
No.
Uta. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here.
We have all been made aware of our identity and our differences, which I believe can be good, as it reminds us of our individuality. We were born alone. We will die alone. And there is no reason we should live our lives under terms outside of our own. But when differences in nationality are used to determine which people have more of a right to see the world, a systemic abuse of moral authority occurs. As an African, I believe an injustice occurs on two fronts towards Africans. The first, when the world imposes strict travel restrictions on us. The second, and perhaps more disturbing, when Africans impose similarly strict travel restrictions on other Africans. This injustice, the latter more so than the former, challenges the idea of freedom or lack thereof. A conflict I realized at age 10 was not uniquely my struggle. I cannot speak for all Africans, but I believe many of us associate feelings of frustration and even desperation with travel and immigration. Let me take you back to 1997. I'm 10 years old. It is a late August afternoon at Gatwick Airport. I bump into my two best friends who, like myself, are connecting through London to Lagos. Our parents have left us to huddle together, and we are excited to demand adjacent seats on the plane. There is a familiar Nigerian energy as we approach the aircraft, which makes the menacing thought of going back to elementary school much easier to bear. As we approach the aircraft, I glance behind me and lock eyes with a 30-something-year-old Nigerian man. He smiles at me and I smile back. But before the air hostess has a chance to direct me to my seat, the air is suddenly interrupted with screams from behind. "Blood of Jesus!" a woman cries. My friend's mother quickly pulls my friends and I to the side. And as I look up, I see the same Nigerian man I locked eyes with being escorted from the aircraft with a curtain of blood descending from a gash on his forehead. His casual smile remains, and as he wipes the crimson cascade from his face in the same way an athlete dismisses sweat from skin, I see the tiny blade he holds delicately between his fingers. That this man felt compelled to inflict bodily harm on himself as a way of avoiding being brought back to Africa is unfortunately commonplace with migrants who fear deportation. It sounds unbelievable, but it is true. I have another story for you, and in this one, I'm the main character. The year is 2014. I fly into Entebbe Airport in Uganda. I'm flying because it's my friend Grace's birthday, and she's turning 30. It's gonna be great. The first time I visited Uganda, I was escorted through immigration by Grace's family security. But this time, I go at it alone, no guided service. I'm asked to stand in a queue that I believe is quite long. To my right are a series of much shorter queues, all of which were moving quite quickly. That's strange, I thought. I didn't realize visas on arrival were segmented. At the front of my queue sit two uniformed immigration officers, one male, one female. When I get to the front, I hand the female official the form I'd completed, which she takes from me, looks at quickly before glancing up at my face. "You are Grace Chuma's friend?" Yes. How do you know Grace Chuma? We went to school together. And you will stay in Grace Chuma's house? Yes. What else are you doing in Uganda? Well, after Grace's birthday, I will go back to London, where I live. May I just ask, I see that in that other queue, which is moving quite quickly, people don't have to fill out a form. Can you please tell me why I have to fill out a form? This time, the male official responds. What kind of question is that? And she echoes, silly woman, who are you to question us? Just take your things and go. I smile, but I can't help but feel hurt. More hurt than I felt by the European immigration officers who take an extra 10 minutes to look at every single stamp in my passport, including during this trip to Berlin. More hurt than I felt by the Singaporean official who took me into a secluded room and proceeded to interrogate me harshly for 15 minutes with 3 military officials before locking me in that room for another 15 minutes without an explanation. This sting felt particularly unique as it came from people who looked just like me. Both examples, the man in 1997 and me with the Ugandan officials, illustrate a sense of displacement, which I believe is the result of African countries not being sufficiently accommodating of Africans. I've lived on 3 continents. I've visited over 50 countries. And I have seen how the treatment of certain passports gives agency to a politically correct form of discrimination. So how did we get here? How did we get to the point where a majority of immigration officers across continents, including Africa, feel it is okay to treat people from my continent like second-class citizens of the world? Let's briefly look at Africa's modern history. After decolonization, African countries, for the most part, remained tethered to their colonialists. Nigeria to the UK, Angola to Portugal, Senegal to France. As a result, we collectively developed a fragmented sense of identity, considering our paths to Europe and the US before any connection to a neighboring country. Following the 60s, minimal intra-African trade occurred. But while African markets remained virtually sealed from one another, a vibrant channel of trade flourished between Africa and the Western world. This is the legacy of 20th century Africa, which still dictates our way of life today. Today, I reside in London, a city whose multicultural identity I cherish, still, hopefully. And as is common with most Londoners, traveling the world is one of my greatest passions. Unfortunately, because I'm Nigerian, I'm subject to travel restrictions which make it difficult for me to see some of the countries that most fascinate me. Ranked number 89 on the Global Passport Index, actually it's 82 now, I checked this morning, Nigeria sits in the company of Kosovo, Libya, and Pakistan as one of the countries facing the toughest travel restrictions. While my friend Asako from Japan can travel visa-free to Buenos Aires, I must submit my passport to the Argentinian consulate 4 months in advance and pay a visa application fee, which feels like a tax. But just think about that for a second. Think about giving up your travel document for 4 months and how inconvenient it would be for your life. You would essentially imprison yourself in that country, wherever you're applying from, for that period of time until a decision has been made. And that decision is not a guaranteed yes. Prior to my trip to Sri Lanka in April of 2015, my supporting documents included a personal bank statement, a company bank statement, a proof of address, an invitation letter written from a friend in Sri Lanka, and a letter from my doctor confirming that I do not have Ebola, even though I hadn't visited a West African country in 6 months prior to the outbreak. Despite the obstacles, I always comply and submit whatever is asked of me. Why? Because I feel I have as much of a right to see and discover this planet as any other person. Unfortunately, Africans still face restrictions in traveling their own continent. A Somali citizen cannot travel to a single African country without a visa. US and UK citizens can travel to about 36, 35 African countries either visa-free or with visas on arrival. That Africans seem more tolerant to Westerners than they are to other Africans reflects a troubling bias, one that feeds the business pursuits and wanderlusts of Europeans and Americans, while starving Africans of their own right to see their own continent. Let me give you a few more examples. For a Senegalese woman to travel to South Africa, she needs a visa, which might take 2 to 4 weeks to process. For a Nigerian man to travel from Nigeria to Cape Verde, both of which are countries in the same economic community at a similar distance as Madrid is to Hamburg, his total trip time will take 22 hours. He will begin in Lagos and then fly to Casablanca before flying down to Bissau and finally to Cape Verde. So what does the ridiculous nature of this journey show? Well, it demonstrates how a lack of infrastructural connectivity complements our lack of knowledge of one another. It's bad enough that the world makes it difficult for many of us to visit North and South America, Europe and Asia. It's even worse when we impose these restrictions on ourselves. The consequences undermine every goal and agenda set by the IMF, the UN, and the World Bank, which is to see Africa prosper self-sustainably. International movement, to an extent, mirrors our ability to exercise personal liberties. Bearing this in mind, I've identified 3 main consequences of restricting the travel of Africans. Firstly, it prevents the average African from wanting to discover the world beyond London, Paris, Dubai, New York. Secondly, it allows for a missed global education for Africans on regions like Rajasthan, Patagonia, Basque Country. Thirdly, and this doesn't just apply to Africans, the decision to selectively restrict travel punishes people for the wrongdoings of a handful of citizens. It punishes people for the policies of presidents and dictators who harm their countries, and it predetermines who is more worthy of the world. You've heard this before, but I believe it's worth repeating. The solution to the mistreatment of Africans is in the hands of Africans. We, as Africans, are responsible for creating an Africa that is politically stable, intellectually empowered, and socioeconomically integrated. As recently stated by the president of Ghana, once African countries start taking themselves seriously, the world will follow. In March of 2018, 44 of Africa's 54 countries agreed to establish a continental free trade area. This is good, this is progress, and will hopefully bring intra-African trade, currently at 12%, closer to the EU's figure of about 65%, I checked this morning. But are signing agreements and photo ops enough? How do we move forward constructively? Here are 3 suggestions. Infrastructure needs to be created so that travel within the African continent does not require a connecting flight through Europe or Turkey. African states need to have a thorough understanding of their industries so that trade with other African countries is meaningful, and so that business and bilateral agreements with the Chinese or the Americans actually benefits both parties. Finally, there needs to be a re-education on Africa and on Africans for Africans, culturally, historically, and economically. These conversations need to happen in classrooms as well as around dinner tables, which will in turn improve the quality of conversations in business and international forums. When all of the above happen, Africans will not need to pursue treacherous routes through the Mediterranean, risk being enslaved or auctioned, or inflict bodily harm in a desperate attempt to stay abroad. We as Africans are responsible for creating an Africa that is stable and that presents real growth opportunities. To be sufficiently curious about one another and to treat each other with respect. To realize that if an American citizen can travel visa-free to South Africa, then a citizen of Niger should be allowed the same right. And it is the responsibility of the rest of the world to resist the temptation to make fast money in Africa and to instead consider mutually beneficial long-term opportunities. And maybe, just maybe, together we can create a world that is more welcoming to Africans, not just Africans, but more importantly, one in which we Africans are welcoming to each other. Thank you.
It's hot. Yeah, you're hot. You know what they say.
That's right, brother. Well, I've never been one to repeat other people's saying, so.
Right, well.
But I'll do it this time. When you're hot, you're hot. How's things out there now at the end of Los Angeles Airport runway?
All right, that'll work. This is me by about 2.5 miles on the south side, but, you know, it's still in the area.
Yeah.
All right, Hubert, you want to introduce this one? Bro, here we go. What'd you think about the sister's comments, her presentation?
I mean, just beautiful. I mean, that's the type of stuff that we've been talking about forever. So nice to see it on that stage.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that video there is Mbana Kintako. He's a guy. I don't know if he's still alive, but he was out of Illinois. Blind brother, who was an activist, interviewing Zeers Miles. Zeers did die back in the 90s sometime. I don't know exactly when, but that's the video I've been telling you all about. Why Go Back to Africa? That's the name of it. Really nice.
Why Go Back to Africa? And there's a skeleton and a spider. I mean, you know, then there's smoke coming out the ear. Should we be afraid?
I had that logo specially drawn up. It all has meaning. That the spider is a Nancy.
It's interesting, man, because it's kind of like, you know, playing on the phobias. Like, why go back to Africa? Oh, hell no! Smoke, skeletons, and spiders. Nah, I'm gonna keep my air conditioner and my insect repellent. All right. Well, I thought, you know, listening to the sister's presentation, I kind of, before we play this one, right? I thought it was useful. It was useful, and it was on point, and it was 100% facts. I mean, what's the point in expecting someone else to take the leadership role and change, right? Because if you do that, you may as well expect no change at all, because others will definitely come to the party late. I mean, let's be honest. We could expect that others will come to their own party first before someone else's, just on a basic level. So the world is not going to rush to be, you know, and shouldn't rush to come to Africa first. The Africans need to do that primarily. And if it's going to be intercontinental trade, if it's going to be visas, if it's going to be even be loans, you know, economics and things like that, trade in general, then it should be Africans doing that first. And then you could expect logically others to join the party after, right? But there was another thing that it did kind of remind me of, like the situation in the diaspora. Like, if we are to say in the diaspora, you know, if things are going to become stronger, like it kind of revolves around the same principles. Like, if we're not going to do it first, why should anyone else come to the Human Rights Party? Like, why should anyone join that if we're not going to be on par with that first? But outside of that, I think it's totally agreeable. It makes perfect sense. And, you know, let's see who comes to the party. Yeah. Let's see who jumps to that party. All right, let's flip over now. Let's see here. Mbana Katako and Ziers Miles. Did I say his name right? Ziers Miles? Is it Ziers? Ziers?
Ziers. Yeah.
Ziers. It's Ziers.
Like you're saying Sears, but you're saying Ziers.
Ziers. Okay, Ziers Miles. Why go back to Africa? Yeah. All right. Let me see here. And this one is about what? Okay, so this one's is like 2 hours long. So we're gonna
no, it's 1 hour and 20 minutes.
1 hour and 20 minutes.
That's the question. Yeah.
Oh, right.
And that's the question you keep hearing. That's the question you keep hearing them say throughout it, because it's the premise is that's what people are always saying. If you ever talk about going to Africa, because they feel like Africa's worthless, so why go back to Africa? So that's the whole premise of it.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Is it private? Is it still public property, or has it been sold yet?
I really don't know. I haven't really been keeping up too much with respect to local politics.
Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a phenomenon in this
Feel
country.
about that, you know?
Yeah.
You know.
That's going to be a phenomenon in this country as they start to, try to get money for these cities, selling off the public stuff to the private people.
Right.
And Zeus is coming to L.A. to talk about Tom Bradley. So Bradley calls somebody and said, "Well, you can't land in our private airport."
Right. That's neat.
Yeah. It's getting.
Now the other point is, no, you cannot take off from it either.
That's right, brother. Hey, if it's private, you know what I'm saying?
It's a private club.
That's right, brother. You got a membership card here, pal? Brother, we was talking off the air about what we're going to talk about tonight, and why don't you bring it to the people, and we'll get started at it.
Yeah, I think just basically in way of passing some things that I think that.
I'm sorry, brother Hubert. Before I play the rest of it, can you give some background on Ziers and just so people know, the listeners?
I don't know much about. This is the only thing that I've ever heard them on, so I don't know much about them.
Okay, are they? They're not African. They're African Americans.
Yeah,
they are, right?
Like I said, this audio is from the early '90s, but I heard it back in like 2003 or so. So Ziers was already passed by that time, and I don't really know about them like that.
Okay, I got you. All right, so let's proceed here.
Of African heritage should every now and then want to consider, insofar as our struggle, here in the diaspora or on the continent or wherever we may be, as sons and daughters of our great African ancestors. Now, after having said the word Africa, there may be a lot of people out there who may be very presumptuous about my using the word. I use it not because I want to. I use it because basically most people who have at least been past 8th grade understand exactly what I'm talking about, and they have a fairly good idea of what the landmass looks like, and a reasonably assumption as to where it's located.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use it for any other reason other than a very cursory, superficial reference point.
Yeah, point of reference.
Okay, so, and we understand that insofar as it being named, we know that it is not one that we have been given or one that we gave the landmass.
Right.
And I'm just saying, for all practical purposes, to keep people from being totally confused, I will be using the word Africa. Okay, so insofar as a landmass and a country is concerned.
Right, brother. We're talking about a continent, too.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying that we should stop there. I'm saying at some particular point in time, maybe we should really consider a name change.
Right.
After which we have reasonable amount of control of the landmass that we want to name. It is of, I think, no particular purpose in mind, nor does it result in any great change in the overall formula, just to say that you have the power, in fact, to change the name. Changing the name does not change, in fact, the value of the way in which most African people or black people in this country think about Africa.
Teach, brother.
If you went to somebody basically most people of African heritage, which they will deny because they'll tell you that they're Americans, that if you go to the brother or sister and say, look, we're changing the name of Africa because it's really not the name, that we gave it, back when, and it's named for a white boy and blah, blah. And they'll look at you and say, so what?
That's right, brother.
So what if you're changing the name of Africa? What about Africa anyhow?
Right.
The hell with Africa.
Right, and if you go back and say, well, the name was Akabulan, they'll say the same thing. So what?
Well, so what?
Right.
The point is that it does not change the name, or it does not change the value in their mind as to really what Africa is or what it is about, or whether or not it even has any value.
Right, and that's what we need to address.
We have to address if Africa, in fact, has any value for us at all.
Right, because a lot of people say, when you say, let's go back to Africa, then people say, for what?
Exactly.
I'm not going back to that jungle. Right, brother?
That's exactly the point. Now, as mentioned before, some of the justifications why this white man came up with the AIDS virus to basically depopulate the continent, I mean, why would he do that? We know, of course, in many cases, he's just do it for fun.
That's right.
In this particular case, he has a particular objective in mind, and I will, in fact, read some of the objectives as gotten from a very, for me, a very important book that I picked up at a used bookstore called The Strategic Positioning of Africa. Some of the quotes in the book, and as follows, quote, because of varying degrees of dependence on imports for the maintenance of optimum industrial capacity on the part of Western nations, the following 25 minerals among 54 produced in Southern Africa can be regarded as materials of strategic importance.
What they're saying is in order for them to run their stuff, they got to get this stuff from your home.
Exactly. Again quoting, South Africa is the world's fourth largest producer of non-fuel minerals and is an important exporter of a wide range of strategic minerals and materials to the West. Again quoting, South Africa has a disproportionately large share of the world's reserves of many metals and minerals that are critically important to the West. And I can go on and on with these particular definitions.
Now, this is what those of the West are saying.
Exactly.
And so, brothers and sisters, it's really kind of irrelevant what you might think at this point, because this is not Zeers' dialogue.
Exactly.
It's not my dialogue.
In one of the letters that I provide in my information package, which again is still available, one of the letters that was actually given to me by a person who has far right-wing sentiments, and he was telling me about this particular letter. So I said, hey, can you bring that in? Give me a copy. As I was interested.
Mm-hmm.
This is a letter by Jesse Helms of the United States Senator.
That's right.
There's no date on this, but he's basically saying what this letter is basically a letter which is tantamount to being either a fund driver or as incentive for people of far right-wing leanings or tendencies to write their congressmen and representatives to actually enact bills that would help the United States and their Western allies stand tough against Soviet presence on the African continent. And in fact, if you know how to read between the lines, what they're saying is that we don't want Africans to have anything that belongs to Africa, and as long as the Russians are there, we feel that we're fully justified in going in there and kicking what and taking names.
That's right, brother.
Irrespective of the presence of African people.
That's right, brother. I mean, it ain't even a question of what we think.
Right.
I mean, with them, it's, hey, does my white brother agree with this? You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're totally disregarding us.
Right. So we're not even in any part of the formula. I'm trying to find some of the important aspects that he kind of
Jesse Helms, he's a former Black Panther member, right?
Who is this?
Jesse Helms.
Jesse Helms?
Yeah.
No. Jesse Helms is one of the old segregationist filibusters who filibustered during the Civil Rights campaign during the early 60s.
Dig that. Just for clarification, brother, I don't want anybody to think that this is somebody that we might roll with.
Right. Okay, let me see if I can find some. Okay, here's some of the things that he's mentioning in his letter on page 2. unless we take this is a quote from Jesse Helms' letter, right? Unless we take immediate action to stop the spread of communism in Southern Africa. Anytime, look, I read communism, just replace that with African nationalism, okay?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
The Africans will win, and America will lose. Freedom and democracy will lose. You and I will lose. It's as simple as that. Let me explain exactly why South Africa is so economically and strategically vital to the United States.
That's right, brother.
And why, if the Africans, that's supposed to be Soviet there, right? I'm just changing it the way it ought to be. And why, if Africans gain control of South Africa, they will virtually be unstoppable militarily.
Well, brother, you know, some might say, well, how can you take and replace the word Soviet with African? Well, is there somebody out there that still believes that these crackers and those crackers was fighting?
Right. Well, the Soviets aren't there anymore, so if interest in Africa, it has to be African nationalism.
Has to be, brother.
Okay.
Has to be.
Continuing quoting Jesse Helms' letter, South Africa is the source of over 80% of America's mineral supply and 86% of non-communist plutonium group resources.
Y'all dig that there? Did y'all hear what that? 80%.
86%.
80. Man. And you think they don't want to support the clerk in them?
Mm-hmm.
You out your mind.
I won't go into details on each vital mineral. It was former Secretary of State Alexander Haig who said that the loss of the materials and minerals output of Southern Africa could be, now quoting Haig, the severest consequences to the existing economic and security framework of the free world.
Brothers and sisters, you got to understand. This is why they spent all this time making you hate where you're from.
Exactly.
See, you hate your house, so then, what you want to do with that old raggedy house? Y'all can have it. I don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that what happened, brother?
Exactly.
We got to get real about this, y'all.
Continuing, South Africa has 96% of the world's chrome reserves. As you know, there is no substitute for chrome in our military and industrial manufacturing. Without South African chrome, no engines for modern jet aircraft, cruise missiles, or armaments could be built. The United States Air Force would be grounded. Our military would be unarmed. Without South African chrome, power stations and nuclear reactors could not function. Our nation's vital energy supply would be critically drained.
And you think
without South African chrome, surgical instruments and utensils could not be produced. Our hospitals and doctors would be helpless. So you see, he continues, by gaining control of South Africa, the Africans would control the vital materials America needs to survive.
Brother.
Unquote. Okay? With the exception of I changed Soviet to African. Okay, so those are the chips that are on the table. Now, he just went over just one vital mineral.
Chrome. I mean, brothers and sisters, have you ever thought of it? I mean, I just for the listeners, brother, because have y'all ever thought of that? That how valuable that one mineral there is. He said without chrome, you ground their air force. Their army, their military would be shut down. They couldn't even have no hospitals open.
Mm-hmm.
And you run around here thinking you poor.
Right.
See, we're talking about value, right, brother?
That's
the
right.
Value of that land?
Value of Africa. And continuing in my layout on chrome, or chromium, chromium accounts for 100% of all the stainless steel that's made in the world. Stainless steel is 18% chrome, 8% nickel, and the balance is iron. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, continuing in my little research thing here, perhaps the largest use of chrome is in the form of chromite as a refractory lining for open hearth and other furnaces. Chromium compounds are highly colored and are much used in tinning, safety matches, anesthetics, glacier cells, chemical paints, textiles, dyeing, high-strength load-bearing alloys, and welding rods.
Now, this is just chrome.
That's just chrome.
This just, brothers and sisters, y'all see? And you see why they got you so ashamed to call yourself African or black or anything related to that land over there?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, even though I'm not a Bible man, right, brother?
Right.
But in your Bible, I think, in their Bible, I should say, it says, no man can enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods until he first finds a strong man.
That's right. That's right. Now, let me see if I go down here and see if I can find. Okay, chrome ore. In terms of 1975, South Africa total metric ton production was 2,606,900 tons.
Mm.
Okay, that equated in U.S. dollars. Now, this is just raw chrome, right?
Yes, sir.
Raw chrome in 1975. That 2.5 tons of chrome equated to $59,208,000. Now, this is unprocessed. And, of course, when you process that in terms of stainless steel, you can just about quadruple that number, or almost times 5. So you're basically talking about $2 billion in finished product. And that's just one product. And, of course, we have 24 more to do before the night's over.
That's right, oh, brother, man. I mean, brothers and sisters, you see how rich you are?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we was just at home, the world couldn't run without coming by and say, hey, brother Zeus, can we talk with you about some crumbs? Zeus would say, no, I'm busy.
Right.
Get on away from here, cracker.
It is truly amazing when you get into. But what is our value on the human rights scale? What's our value on the civil rights scale? You know, in the diaspora. I mean, that's the scary part. We have nowhere near. We are last, bro, on the human and civil rights scale. We're last. Just keep that in mind.
To the sources of raw material and what we have, what God has given.
Last, I'm sorry, but what I mean by last is when we leave Africa, even people say this in Africa, there's an issue. But when we leave Africa also, we are last on the human and civil rights scale. We are last. Meanwhile, when it comes to the vital resources, material resources in Africa, they're sought after by all kinds of countries. Wars and weapons and chaos everywhere to get the value that is inside of the earth. I mean, it's incredible.
Given us as a legacy for his chosen people, okay?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Because he did put us on top of those minerals. You know what I'm saying?
And didn't put nobody but black faces there to watch over it.
Thank you.
And we're giving the store away.
Thank you, brother.
And because of that, we are reaping the negativity of the lack of respect of the things that God gave us.
Right, y'all all played the game with your child when y'all wanted your child's candy or sucker or something. He said, ooh, that's nasty looking. And what's the...
Hey, look, people of African descent are not even acknowledged as a particular group of people that suffer from a particular form of racism in Europe. They're not even acknowledged as a group. Not even acknowledged as a group yet. The trade specifically is indebted to Africa.
Child say, you want it? Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll take it since it's nasty, right? This is what they're doing on us, ain't it, brother?
Exactly.
Oh, Africa, you don't want nothing to do with no Africa. You American. In fact, you African American. What you need Africa for? Man, go ahead, my brother.
Well, if when we're talking in terms of unemployment, and everybody knows that black folks in this country are the most unemployed people insofar as the minority group is concerned.
Teach, brother.
Had black people, or if black people choose to do what is required, what is necessary for us to do, so that we, in fact, will appear in a bright light in God's sight, we should be doing with our material what is meant to be done with it.
You gotta be responsible, brother.
Yeah, basically, with the things that appear in this letter, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Jesse Helms' letter, every item that I named here is an industry. He says no engines for modern jet aircraft. Africans, since you have the raw material on site, and if the type of technical support were made available, and the kind of educational backup is made available, Africans should be one of the largest jet aircraft manufacturers in the world.
Do we produce one, brother?
Not to mention just the aircraft.
Brother, do we produce even one little bitty tiny 2-engine plane?
I don't think Africans produce even a glider, a non-powered aircraft.
We don't even
much less a jet aircraft. We don't. Africa doesn't even produce propeller or reciprocating engine aircrafts.
Thank you, brother.
I don't think Africa even produces a vehicle. Okay, well, I take that back. I think Egypt produces some trucks, a few vehicles of their own. Outside of that, probably South Africa and all the vehicles they make are military, of course.
Yeah, the listener needs to be reminded that this interview was conducted like over a decade ago, right? Is that right, brother? Oh, you're on mute. Hubert, isn't that correct? Hold on, let me take you off of mute. Yeah, you're on mute for some reason. Yeah, there you go. You're off now.
Sorry, I didn't notice. But yeah, 1992. This is 31 years ago.
31 years ago. So don't be offended when you hear Africa hadn't produced a there have been some changes, but this is still relevant to the conversation today. Keep in mind, everyone knows Africa is rich today. We've crossed that, but we still don't know how rich. We have to be reminded of it because in political terms, the diaspora is treated like the poorest group of people on earth. You know, you got to get your visa. It's even harder to get your visa. You're not protected with certain laws regarding discrimination or racism. Like, for example, in Europe, you're not even considered a group. So monitoring anti-Black racism is not actually done. It's not actually done in Europe. Yet, Europe is an ex-colonizer of Africa. And to this day, one of the biggest benefactors, group that benefits from African trade, yet not even acknowledged as a group of people. Like, check this out. In terms of its colonial past, the introduction of anti-Blackness, check this out.
But insofar as other African states, I believe that no African state anywhere on the continent produces a vehicle of their own that is homegrown.
That's deep.
From the engine block and the frame all the way up to the tires. No, absolutely not. No.
That's deep, man. That's deep, man.
Well, it's deep in terms of economics. When in economics, an economics formula tells you that the people who are nearest to the raw materials should be the ones that are getting the greatest benefits from that endowment.
That's what you think?
There was a program not too long ago on one of these educational televisions here by this guy named James Burke. He has this program called Connections. He has several programs. But in one program, he was dealing with the evolution of computers. And before, of course, he got to that point, or communications, he was basically had gone back in history, and he was dealing with clock movements and silver and so forth. And he was basically talking about a small town in the highlands in Switzerland that became one of the most powerful cities on the planet, in that they had not only silver deposits, they had iron ore deposits, they were making clock springs and so forth. So the fact that they had the technical expertise to deal with that, there was incentive, of course, in market enough to deal with taking up the products that were made there. These people were making money, as he put it, hand over fist, okay?
Everybody heard about the Swiss watch, right?
Hand over fist, because the people who were nearest to the raw material were actually benefiting more by it than anybody else, of course, and that's the way it should happen.
That's right.
Now, if something of similar nature would happen in Africa, I have said before and I have pulled off my computer here the gross national product of Zaire. Let's see, I have a more updated copy, so I'll just use an older one. This is from a CIA database in which they indicate that the gross national product per person in Zaire is $149 per person per year.
What?
$149 per person per year.
Wow.
That is the average gross national product contribution per person in Zaire.
Mm-hmm.
Now, according to the population in Zaire, which in this CIA report was 33.3 million people. Okay? Now, with the raw materials, the list of raw materials that, let me pull up my latest computer thing here. Pull up the CIA database here. According to these studies, the latest, let's see, region, active country, point and shoot. Go back to the world here. I'm sorry about this. Point and shoot. Zaire. Go into the Zairean database, see if that's changed. Now, the gross national product contribution, according to the latest CIA database, is $172 a year. Okay, per person.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you look at the available raw materials, okay, natural raw materials in Zaire, and they are as follows: cobalt, copper, cadmium, petroleum, diamonds, gold, silver, zinc, manganese, tin, germanium, uranium, radium, bauxite or aluminum, iron ore, coal, lime, and then you can get into like the agricultural products, and there are just as many: coffee, dry beans, oranges, mangoes, Filipinos, papayas, yams, rice, bananas, sweet potatoes, peanuts, corn, sugar cane, cassava, cotton, etc. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Zaire had the technical wherewithal to do as much with their raw materials as the United States or Japan does, the gross national product contribution for each Zairean would be $177,000 per person.
As opposed to 149.
As opposed to 140, no, as opposed to the last was
172.
172. Now,
that's deep,
in
man.
Japan,
that's right.
Gross national product contribution for each Japanese, and I could pull the latest one up, but the older one said $16,000, and the United States is $21,000. Do you see the marked difference?
That's deep, man.
$177,000 for each Zairean, as opposed to $21,000 for each average U.S. citizen.
Ain't that something?
Which means to say that the average Zairean would live in terms of almost have a standard of living almost 5 times greater than the average U.S. person, than the average American. That means to say if the average American lives in a 2-bedroom house, then the average Zairean could afford a 10-bedroom house with no problem.
That's right.
If the average American had 5 cars, the average Zairean could afford 15 cars with no problem. And if the average American could afford a bachelor's degree, the average Zairean could afford at least a triple PhD.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of healthcare, when you look at healthcare, it just simply blows your mind away. You would almost have the necessity of every Zairean having their own personal doctor, living with them at home, okay, and wouldn't have to pay 1 red cent, not a nickel, for healthcare all their life. Because when you're making $177,000, or at least making that kind of contribution to the gross national product, there's no possible way you can spend that kind of money.
No.
Hey,
no.
What that happens to do, you do with that is that you pour that into education, you pour that into healthcare, you pour that into, if the military is required, you pour that into research, you pour that into your own national airlines, your own shipping fleets.
I mean, at $177,000, brother, you could give me a couple thousand and go on and take the rest for all those other things.
Exactly. So basically what we're saying If Zairians or Africans were doing what they were supposed to do as God has meant them to do, we would be the kings and queens on the planet. There is no question about it. And I'm only talking about one country here.
That's right, brother.
This is just one country.
And you're absolutely right in what we were supposed to do. We know we were supposed to do it because we were given the ability to do it.
And not only that, we were supposed to do it at.
Thank you, brother.
Somebody displaced us over 350 years and put us in chains, gave us a negative attitude about our home, and then they step in and dig and rape the heck out of it, okay, at the same time. So what we have to do at this particular point in time is reverse those negative images that they have, in fact, systematically put in our minds while they are just tearing it up.
Yes, sir. And if we're all about the money like we say, Brother Zeer's just laid out the program for the money.
The money is more than black people know what to do with.
I'm saying.
Possible way that people can spend that kind of accumulated wealth, isn't it? I mean, you would now listen to this. Everybody knows that anybody out there has seen any Time magazine articles, any Life or Look magazine articles, any articles on public television in which they deal with the outrageous, conspicuous consumption of the Arabs because of just one natural resource, oil.
That's right.
And when you look at that, and Africans have at least control of 25 major natural resources on the whole planet that nobody can do without,
right.
You can't even imagine. There is no conceptual way that African Americans or anybody else on the planet can even superficially conceive of the kind of wealth that African people should be living under.
Put it this way, you wouldn't have to worry about food, clothing, and shelter.
Those would be so mundane.
And then think
obsolete concepts.
And then think what you could do with your mind if you didn't have to worry about food, clothing, and shelter.
Which is exactly what they're doing.
That's right.
That's exactly what they're doing.
You got us all bent over about food, clothing, and shelter, and we can't think of nothing else.
Exactly.
Like what Brother Zeers is presenting to y'all now.
And on the cover of one of my pamphlets entitled "Rape Africa," I have this little proposition for everybody right on the front cover. African Americans all over this country feverishly spend millions of dollars every day in the hopes of winning big on the lottery or sweepstakes. What they sadly fail to realize is that the biggest jackpot, the richest bonanza in the world, are the enormous strategic raw materials in southern Africa.
Yes, sir.
And the best part about this is it's not a gamble, it's a sure bet.
That's right, brother.
The worst part about it is that African Americans have been thoroughly brainwashed into denying Africa as their God-given legacy and refuse to have absolutely anything at all to do with it. Now that African Americans have been thrown off the trail, Japan, West Germany, Great Britain, France, and the United States, and Israel use these very same African resources to build and maintain their military might, their industrial leadership, their political prestige, and the social and cultural oppression of African Americans and Africans everywhere. Free the land.
Teach, brother. Teach. That's why that's the battle cry. Free the land, man.
Okay.
Everything else is, obsolete, irrelevant. You get the land, then you can start talking. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's really the bottom line.
All right, man, that's deep, man. That's deep. I mean, we just talked about Chrome, basically, mostly, just for right now, and it's just mind-boggling. I mean, we sitting here.
I mean, is there one war? Is there one skirmish in Africa that has garnished the immediate and exact attention that the Israeli Palestinian conflict has garnished in such short time? I mean, it's almost like if you know where the money is, why lead people to the money? Lead them anywhere else except to the money, right? Yeah. Don't leave a media trail. Don't leave a media trail to where the money is. No, don't do that. We can talk about anything else, but not where the money is. It's insane. I mean, we've witnessed there's a war going on in Somalia. No, I'm sorry, in Sudan right now, in northern Sudan. Yeah. When was the last time there was any? What's the story? There's almost no story, no understanding of it. People scratching their head, don't even know why it started. It's not even relevant if it ends. How many people die? It's not even important. I wonder if we just Googled right now how many people are dying a day in Sudan due to the war. What do you think that number would be, bro? Take a guess. Let me Google it. How many people are dying in Sudan daily? 100? Oh, wow. Well, god damn. This is a big number, man. I mean, but this is according to OCHA, the UN. Since fighting started in April, about 5.5. Wait a second. I'm sorry. Let me just confirm a few things. Right. This article was produced. I'm going to put it in the chat. This article was produced October 7th, 2023. So it's brand new. This is brand new, this data here. So let's just think about this. Since fighting started in mid-April, about 5.5 million people have fled their homes and sought refuge within Sudan or in neighboring countries. The Sudan Ministry of Health reports that 1,265 people have been killed and 8,396 injured due to the fighting between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces. Disease outbreaks have been reported nationwide, including measles, malaria, dengue fever, and cholera. In Al Jazeera state, 245 primary schools, 5 secondary schools, 25 educational facilities, and are currently inhabited by displaced people, affecting attendance when schools open. The humanitarian corridor in Sudan condemned the killing of displaced civilians caught in the crossfire during. Yo, brother, this war is worse than what's going on in Israel and Palestine.
Yep.
I mean, as far as it reads, but in any case, let's keep reading.
Basically, I guess what
I'm saying that to say that could it be because it's Africa that it has no relevance, and that maybe more money is at stake in this war in Sudan? Could it be?
And it could be argued that it's been going on for far longer, because what them folks are doing in Sudan, they've been doing that type of stuff. Man, like there's a reason why the people in the north of Sudan look the way that they looked versus the ones in the south. They've been doing this since like ancient times. It's been going on a long time.
Right. If I was to ask what place has more monetary value to the world, which one would you say? Would you say it's Israel and Palestine, that region, or would you say it's Sudan? I mean, I hate to ask. It's just basic numbers to give people an idea, some context.
I really don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to.
It just depends on how much they up in there, because Sudan is a much bigger place than Israel, so it would depend on how much the Western nations are in there getting any resources or whatever. Right.
I'm curious if I was to say, if I was to Google how much aid has Sudan received and see what pops up there. Let's see here. I don't know if that's because of course they've broken off, right? But I'm just curious what those numbers look like. It says here, but it is good to look at the numbers. We don't have to have comprehensive numbers over the last 50 years, so it's hard to compare. But just in the, let's say, as the conflict in Sudan fuels humanitarian catastrophe in the country and the refugee crisis beyond its borders, donors at the United Nations-backed event today announced nearly $1.5 billion to fund life-saving relief efforts in Sudan and the region and called on parties in Sudan to immediately end. But this is a pledge. That's not money on the ground. Roughly half the population, 24.7 million is half the population. 1.5 of them children have been uprooted. Okay, 1.7 million uprooted. Yeah, any case, you get the drift. I mean, it's just asking the question, what value does Africa have? You know, do African people, are they equal, to others? Do they get, when their life is taken, are they looked at? Does the world point to Africa and say, hey, look at this, look, y'all should see what's up? Or is there like a conspiracy to keep Africa out of the news, so people won't know how robbed African people are, essentially?
Saying is, how do you feel bad? How can you feel bad about coming to get your stuff back? That's what we're talking about, ain't we, brother?
Exactly.
And we just talking about taking ours back? That's ours.
Let's deal with another. Let's give somebody else something else to chew on. Let's talk about gold a little bit. Precious metals.
All right.
Monetary. About 60% of all the world's gold mined to date, is held by governments and central banks for this purpose, and which amounts to, at least at this reading, of $40 billion in gold bullion. Industrial uses of gold happen to be the high electrical conductivity of gold. 70% accounts for the largest single industrial use for this material, where high reliability, corrosion resistance, and high electrical conductivity are needed in electrical and electronic circuits. Gold is employed. Plate contacts, terminals, printed circuits, and semiconductor systems, critical space apparatus, and instrumentation. Reflects up to 98% of incident infrared radiation. High intensity solar radiation insulator, ultraviolet and infrared radiation filter, bearing lubrication for space applications, sulfur containing gases at high temperature containers, high pressure resistance vessels. Gold blazing and solder employs high strength high strength is required. Found in aircraft and spacecraft. Glass to metal seals, large plate glass windows for large office buildings to reduce infrared, thus reducing air conditioning requirements. Dental apparatus, treatment of arthritis, punctures and skin punctures, ulcers, burns, and nerve ending operations.
Talking about gold, brother?
Right. Talking about gold.
And you think it's, and some of y'all think it's just for hanging on your neck? Here's a man built his whole world off of gold.
Right.
He can't have nothing. And you don't even think about these things.
That's right. Alloys of gold and silver alloys are used in, trial plates. Standards of references are 70%. Jewelry, 75% used in gold, 25% silver, is called green gold. Blazing alloys in copper, extremely resistant to stress, corrosion, cracking, even when heavily coal worked. Okay.
Brothers and sisters, they want to build something technical.
Okay, listen to this. Also used in photography, and compounds of gold are used for, quote from the Encyclopedia Britannica, powerful explosives, fulminating gold, and it gives the whole formula here for fulminating gold high explosions. Okay?
That's deep, man.
That's deep.
That's deep, man. I mean, we just had y'all ain't nothing wrong with admitting we was purposely miseducated. But now that we getting back our sense, I mean, ain't you ready to go get your stuff back?
Plate glass windows to circuit boards, high-tech spacecraft, fast aircraft.
Man. And all these things they use against us.
That's right.
Or use to make us think that they're somehow better than us. But where they get it from?
Now, one point that I want to point out to the audience. Every time I mention an end product, that is in itself an entire industry.
That's right. Don't they got glass companies around here?
Right. It's an industry. Electronic circuits, that's an industry. Terminals.
Industry.
Plate contacts is an industry. Semiconductors is an industry. Critical spacecraft apparatus and instrumentation are two industries.
That's right. That's right. All those things, brother said, was just, I mean, you talk about the whole doggone, I mean, not just one industry off of gold, And look at the name things the brother named.
That's right.
And we don't even make the underwear we wear.
We are the highest unemployed people with the highest employable potential of any people on the planet.
We're the best miseducated folks on earth too, brother.
There's no doubt of it. No doubt. Okay?
Man. I mean, man.
There's no reason for any black person on this planet to be unemployed.
Thank you, brother.
Reason whatever.
No, I mean, they don't have no industry without our stuff.
Oh.
That should be a requirement. Okay, you want our stuff? All of us got to have jobs.
Exactly.
I mean, that would be if we were in charge of our own mind.
Exactly.
I didn't say our own land. I said of our own minds.
And for those of us in Europe, I mean, we should at least have equal protection under the discrimination laws. I mean, anti-black racism is not even acknowledged in Europe. You can't find it in any data regarding hate crimes in Europe. It's not even people of African descent. Black people are not even considered a particular group of people affected by a particular form of racism. No. I mean, not even the job thing. It's not even equal protection under the discrimination laws. Check it out.
The very fact that we ain't in charge of our minds is the reason that we're not in charge of our land. That's deep, though, man.
It's just, you know.
And it's just, it makes no sense then that we're at each other over nickels and quarters.
Scraps.
I don't care if you're making $100,000 up in here. You're missing your 77,000, ain't you, dear?
Huh?
They're missing at least 77,000, ain't they?
What is that?
If they're making $100,000 up in here.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
Yeah, and we got to start thinking different now, y'all. I mean, really, that's where we are right now. I mean, it makes no sense to run around here begging somebody for a plate of food when you would be the one in charge. I mean, it just makes no sense. And you can't justify it once you find out where the stuff really is. I mean, we can make excuses before we really didn't know, because we didn't know.
Let's deal with another one. Diamonds. Jim, most popular cut is the 58 facet brilliant. 53 faces above the girdle, 25 below. That you didn't want to know, I'm sure. The next, industrial. Industrial uses of diamonds is so important that a deficiency in industrial diamonds would cause a breakdown in the modern metalworking industry and devastate mass production.
What? Wait a minute, diamonds for what, brother? Industry?
For industrial uses.
Man, brothers and sisters, please now. Please now. Ain't it kind of embarrassing? I mean, again, here we are sitting here, what we going to do about dinner tomorrow? Mm-hmm. If this factory is running, you should be fed.
You know, the host of the show and the guests, they reference African Americans, but really they're speaking to all the diaspora. Even those of us in Europe, we are in the same discussion in terms of this. Some of us may have slightly more rights than others, but generally speaking, we're in the same box with this conversation. So don't get it twisted. All right.
Right?
That's right.
If this plane's just flying, you should be fed.
Right. Now listen to this.
Hey, brother, before we get to that, can we take a short one?
Sure, we can take a short one.
Okay, brother, Zeers Miles on the telephones with us. Embarrassing you, ain't he? I mean, it should. I mean, we got to start thinking about these things, brothers and sisters. I mean, if I got all of Zeers' money, I just robbed him. Brother standing there starving. I'm standing right beside him with all his stuff. If brother ain't looking at me kind of crazy, brother got a problem, don't you? You know I took it, don't you? Mm-hmm. How can I stand there in front of you posturing with your stuff? We got to go get ours, y'all. Brother Zeers Miles on the telephones with us tonight out of Gardena, California, in our 1,063rd consecutive night of broadcasting. Y'all stay tuned because we'll be right back.
Talking about the economy, they could not get into this, okay? Because we have been taken so far afield from the raw material, from the earth, from the ground, that it probably wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to people. So what I decided to do was take each of these raw materials in turn and try to list the end product. So at least we could have a reference point. We could, we could identify with some of the things that I was saying. Mm-hmm. I ended up with just the 25 articles. Mm-hmm. I got 29 pages of end products.
Essentially, they couldn't do a thing without our stuff.
Nothing.
Couldn't do a thing. Couldn't even. No, they couldn't do. They'd have to go back to the cave.
That's right.
I mean, because, you talked about copper in the furnace there. I mean, they need furnaces.
Home and a furnace, right?
Yeah, I mean things that I'm gonna be honest, brother. You blew my mind. I'm not gonna lie, because I considered myself up on some of those things. But
Let's continue. We were talking about diamond, and low-grade diamond, which is called bort, is, quoting, a poorly crystallized gray or brown translucent to opaque diamond widely used in industry, is crushed into powder for grinding and polishing operations. Grinding wheels for sharpening, sintering, carbide metal cutting tools, diamond drills, everything from dental to oil well drills, rock core drills, exploring new mineral deposits, saws for cutting rock and other hard materials, tools for turning and dressing grinding wheels, glass cutters, photographic needles, hardness testers, lathe and other types of cutting tools, and wire drawing dies. Cannot do without diamond. Cannot do. Let's go on to another one. This is one of my favorite because this covers 3 pages. Okay? Well, we won't get into some of this stuff, but let me see. Let me go back to, let me go to nickel. Nickel alloy, okay? Nickel and steels together. Nickel and steel, 0.5% to 10% nickel, 25 to 100% nickel, is used in, quote, automobiles, trucks, buses, ships, airplanes, railway locomotives, and most types of transportation equipment, agricultural equipment, machine tools, mining and extruding equipment, oil well drilling, refinery equipment, steel mill machinery, power generating equipment, and many types of steel construction.
Brother, you know what? You know why one would go back to Africa? Because they got some sense. That's why.
That's right.
Because they're intelligent.
That's right. Continuing, stainless steel nickels, 2% to 25% nickel, transportation equipment, streamlined trains, airplanes, tank trucks, kitchen equipment, tableware, cooking utensils, and equipment for chemical and food processing industries, textile and paper mill, and oil refineries. Heat-resistant steels, 2% to 26% nickel. High temperature requirements of furnace and other equipment parts for glass, ceramic, metal to chemical manufacturing industries. Nickel cast irons, 1% to 5% nickel. Special needs in manufacturing of metal equipment. Copper, 65% to 70% copper to nickel. High corrosion resistance. Building, chemical, and food processing equipment in the marine and power generating equipment. Okay? Then, let's see. Electrical resistant alloys, 80% to 85% nickel. Used in heating elements, photometers, rheostats, and other electrical controls. Magnetic alloys, non-magnetic alloys, permanent magnet alloys, high permeability alloys.
When you're traveling, does your passport reflect any of this? The fact that the country you come from, many of these raw natural materials come from in order to provide a quality life to someone else, an exceptional quality life to someone else, somewhere else in the world. Does your passport match it? How hard is it for you to access that world?
Control expansion alloys, plated silverware plates, silver filaments, non-destructive hardware, and jewelry. Then nickel compounds, electroplating, nickel catalysts, ground coat emeralds, storage batteries, special nickel powders, incandescents, and fungicide, and also fertilizers. Nickel catalyst, hydrogenization of fats and oils. In other words, that's how you make Vaseline with nickel catalyst. Regents and great importance in the material industries, and it just goes on and on.
Brother, can you find any of this stuff in Europe?
Say again?
You find this nickel stuff in Europe?
Nickel in Europe?
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of nickel in Europe.
They couldn't have done nothing then without taking ours, could they?
That's right, and most of this stuff.
Oh, man, that's just embarrassing, man. You know, that we're sitting here wondering what we're going to do from what white man's going to save us. I mean, yeah, come on, y'all. We got to get real now. I mean, there's one thing for sure after you get through here what brother's saying. I mean, even at this point, that the children know we ain't got to be in this condition.
Right.
They know it now.
I believe they know something.
That's right.
Okay. Copper. Major portion of the world's production of copper is utilized in the electrical industries, the balance of alloys. Electrical manufacturers including generators, motors, electric locomotives, switchboards, light boards, approximately 25%. Telephones and telegraphs, light and power lines, 13%. Other rod and wire, 9%. Automobiles, not including starting, generator, ignition equipment, 10%. Buildings, including electrical work, 10%. Manufacturers of export, 11%. Other uses, 25%. The other 25% are as follows: ammunition, radio and television, air conditioning, refrigeration, railroads, shipbuilding, screening, copper bearing steels, radiators, heating, clocks and watches, and many others. Copper rollers and cilio painting, brass, bronze, gunmetal, copper salts used in medicine, 4, cobalting, combating pests and insecticides. That's copper.
That's something, man. Brother, it's a damn shame. That's what. It's just a damn shame, man. Here you gotta go. I mean, they couldn't drive one car without stealing our stuff, but you gotta go get their permission to drive one.
You can't even make toilet paper without
that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And I hope everybody keeps in mind that every one of these end products that I'm mentioning is an entire industry in itself.
Air conditioning industry. I mean, y'all just look at all the things that come from your home that you do without. It don't make no sense. And then let them strut around you like they somebody important. They're thieves.
And go into debt for.
In debt. Thieves, man. Thieves. We got to take our stuff back, y'all. I mean, we will prove ourselves less than men and women if we don't take our stuff back. And thus prove ourselves less unfit to be here.
I don't, when I was doing this, I was saying, when does it stop?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I was getting into a little project. What I thought was a little project. After 2 months, I said, hey, this is getting more like work, okay?
And you probably still got something you ain't got yet.
That's right.
Man, that's deep, man. Well, let's continue on because we're putting out the case for the prosecution.
Right.
Yeah, we're with the prosecution.
Okay. Let me look at where do I go here? Let's see. I think
it's just so embarrassing, man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way they got us in the situation, we just don't know from one minute to the next where we're going to eat, where we're going to stay, what we're going to wear, or even if we're going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And they do this by using stuff from our house against us.
That's our major point. I have been saying that if African people have any sense of survival, then we have to reclaim the land that is being used to oppress us.
That's what it is, too, brother. It ain't this boy. This boy ain't bad. It's our stuff he's using on us.
Exactly.
It's our stuff, y'all. I mean, it ain't like you ain't got to feel like a thief or nothing like he should.
Mm-hmm.
It's yours.
It's just unreal. I'm trying to find this one.
It's just mind-boggling, brother. It's just, I know I'm not the only one, feeling the way I'm feeling right now.
I would hope not.
Oh, I hope not too, brother. Otherwise, we're in bad shape.
Okay.
No, I know not.
Okay, 10. Now, 10 covers 4 pages. I'm just going to leave the last one here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The versatility of 10 can be summarized in considering the vital role that 10, in some ways, contributes to the operation of an automobile.
Wait a minute, brother.
Water is required in fabricating the water-cooled radiator, the heater, the air conditioning system. The electrical wiring system consists of tin-coated copper wire and connectors which are put together with tin lead solder. Body solder is used to fill in welded seams and smooth out small surface imperfections prior to painting. Tin is then added to strengthen the cast iron used in engine blocks and parts in the transmission gear. Steel-backed tin-based Babbitt aluminum tin bearings and tin lead bearings overplated with tin lead electroplate are standard parts in automobile engines. Bushings, bearings, and springs for small auxiliary motors operating the power equipment, generators, etc., are made of phosphorus bronze. Aluminum pistons are tin-coated to prevent seizure during engine break-in. And gas tank and connecting tubing are tin-coated for corrosion resistance. And the air cleaner and the oil filter are fabricated from tin-coated steel. Each light bulb has a soldered dot on the base to connect the wire elements and provide electrical contact. The radio and cassette player are put together with tin wire, printed circuits, and soldering connections. Clear plastic material are light synthesized with a tin compound, and the foam cushion is made of a process that uses astonished octane as a catalyst. And finally, the glass is made by casting the surface on tin, molten tin. That's an automobile.
Brother, you know,
it would not move without tin.
And where you get it from? Us. I mean, man, it's just, you know, it's just like, what percentage? I would bet you that 99% of white folks don't even know all that.
No, they don't.
No, they when they be telling you to go back to Africa, they have no idea what they're saying.
Nope.
They might say go back to Africa, but those in charge say, no, you don't.
Yeah, those ones that tell you to go back, they have no idea.
No, they don't know. They're just simple-minded something. No. Brother, because if we went back, then they wouldn't get away with this.
They wouldn't have a clue.
Let's continue, brother.
Okay. Let's pick up another one here. Let's see. We did silver? We did silver, I think.
I don't think we did silver. I think we got tin, we got copper, we got gold, we got chrome.
Okay, are you writing them down, huh?
No, brother, I got them in my memory, man. Hey, brother, I'm gonna etch this in somebody's skull. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's ours, man. I want my stuff. I want to know what it is. I want
silver. First place, of course, is monetary. Then, plated silverware, ornaments, and jewelry. Photographic process. Aircraft and diesel locomotive bearings are silver-plated bearing sleeves in World War II, which equals seizure resistance. Of course, we mentioned that during startup. Electroconductivity of 100% relative relay control circuits in computers and tabulators. High temperature ultraviolet electrical instruments and relays. Castings to ceramics, glass, and mica for electrical devices. Silver solders and blazing alloys, that's for soldering. Silver epoxy cold solders to bound micro-miniature electronic devices without heat. Catalytic properties to provide reactions in ammonia for making fertilizers and oxidation chemical reactions. Silver foil in plates used in replacement and for missing bone fragments, that's in surgery. Silver nitrite solution is used for disinfectant for certain plants. Powerful oxidizing agent. It is a good fluorinating agent. And the chemical, let's see, I can't even read some of this stuff. Water sterilization destroys warts.
Silver.
Yeah, really.
Destroy warts.
Warts destroys warts. It's got a whole lot of let's see, indolent ulcers, etc. For the pharmaceutical. Others, it makes poisons. Making pistons for gasoline engines, bus bars for high tension electrical wires. Now, I didn't write this down. This is just out of Encyclopedia Britannica, like everything else. Making the atomic bomb.
What? Silver?
Penicillin manufacture.
So if we got our stuff back, we could stop all war then, couldn't we?
That's right. Substitute metal during World War II for copper. Copper, nickel, chromium, aluminum, and tin, resulting in thousands of tons used metals for more vital use. Okay, that was silver. course, iron is, without saying, iron ranks second in abundance among the minerals and fourth in abundance among the elements. Iron compounds, ferrous oxide, let's see, ferric oxide plus oxidates, therapeutics, essential element in the body, 10 to 20 micrograms of iron per day appears to meet the normal metabolic requirements for the average adult. Also a treatment for asthma.
Silver.
Iron, right. No,
Yeah.
this is iron.
Oh, okay, okay.
Ferrous oxide.
Iron treats asthma?
That's what they got here.
Man, brother, see, you know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's anemia. I'm sorry.
Well, either way.
Yeah, right.
Iron?
Iron is the most useful mineral and material in civilization. It has made possible plants, tools, machineries, and many of the products in the industrial revolution. It is principally used when alloyed with other elements, notably carbon, to moderate most processes to steel, and excess produces cast iron. Semi-finished minerals, rail, massive H-beams, huge plates, I-sheet bars, skiff, let's see, that's 6 to 20 inches wide, suitable for forming into pipe up to 6 inches in diameter and from 1/8 to 3/8 inches thick. Sheets 1/8 inch thick. Pipe and seamless tubing, rods and wires down to 0.2 inches. Semi-finished also continues somewhat over 40% of the United States production in the form of sheet, strip, and tin plate, and about 16% in bars, 12 to 13% in pipe, 9 to 10% in wire and wire.
Yeah, a bit tied. We're listening to a mineral breakdown of Africa as it involves the West primarily, not only but primarily, right? And or as it involves Africa, its value to the world and resources. And the breakdown is discussion that you're listening to is Mbana Katako, which is I believe the moderator, and Zia's Miles, which is the person breaking down the mineral resources. Yo, is that correct? Do I have that correct, Hubert? Did I get that right? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So let's go on with it. It's only about 20 minutes left, so.
Products. Structural shapes, 6 to 17%. Track material about 1 1/2, down to 5% before World War II, 3% miscellaneous. Automobile industry, 17%. Construction, structural shapes, concrete reinforcements, 12%. Containers, 9%. Machinery, 6%. Export, 4%. Other uses. Large ocean liners, up to 35,000 or 17,000 tons. Railroad sleeping car, 58 tons. 50 passenger bus, 7 tons of iron. 6-room residence, up to 2.5 tons is used. An average United States automobile, 3,500 pounds of iron. A garden spade, 5 pounds. 1 gallon paint can, about 1 pound. Use of copper steels, extra soft and dead soft steel, 0.08 to 18% carbon. Structural made, mild steels, strength and easy malleable. Forging, flaming operations, etc. for buildings, bridges, railroad, rolling stock, boilers, drop forging, and bolts. Medium grade, shipbuilding, shafting, forged machinery parts. Medium hard steel, large forged for locomotives and other prime movers, car axles, railroad rails. Hard steels, wrought iron wheels, locomotive tires, wood cutting tools, and sledges. Spring grades, automobile springs, cold chisels, rock drills, and shear blades. High carbon steel tools, railroad springs, steel cutting, forming tools. Used in alloy steels, nickel and chromium, crankshafts, axles, gears and other automotive and machine parts.
And let's just say that they had to do without the axles, brother.
Right. Ordnance and armor, long span bridges, pressure valves, gun tubes, and heavy shafting. Structural purposes such as bridge, cruiser, and grinder parts, ball and roller bearings, and armor plates. And it just goes on and on and on here with steel.
Man, I mean, you know what I mean?
Now I know what you mean.
Man, it's just like one thing after another, and we just can't justify being in this condition, knowing that all these things can be done if we were at home.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we look silly trying to say, well, we deserve it.
Give us a job.
Please, can we have a job, white man? I swear, I'll tell on the niggas for you, man. See, all y'all in these so-called relationships with the white people, you could get out of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? And just think, when you get home, you ain't got no more debt either. You don't owe him nothing. Shouldn't owe him nothing anyway. I mean, man, what else we got, brother? I mean, we talked about iron, we talked about tin, we talked about chrome, we talked about gold, we talked about. I mean, I'm just going over them for the people because you know y'all just start thinking about these things. And brother listed several things that come out of all these things that are industries in and of themselves, and we have no industry whatsoever. We think we done something. We got us our barbecues singing.
You know, Africa is providing mineral resources to nations that are in constant war with each other. I mean, that is insanity. That is insanity. At the same time that these nations are in constant war with each other, these nations don't even recognize our own human rights, the diaspora, or even in the continent. I mean, think about that. Think about how we're last on these lists. We're the last people on these lists. You could go around the world, you will find last in all of these parts of the world. Yet Africa is funding the environment damn near. I mean, through mineral resource funding, you know. And we could talk about voluntarily or not voluntarily. Obviously, it's not voluntarily when you have a legacy of people being assassinated and things like this. But I mean, it gives perspective on, it gives light to the fact that our situation, how we're treated as a people in terms of our African lives is value as African mineral resources. I mean, the answer to that might change if Africa can maybe take charge of its mineral resources and yield the mineral resources in an ethical way, you know, instead of a pure, I don't even know if it's even pure trade. Right now, it's not even pure trade. I mean, African nations, like what's going on here in the with the coup d'etats that are happening, right? Where there's military coups, you know, leaders that are happening right now that are there, as they call it, right? These nations, they're claiming to not be getting equal value, you know, they're claiming to not get the global standard for their goods, you know, at least the ones that were connected to France. I mean, that's a slew, like 4 or 5 nations that are saying that France is not paying them you want to say something about that, Hubert? You're on mute though. Sorry about that. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a problem all over Africa.
That's the problem all over Africa, right? One group is saying it, and the rest is just like acting like it's normal, man. We always been getting this price. That's how we normally do it, right? You siphon oil and you poison the water. I mean, that's normal, right? That's how it always goes, right? I mean, what can we do better? All right, let's listen. There's not much left, so.
People make mockery of you. You know, people make decisions about your intelligence based on things they see you do, things they hear you say. And you say, give me a job to a conscious white boy, he says, damn fool. Don't he, brother?
That's it.
That's all he could say.
Vanadium, alloys to proper certain quantities of steel and cast iron, high-speed tool steel, high-strength structural steel, and wear-resistant cast iron. Vanadium comes in sheet, strip, Foil, bar, wire, tubing have been used in high temperature service in the chemical industry and in bonding other minerals. Foil is used to bond steel and titanium in cladding, pure titanium metal to steel. Ferrovanadium in the manufacture of tool steels, engineering steels,
Hey, what's up, Gary?
high-strength structural steels, non-aging rimming steels, and special wear-resistant cast irons. Heavy castings and forgings added to construction steel to improve elasticity properties, toughness, and yield to tensile strength ratios. Largest market, heavy truck bodies, chassis, other stressed structural parts, heavy transportation equipment, gears, crankshafts, ball bearings. Very heavy forgings, turbine rotors. Steel to small tools, about 2.5%. Razor and knife blades, taps and dies, chisels, lathe tools, milling cutters, drop forgings, cast cuttings, and extrusion dies. High-speed, heavy-duty steels, tool steels, cutting, drilling, forging, extruding. Bearings, power gearing units. Vanadium continued. Catalysts for coloring glass and ceramic glazings, for dyes in paints and inks, and for laboratory research, dye and lining, oil paints, photographic developers, and catalytic actions, and so on and so on and so on.
And I know some of those things that Brother Z has named off, you're not familiar with them. But
Right.
Don't that make you feel bad? They taking stuff out your house, making stuff with it you don't even know what it is, and then they're using it on you too. That's the truth.
And we're using it and don't know that we're using it.
Yeah, I mean, we think nothing. And I think you brought it up, brother, earlier when you talked about how, because of slavery, how we had been, say, you picked the cotton, that's all you knew about.
Exactly.
And because we'll walk into a room, we'll turn on the light, we think we've done something smart, but we don't realize how much of our stuff went into making that light come on.
Exactly.
It couldn't come on without our stuff, could it?
As a matter of fact, I mean, if just in the case of tin, if you took the tin out of the car, you wouldn't have one.
There's no car.
If you took certain raw materials out of a house, you wouldn't have that. If you took tin or copper out of a computer, you wouldn't have a computer, you wouldn't have television, you wouldn't have this telephone system we're talking to.
The radio thing we're listening on.
You know, life in this country as we know it and living at a high standard of living would simply be would not only be impossible, it wouldn't even be known.
Now, why do you think y'all are hearing this information now? I mean, you know, we've been here a long time, ain't we, brother? And most of us ain't. Okay.
Hey, Gelly, we're asking the question. We're asking this question: are African lives as valuable as African mineral resources? And so we're going over a list of raw resources Africa provides the world, particularly the West, but not excluding, and asking ourselves, does it match how we're treated across the globe? For example, right now, a lot of people don't know this, but in the United States, for example, which is a place where African descent, Black people, have been complaining about their human rights being respected in terms specific to anti-Black racism and how much they receive. But at that time in the U.S., while this has been going on, there's a lot of data that the U.S. has. It's even recorded. But when you point to the EU, they don't collect any data like that. And the EU is a major benefactor of the resources out of Africa, essentially, you know. So they're not the only ones, but, you know, the United States and the EU are major benefactors here. So, but they're not the only ones. You got China, you got Russia, right? Also coming along on this list. And we're asking, how do our lives, you know, compare to the mineral resources these nations get from our mother continent, from the continent that we're either ripped from violently or that we're bombed out of violently, starved out of violently. You know, and also people look at us now today, you know, you try to cross that little bit of water into Europe, people hate you at this point. They may not say it, but the governments, the European governments and the United States, they are tired of African refugees. Not only that, We could go on and on, but let's keep that conversation for after. Let's hear the last 10 minutes of this, and then we have
a minute too long.
But most of us ain't never heard none of this stuff before. Why are we hearing it now?
I'm sure.
I think that put us on these resources now are giving us an opportunity to recognize that we were put there for a reason.
Right, exactly.
And we better start, you know, the one thing about us, we're different than all the other creations because we got a brain and we can think. But I don't think, you know, we're witnessing the flooding in Indiana this week, brother. And all those bridges that got flooded out, got washed away. I think there was a message in there. There's going to come a time when it'll be too late to cross back.
Exactly.
You know? And you're not getting this. I mean, Brother Zeers is not, you know, obviously you can tell this ain't the average brother. The brother does things that the average brother don't do. And why do you think you have met this brother in 1992?
This is when it all starts, right?
You're not giving electric slide dances, are you, brother?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, okay.
Yo, and this, you know, that comment right there, it could be compared to the war in Ukraine. What happened when the war in Ukraine kicked off? A lot of people wanted to flee. Where could the people flee to? They had to flee to other neighboring countries, EU nations, European nations. And right there was the beginning of another story, how the first thing you heard is Africans are last to be able to get on the trains, like to flee. And that may not have been the biggest story, but it is one substantial story that came out of that. In fact, it sparked international debate. It created a problem. It gave a lane to Russia, really, to point at, you know, and to question other people's view of human rights, you know. So, but in any case, the same dynamic has occurred in the U.S., which they were discussing with flooding. How were people treated? Were Black Americans treated like as fairly as they should be or as equal as others? No. That's where you heard Kanye West. I believe it was Kanye West. Was it Kanye West? No, this was Katrina with Kanye West. But are they talking about Katrina right here? Was that 15 years ago? Damn, Kanye, that was a long time. Kanye been out that long. Yo, they were talking about that in Katrina. You literally had Kanye West have his meltdown moment. This is what we're talking about. Out of all the resources that the world, particularly the United States and Europe, not to give anybody else a pass, but according to the amount of resources they get from Africa versus the price tag, are African lives, Black people's lives, are we treated fairly? Are we treated fairly? When we know that the United States
the frustration.
They greatly need Africa. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying, I remember the frustration around Katrina, how people were just so upset at the poor response to it, and we were seeing all the footage of, you know, they were showing dead bodies floating in the water, from what I remember, and
they were
trying to focus more on criminalizing Black people at the time. They literally show white people getting stuff or whatever, and they would describe it as them like procuring goods for themselves and whatnot. And then if you see a Black person, they'd be like, "Oh, that's a loser." So people were really upset about all that. They were blocking. There were Black people from certain organizations that were coming in there to try to help, and they blocked them. They were blocking them from coming in.
Well, here it is for 2 seconds, and then we flip right back.
With the breach of 3 levees protecting New Orleans, the landscape of the city has changed dramatically, tragically, and perhaps irreversibly. There's now over 25 feet of water where there was once city streets and thriving neighborhoods.
I hate the way they portray us in the media. If you see a Black family, it says they're looting. See a white family, it says they're looking for food. And you know, it's been 5 days because most of the people are Black. And even for me to complain about, I would be a hypocrite because I've tried to turn away from the TV because it's too hard to watch. I've even been shopping before even giving a donation. So now I'm calling my business manager right now to see what is the biggest amount I can give, and just to imagine if I was down there, and those are my people down there. So anybody out there that wants to do anything that we can help with the setup, the way America is set up to help the poor, the Black people, the less well off as slow as possible. I mean, this is Red Cross is doing everything they can. We already realize a lot of the people that could help are at war right now, fighting another way, and they've given them permission to go down and shoot us.
And
yeah.
And you're not getting this. I mean, brother,
You know,
Old
that
boy
was just
standing next to him, his face
contextualized.
always cracked me up with that.
Huh? Say that again.
Old boy
Oh,
standing
his
next
face.
to him, I can't remember his name, but his face always cracked me up.
Michael Myers. Yeah. And of course, and you know, I liked his expression, but this is just to contextualize the interview we're hearing, because the interview just referenced that moment. So for those of you that get tired by Black intellectuals discussing shit for more than 15 minutes, you know, it's good to reference it so we know this is not long ago. And to give a political context, I mean, global warming is happening right now. African Americans and others across the diaspora have been demanding reparations. So we got reparations movements. We have conflicts in Africa that, you know, so many weapons from around the world are being sent to fund wars over material resources in Africa. In the EU, the situation is so wild that anti-Black racism is not even something they keep data on. They can't even show the world how discriminated a Black person is because they don't believe in that term. People of African descent are not acknowledged as a specific group of people affected by a specific form of racism. So therefore, no data is collected on that in the EU. At the same time, these nations require trade from Africa just to function on a normal basis. I mean, what would trade be like? And so we're asking the question to everybody. We're just asking a simple question. And I'm sure others have asked this question too. And that question is, are African lives as valuable as African mineral resources? And so let's continue. Let's see here.
This is not, you know, obviously you can tell this ain't the average brother. The brother does things that the average brother don't do. And why do you think you have met this brother in 1992?
This is when it all starts, right?
You're not giving electric slide dances, are you, brother?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, okay then. No, they're afraid not.
I'm afraid not. Right. Antimony, in its pure state, has essentially no uses. Yet, in physical and chemical combinations with other substances, it is one of man's most useful metals. Approximately 1/2 of all the yearly world supply is consumed in alloy fabrication. Chemical uses in fireworks, pottery, glass, paints, plastics, rubbers, and fabrics account for 1/2 of the industrial consumption of antimony. As a hardening agent, even small quantities of antimony impart steel and hardness to other minerals, particularly lead. The largest single use of antimony is in the manufacture of automobile storage batteries, 4 to 11% yield, strong, corrosive resistance, grades, and terminals, pumps, tank linings, roofing sheets, pumping fixtures, pipes, cable sheaths, and foil and bullets.
All you can say is damn. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, that's all you can say, man. I mean, they shooting us down with stuff that they make out of our stuff.
Exactly, right.
I mean, that's all. I mean, you know. Well, let's continue, brother, because we're with the prosecution today.
Anti-friction bearings, Babbitt, and what they call white metal, anti-friction metals such as tin, lead, and copper. Type metal, lead containing 13 to 30% linotype and stenotype machines to produce accurate cast printing type, and also lowers the melting point of lead and imparts sharp definition to the type. Decorative castings for an antimony, low melting point, precision duplication, durability, metallic beauty, and economy. Account for statues, candlesticks, Britannia metal, hollow wire, and tubeware. 5 to 10%. Also, this is where pewter comes from, 7% pewter in solder.
They got a lot of damn nerves, don't they, brother?
Right. Semiconductors, transistor, and integrated circuits in advanced electronics hardware. Frame roofing, fire-resistant fabrics, antimony trioxide or trichlorate, fire-retaining agent for paints and plastics. Paints, a paint constituent, white ceramic enamels for plaster-free filler, brilliant finish, bronze agent for metals and plaster coatings. It also makes a good yellow, orange, blues, and greens.
You know what would probably take less time, brother? To name the stuff that they don't get from our home.
Nothing.
I mean, that'd be it, wouldn't say nothing.
That's right.
Man, man.
Ammunition. Component of ammunition, liquefied chloride, and of military pyrotechnics, smoke grenades, vital in range-finding shields and tracer bullets, friction and machine precision caps, rubber industry, vulcanization agent, textile industry, fabric dyeing, finishing, attractive to textile fabrics, filtering, and non-fiber destroying.
Brother, I was thinking, why would you want to claim America when you got all that stuff at home?
Really?
I mean, you want a second-rate piece of land when you could have the cat's meow?
It's it. This is, in fact, I have said, this is the pot at the end of the rainbow. This is the pot at the end of the rainbow. This is the big bonanza. This is the jackpot of the whole world. God didn't put black people, his firstborn, his first chosen, here for nothing. He put it there so that we could continue being the kings and queens of the world. And yet, right now, we are the clothesless figures of the planet.
We're the toilets for everybody on earth. Anybody want to dump on us, we sitting right there waiting.
Cleaning toilets and shining shoes.
Hey, brother. Man, you know, brothers and sisters, you know, I mean, myself, you know, you might have thought I've been hard before, but no, and this just changes me. I mean, brother, I ain't lying. I've done some studying on the things that we had over there, but I've never done it, you know, of course, I'm not researcher extraordinary either, but I've never done it as in-depth as what you've presented to us this evening. It's just mind-boggling, man.
And we have pages and pages that I have, you know, we didn't have time to go over.
No, I'm certain, brother. I mean, and just think now, every time he named one thing, not gold, but the various things that gold can be used for, you're talking about a whole industry.
A whole industry.
I mean, he said razor blades on the tin. I mean, that's an industry. Knife blade, that's an industry.
And listen to this. Not only that one plant or one manufacturing company could make all the razor blades that would be required, or knives.
No.
I mean, just the knife, just the cutler industry. You know, this isn't anything that scissors, knives, whatever. You know, razor blades, the whole thing in cutting or cutler type industry would require at least 5, 6, 7 large, very, very large manufacturing facility, employing no less than anywhere from 10 to 15,000 people per facility.
And you know what's so deep, brother? They got us thinking so childish. Their gold has all these uses, and what's the only thing we want to do with it? Hang it on our neck or something. I mean, you know, we look stupid. Brothers and sisters, I got to say it. We look stupid. Here we are in a position, we're wondering if the white folks are going to rebuild our neighborhoods after the rebellion. What do we care? Let's go home. Leave them this mess. I mean, why would you want this? Why would you claim this as yours, knowing what yours really is? I mean, we're more, and I've said it before, but I understand it now even more so. We're way more than we think we are.
We are, and we always have been. And this is what.
And that also goes to the Africans in Europe and the Africans in the diaspora. We have to start taking charge and lead in a political dialogue as well. We don't need to be silent about these matters, not the matters in the diaspora, in the West or in the East, and not the matters within the continent.
Why they have been so systematically intent on turning us against this information.
This is what Stephen Fetchum was about.
Exactly.
Mantez Moreland and all them, all the Fred Sanford shows, the
Tarzan,
Colors, and all them was turn you away from your home.
Exactly.
They could use your home against you.
Okay.
And you got a house on the hill, right, brother? You can watch everything from there. Now, somebody that's been on your destruction tricks you out of that house.
Yo, when they lock you up, where are the handcuffs being made? I mean, where are the materials for the handcuffs? What about the material for the bars? I mean, but I don't know, man. The sticks, the metal sticks. What about the new electric shock things they got out there? I mean, brother. All right, let me stop interrupting it. It's almost done.
Biggest house on the hill.
And now they got the house on the hill. And you sitting down in the valley wondering what happened. They tricked you. You walk. They didn't have to fight you out. They don't have to fight you out of your home today. You reject your home. We got to get over this, y'all.
Let me deal with a few other things that we haven't even touched on, and these don't have to do with raw materials. It has to do with processing everything that basically I have mentioned.
Okay. That means now that they have this stuff, it's no good unless they have this, right?
Right.
Okay.
Now, one of the things that would take to actually process this are tremendous amount of electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, in an article that's included with the information package that I send you, out of, I believe it's Burke's Encyclopedia, there's a map here called the Africa's potential water power. Africa's potential water power in water areas, Africa has the potential of supplying 40% of the world's total hydroelectric power. 40%.
Man.
Okay?
We got to stop
20% from the Congo, let's see, and 16 some odd percent from it's about 30%
Let me hear that one more
of
time.
supplying Africa's potential water power. Africa's potential water power in water areas, Africa has the potential of supplying 40% of the world's total hydroelectric power. 40%.
Man.
Okay?
We got to stop
20% from the Congo, let's see, and 16 some odd percent from
Imagine all that money going into some war right now over water. I mean, that's coming up on the radar right here. That is literally one of the nation's issues on the radar right here. Right? Or is it no, it's the neighbor below, brother. Sorry about that. But it's still on the radar. Doesn't even matter. It's still on the radar. It's in the region. They may as well add Ethiopia to this because that is exactly where the water debate is coming. Now, Ethiopia and Egypt. And who are the funders of the weapons? Because Ethiopia and Egypt, they don't make weapons, do they? Do they make guns? Do they make tanks? I mean, how are they going to have a war? How is Egypt going to have a war with Ethiopia without weapons from the West or from China or from Russia? How are they going to do that? They're not, basically. Yeah, just a reminder. I mean, seem like we inching closer, to another conflict somewhere, but let's see.
Well, no, it's about 30% from the Congo and the Zairian area.
And sorry again. And we can be sure that whatever new conflict happens in Africa, it will not get the immediate attention and sustained importance as the Israeli Palestinian conflict has always gotten, essentially. Not to say that it's not important, but we have several ongoing conflicts. There's conflicts always going on in Africa. Where do they meet? Where do they rise to that occasion in the international media? I mean, it's again, we asking the question. It's just a simple question and just asking people to ponder, and you don't have to have an immediate answer, but that's the question we're asking.
And about 20% from other African countries. Now, what I have here is that the world's potential, and the figures don't really matter, but I will name them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The world's total potential of hydroelectric power is 480,959,300 kilowatts. Africa's total potential is 40% of that. It's 186,808,289.8 kilowatts.
This is water power, y'all.
That is 1.8 times total European output, and it is 3 times total United States output.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
In other words, Africa could make so much hydroelectric power as to actually have to export some of it.
Thank you, brother.
Okay? The other thing that people, I think, are not totally capable of understanding. Okay, now, this is from basically the highlands and the tropical rainforest area in which Zaire and these other countries happen to be. They're very high in altitude, about 3,600 feet above sea level, and you get probably the highest rainfalls in the world that occur in this particular area, some as much as 12 inches a year, 12 to 20 inches a year. Now, basically what happens is that the falling over the river system, primarily in Zaire, covers something like 20,000 miles of river that runs downhill, downhill from 35,000, 36,000 feet to sea level. That's where the power comes from. The other potential power that's not even mentioned here, is one that will blow your mind, because what it would do is take Africa's total potential in electric power far and above any other continent on the planet.
Solar, brother?
And that is the potential power that can be gained through photovoltaic engineering and cell in the African desert in the Sahara, north of the Sahel. Okay? The highest incidence in the world of sunlight falls on the Sahara Desert. With photovoltaic engineering, that is to say, the electric cells, which we're familiar with on our little calculators and some of our watches, where the sun just shines on this little plate and generates an electric charge to either charge up our little calculator or our watch, can be implanted in desert areas or in the fringe areas to the place where we could actually dig up sub-Saharan water. Okay, there is tremendous amount of water under the Sahara for irrigation and manufacturing. The amount of sub-Saharan water under the Sahara Desert amounts to, for anybody who has ever been to Niagara Falls, the average downflow of Niagara Falls on a summer day is 119,000 cubic feet per second. That's the water that falls over Niagara Falls every second on a summer's day. Now, if the water under the Sahara could be reverted to flow over a similar Niagara Falls, it would fall at 119,000 cubic feet per second for 140 years. And it is being recharged at the rate of 4 billion cubic meters per year.
We ain't got to ask nobody for
because
nothing.
it lacks nothing.
We ain't got to ask nobody for nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. I mean, they got to come to us if we get our heads together, brothers and sisters.
We got the electric, we got the water,
we got the minerals,
we got the raw material, we have the brain power, but it is now being distorted and misguided.
And we definitely got the bodies, brother. Man, brother, I don't know what to say, man. I mean, I really just don't know what to say. I mean, it's embarrassing, man.
Changing the image of Africa.
The value of Africa. Does it have any value to y'all now? It surely has value to those who oppress you. We really got to do that, brothers and sisters. The names, all that other stuff, that's hey, look, that's after the fact. Once we put a value on it, we'll just call it home.
Exactly.
That's all. Where you going, brother? I'm going home.
Now let me, in this one page that also comes with the information document, there's about 52 raw materials that are listed that were mined in South Africa, okay? The total, it gives you the total tonnage, but I just want to read, now, which we have to continue to keep in mind, is that the number that I am about to give you is only the value of raw materials unprocessed.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Because when you process them, there's all kind of things you can do with them.
As a matter of fact, being an industrial engineer, in some cases, after you process some of these materials, the value of them goes up anywhere from 25 to 35% times its raw material value.
Dig that.
This is the number that is gotten out of in total value in US dollars in terms of these 52 raw materials. $5.9 $994,583,343.
Man.
Okay.
Man.
Raw.
Man.
Raw.
That's just raw.
And it's from one country.
Man.
Country.
And then we got to add the inflation from 15 years ago to today in dollar value.
Man, we got to stop this. We got to stop this, y'all.
It's only one country.
We got to stop this. One country.
That's one country. That's South Africa.
We got to stop this, man. We do. Now you see why they done made you feel bad about being an African? They don't even want you to think you're an African, do they?
They don't even want I've told people, you want to make white folks mad? Just tell them you're an African.
Oh, man.
Let them do, hand flips and,
What you want to be that for?
Stuff. They instinctively understand.
They know. They do know.
They know.
They know. Well, my brother, I don't know what else we could add.
I don't.
If we haven't caused people to think now about home more now, I don't know what you could say to them. And really, that's not our job anyway, to make them think one way or another. Our job is just to put the information
31 years ago.
There will be people who will have a question that I think is a valid one. And now you say all this stuff was over there, but on the other hand, you told us in one of the other programs that, about 100 million people, Africans, might be dead by year 2000. This is true. This is true. But the point is that in one of my future programs that I'd like to do is to gather some material and impart to you the cures that are and have been available, probably for not only cancer but for the AIDS virus as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that for me at this point is really not a problem. I think AIDS, insofar as a biological warfare weapon against African people, is not a moot point. It's something that has to be considered. But I'm saying that I think at this particular point in time, with this particular ailment, I think I'm almost pretty sure that we do have solutions for that. Now, the problem, of course, is getting to Africa before they start mixing other stuff up. Okay, I don't. There's no guarantee on some other stuff that they may be mixing up in laboratories. But from what I've heard and some of the later information and inputs that I have gotten just in this past month, gives me considerable reason and hope to think and to almost know that there are things out there that can in fact cure this virus.
You know it, brother.
Or at least the ailments of it. And of course, one of those, and that's on the clinical aspect, but the clinical aspect is for African people to get themselves together and pull all these raw materials under one committee. And I've said that insofar as African nations getting together and bringing down those borders and making a United States of Africa has to be no less than at least 5 million square miles in and around Zaire.
That's right, brother.
Once you raise one flag and have all these tremendous amount of raw materials under one flag, and we can determine who gets what at what price.
That's right, brother.
Be on a roll.
That's it then, brother.
That's it then.
Well, my brother, I want to thank you for the time that you spent with us this evening. To me, brother, this has got to be one of the most enlightening hour and a half I have spent in my entire life. And I want to thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate that because I came on not really knowing what to say.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know.
I really appreciate you having me.
Any final comments, brother?
Okay, then.
Okay, on the telephones with us tonight in our 1063rd consecutive night of broadcasting out of Gardena, California. No, brother, give the address for the package again.
Okay, the address here for the package is 2300 West El Segundo Boulevard. That's two words, capital E-L, capital S-E-G-U-N-D-O Boulevard, number 1, Gardena, California, Gardena, 90249. It should be to my attention, Zears Miles, Zears, Miles.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just going to add to that stream. Now listen, folks. I have to shut this stream down before it hits 6 hours because I want to go back and edit it. But we got a couple of minutes here. So here's the link to the next stream. Yo, Brother Hubert, what would you like to say? We got 4 minutes. Please, that's your time, brother. What would you like to say about this? That was exhilarating.
It's just showing you if we can get on our square.
Mhm.
There's not.
If we could get on code,
I mean, the
as Tariq Nasheed would say,
if we can get on code, if we can get on our square, where they would fall is automatic. It's just automatic. That's all that can be said. Everything that these people do depend on what we're not doing.
Right. You know, Zeers Miles, that he gave a comprehensive raw mineral look at Africa and its value, what value it has. And he broke it down and all the, in the core means a person would need to understand the value of Africa, way beyond something that a pseudo cult could cover up, or a confused person with their identity could just erase overnight. So the people that just chimed in, I would encourage you just to go back to the video and check in. We were asking these basic questions throughout the broadcast, and that is this: are African lives as valuable as African mineral resources? And we were also asking the question, do conflicts over these mineral resources, do they garnish as much media attention as, let's say, the conflict between Israel and Palestine does? I mean, and what about the damage? What about the lives lost in comparison to that? The amount of lives lost, the amount of chaos that ensues, the amount of people that have to flee, what do you think about that question? And on that note, we're going to close this stream down. Please go to the next stream because we're going to start that one up, ASAP. It's right here. Just click on the link and we're going to get back into it. Appreciate everybody for showing up for this stream, but just hop right over to the others. All right. Peace. See you later.